Religion and the Rebel. By Colin Wilson. Cambridge, 1957. Contents. An autobiographical introduction. Part 1. The Anatomy of Imagination. The Outsider and History. Part 2. Introduction, The Making of a Religion. Jacob Boehme. Nicholas Ferrer. Blaise Pascal. Emanuel Swedenborg. William Law. John Henry Newman. Søren Kierkegaard. Bernard Shaw. Wittgenstein and Whitehead. An autobiographical introduction. The Outsider was an incomplete book. It was intended to document and order a subject which, for personal reasons, I find particularly absorbing, the subject of mental strain and near insanity. Over many years, the obsessional figure whom I have called the outsider became for me the heroic figure of our time. My vision of our civilization was a vision of cheapness and futility, the degrading of all intellectual standards. In contrast to this, the outsider seemed to be the man who, for any reason at all, felt himself lonely in the crowd of the second rate. As I conceived him, he could be a maniac carrying a knife in a black bag, taking pride in appearing harmless and normal to other people. He could be a saint or a visionary, caring for nothing but one moment in which he seemed to understand the world, and see into the heart of nature and of God. The more I considered the outsider, the more I felt him to be a symptom of our time and age. Essentially, he seemed to be a rebel, and what he was in rebellion against was the lack of spiritual tension in a materially prosperous civilization. The first 9 books of St. Augustine's Confessions are an outsider document, and St. Augustine lived in a disintegrating Roman society. It did not seem a bold step to conclude that the outsider is a symptom of a civilization's decline. Outsiders appear like pimples on a dying civilization. An individual tends to be what his environment makes him. If a civilization is spiritually sick, the individual suffers from the same sickness. If he is healthy enough to put up a fight, he becomes an outsider. The study of the spiritually sick individual belongs to psychology, but to consider him in relation to a sick civilization is to enter the realm of history. That is why this book must attempt to pursue 2 courses at once, probing deeper into the outsider himself, while at the same time moving towards the historical problem of the decline of civilizations. One way leads inward, towards mysticism, the other outward, towards politics. Unfortunately, I have almost no turn for practical politics, so the emphasis in this book is on religion and philosophy. Where the road disappears into the thickets of political theory, I leave it, and hope that someone less averse to politics than I am will press on where I have shirked the problem. Various critics have objected, with some justification, that the term outsider is loose, that a word which can be applied to Boehme as well as Nijinsky, to Fox and Gurdjieff as well as Lawrence, Van Gogh and Sartre, is almost meaningless. But my use of the term outsider is deliberately vague. The ultimate question that, for me, lies behind the outsider is, how can man extend his range of consciousness? I believe that human beings experience a range of mental states which is as narrow as the middle 3 notes of a piano keyboard. I believe that the possible range of mental states is as wide as the whole piano keyboard, and that man's sole aim and business is to extend his range from the usual 3 or 4 notes to the whole keyboard. The men I dealt with in The Outsider had one thing in common, an instinctive knowledge that their range could be extended, and a nagging dissatisfaction with the range of their everyday experience. This, I must admit, is the urge that underlies all my thinking and writing. I state it here so that there shall be no doubt in any reader's mind about the central preoccupation of my book. The publication of The Outsider brought me some interesting insights. It received more attention than I or my publisher had expected, and, quite suddenly, I became involved in all kinds of activities. For many months after it was published, I had almost no time alone, caught up as I was in a round of interviews by reporters, lectures, broadcasts, reading and answering letters, invitations to dinner, and so on. The result was exactly what I had been afraid of. I found myself losing the preoccupations that had led me to write The Outsider. Strangers who claimed to be outsiders wrote me long letters explaining their symptoms and asking for advice, until I began to suspect parody. In this whirl, I discovered that I ceased to be aware of the states of consciousness that lie beyond my ordinary 2 or 3 notes. In my own terminology, I had started to become an insider. I record this because it is of central importance to the theme of this book. Most men I know live like this as a matter of course, working, traveling, eating, and drinking and talking. The range of everyday activity in a modern civilization builds a wall around the ordinary state of consciousness and makes it almost impossible to see beyond it. The conditions under which we live do this to us. It is what happens in a civilization that always makes a noise like a dynamo, and gives no leisure for peace and contemplation. Men begin to lose that intuition of unknown modes of being, that sense of purpose, that makes them more than highly efficient pigs. This is the horror the outsider revolts against. Some years ago, in Winchester Cathedral, I came across a pamphlet by Mr. T.S. Eliot. It was an address which Mr. Eliot had delivered in the cathedral, and it had the unpromising title, On the Use of Cathedrals in England. For 3/4 of the pamphlet, Mr. Eliot talks like a studious country parson about the relation of the cathedral to the parish churches. And then, towards the end, he speaks of the position of the dean and chapter, and his pamphlet suddenly becomes an impassioned plea for leisure in a modern civilization. He attacks the view that the dean and chapter should be general runabouts, preaching sermons all over the parish, and emphasizes that good theological thinking requires quiet and contemplation. He adduces his own example to strengthen his point. He has always worked as a publisher to give himself the necessary leisure for writing, and any permanent value which his work may possess, he modestly claims, is due to the fact that he wrote only what he wanted to write, under no compulsion to please anyone but himself. I remember being excited by this at the time. T.E. Lawrence had made the same point in the 7 Pillars. Of these 2 poles, leisure and subsistence, we should shun subsistence, and cling close to leisure. Some men there might be, uncreative, whose leisure is barren, but the activity of these would have been material only. Mankind has been no gainer by its drudges. For my own part, I found that I preferred working as a navvy or washing dishes to life in an office, for although I had no more than the normal reluctance to face hard work, I had a very real fear of that deadening of the nerves and sensibilities that comes of boredom and submitting to one's own self-contempt. I was sticking down envelopes with a damp brush one afternoon, when a young man who seemed to enjoy being a civil servant commented, "Soul-destroying, isn't it?" A commonplace phrase, but I had never heard it before, and I repeated it like a revelation. Not soul-destroying, but life-destroying. The stagnating life force gives off smells like standing water, and the whole being is poisoned. Desmond, that was his name, always looked well-groomed and efficient, and I never saw him lose his temper. My own predisposition to boredom and irritable wretchedness inclined me to divide the world into 2 classes, people who disliked themselves, and people who didn't. And the former disliked the latter even more than they disliked themselves. Such experiences were the groundwork of all my analyses, my starting point, and all my thought aimed at discovering some solution that would enable the people who disliked themselves to find reasons, or methods, of overcoming self-contempt, without numbing themselves into complacency. I called the people who disliked themselves outsiders. Boredom, I knew, meant not having enough to do with one's life energies. The answer to it, quite simply, lies in extending the range of the consciousness, setting emotions circulating, and setting the intellect working, until new areas of consciousness are brought to life in the way that the blood starts flowing again through a leg which has gone numb. That was just the starting point. It is not enough to have leisure. Leisure is only a negative concept, the wide, clear space where one can build decent houses after knocking down slums. The next problem is to begin to build. I found it tiresome to work for an employer in a factory or laundry, and envied those men who can make a living by doing the things they enjoy. But closer acquaintance with such men, writers, artists, journalists, has usually proved to me that they have knocked down one slum only to build another, slightly more to their own taste, but still a slum. From the point of view of spiritual health, I do not think there is much to choose between the workman who has worked in the same factory for 40 years and is spiritually warped and stunted in consequence, and the novelist who writes the same kind of novels for 40 years and has a house on the Riviera. It is unnatural to work for 40 years in the same factory, but no more unnatural than it is to be born. Nature is dead. Every act of will is unnatural, against nature. The more one has to fight against, the more alive one can be. That was why, for me, the problem of living resolved itself into the question of choosing obstacles to stimulate my will. Instantly, I came to recognize that our civilization is flowing in the opposite direction. All our culture and science is directed towards enabling us to exercise as little will as possible. Everything is made easy, and if, after a week of office routine and traveling on buses, we still feel the need to work off excess energy, we can always enjoy ourselves playing all those games involving artificial obstacles, where the will is applied to beating another team of cricketers or footballers, or simply to wrestling with the imaginary sphinx who sets the newspaper crossword puzzles. We have also invented a form of thought that fits in with this abdication of the will. We call it abstract philosophy. It is essentially the product of Western civilization. There was an element of disguised autobiography in The Outsider, obviously, since I spent most of the book calling on other men to bear witness to my own beliefs. Underlying the whole argument there was the belief that real philosophy should be the result of applying the analytical faculty, the mathematical faculty, to the stuff of one's own experience. Too much experience flows over us like water through a channel. It means nothing to us. We are unchanged by it, unconscious of it. For years before I wrote The Outsider, I had kept a journal in which I had been mainly concerned with applying mathematical analysis to my own experience, and making a note when I read something that showed the same preoccupation. There was a slow, deliberate accumulation of material that I was able to transfer almost unchanged into the book. That material was chosen, naturally, to exclude myself. But it is time now, before launching into further analysis of other writers, to explain my own relation to my data. What I wish to give is as full an account as possible of how the problems of The Outsider came to preoccupy me. Some of the difficult issues to be found in the next 300 pages of the present volume could easily become totally obscured without such a preface. Besides, my existentialist premises demand it. Philosophy is nothing if it is not an attempt to take one's own experience apart under a microscope. When I was 11 years old, my grandfather gave me a tattered and coverless science fiction magazine. This was in the second year of the war, and I had never seen such a thing before. It was here that I discovered a name of which I had never heard, Albert Einstein. It was difficult to determine, from the references in the stories, precisely what Professor Einstein had done, but every writer in the magazine mentioned him at least once, and the letters to the editor were sprinkled with his name. The stories themselves excited me more than anything I had ever read. They were mostly about experiments that got out of hand. There was one about a scientist who made a speck of gray protoplasmic matter, which was somehow thrown into the sea and grew larger as it ate up the fishes, until finally it developed a habit of engulfing passenger liners or depopulating small islands. There was another about a scientist who made an atomic fire that was inextinguishable, and went on burning until it threatened to burn up the whole world. I had never read anything like it. Compared to boys' papers and comics, it was erudite and intellectual. And one had a feeling of far more serious issues at stake than in stories about football games and ragging in the lower fourth. Yeru, you rotter. I'll tell old Quelshi. There was talk about positrons and cyclotrons and the theory of probability. Not to mention Professor Einstein. I found Einstein's own little volume, Relativity, the Special and General Theory, and conscientiously plugged away at it, skipping the mathematics and wondering what the devil he meant by orientation. But Sir James Jeans was easier. His explanation of the Michel-Son-Morley experiment simplified everything. From then on I thought I understood relativity. I enjoyed a certain amount of consideration among the boys at school as a consequence of tangling up the physics master on obscure questions about the speed of light in a moving coordinate system. They nicknamed me Professor, and relied on me to waste as much of our physics lectures as possible by objecting that Newton was out of date and discredited. But secretly I admired Newton, for I imagined him as occupying a place in the hierarchy: Archimedes, Galileo, Newton, Planck, Einstein, which would one day include myself. But my curiosity was not confined to purely scientific questions. Sir James Jeans begins The Mysterious Universe with a passage that might have been a sermon on Pascal's text: "The eternal silence of these infinite spaces terrifies me." This, and other passages of speculation, produced a sense of mystery that was so intolerable to me that I once wrote a 20-page letter to Sir Arthur Eddington, asking him if he could please explain to me what the universe was all about. When I asked the local librarian where I could find his address, she told me that he had died earlier in the year. I was not wholly disappointed, since I had come to the conclusion that he was unlikely to know the answer anyway. This was in 1944. I see now that it was Jeans and Eddington who were responsible for my sudden mental awakening at the age of 12. At the time, I thought of Einstein as the master. I believed that Einstein had taught me the impossibility of making a final judgment on anything. I tried to explain to school friends that space was infinite and yet bounded, and it seemed to me that the possibilities of human life were also infinite and yet bounded, that within its framework of endless repetition, anything could be done. It was to be another 5 years before I read Zarathustra and discovered that Nietzsche also recognized eternal recurrence as the foundation of an essentially optimistic philosophy. But this notion was of secondary importance compared to that of the will to power. This is so central to my way of thinking that I should perhaps explain at some length how my ideas on the subject originated. In some popular textbook of psychology, I had read summaries of the systems of Freud, Jung, and Adler. Freud's insistence on childhood influences and the sexual urges seemed even then to be nonsense. Jung's theory of types struck me as equally irrelevant. But Adler's idea of the power instinct came to me as a revelation. It seemed to tie together all my observations of human beings, to add the final touch to the edifice that Einstein had begun. A great deal of a child's time is spent in being treated unfairly and wondering about the rights and wrongs of the case, also in observing that, although all adults seem to him to be equally self-possessed and balanced in judgment, yet there are some who are badly spoken of by others, or labeled as shifty, dishonest, or stupid by one's parents. It is all very confusing. It leads the child to realize that he cannot leave the business of making judgments entirely to the adult world. And when such a child tries to form his own judgments, the real confusion begins. In most issues between adults, there seems very little to choose. It is less a matter of rights and wrongs than of individuals with their own will to self-assertion. So my summary of the situation went like this: right and wrong are relative terms, they have no final meaning. The reality behind human conflicts is only a will to self-assertion. Nobody is right, nobody is wrong, but everyone wants to be thought right. Adler's use of the term inferiority complex supplied me with my fundamental idea. I decided that the desire of every human being is to appear in as good a light as possible to himself. And since the opinions of other people affect the way we see ourselves, we seek to preserve our complacency by winning their respect or friendship. Of course, there is another way, to cut oneself off completely from the opinion of other people and build a wall around one's own self-esteem. The lunatic who believes he is Napoleon or Christ has done this, so I felt. The difference between the lunatic and the sane person is only that the sane person prefers to get other people to cooperate in maintaining his delusions. There came a day when I took up a pen and settled down to writing a long essay about these ideas. I began it in a new school notebook that had written inside the cover Colin Wilson, Form 2C, and underneath it, in block capitals printed in red ink, these notes are based on the relativity theory of Albert Einstein, and the system of individual psychology of Alfred Adler. The writing of that essay was an unforgettable experience. Years later, when I read in the Varieties of Religious Experience of Geoffroy's feelings of terror while analyzing his own unbelief, I remembered that night in 1944 when I wrote my essay on superiority at a single sitting. It seemed that I had penetrated deeper into unbelief than any other human being, that by questioning too deeply, I had cut myself off from the rest of the human race. My brother came to bed in the same room while I wrote. Towards 3 o'clock in the morning, I turned off the light and climbed into bed beside him, feeling at the same time an awful fear that God would strike me dead in the night. I felt that I had destroyed in myself a certain necessary basis of illusion that makes life bearable for human beings. I had done this in the name of truth, and now I felt no elation, only a sort of fatigue of the brain that would not let me sleep. Truth, it seemed, had no power of intensifying life, only of destroying the illusions that make life tolerable. I still remember my surprise when I woke up in the morning and found I was still alive. God either didn't care, or didn't exist. This was the beginning of a long period in which the key word, for me, was futility. During this period, I felt that futility was the final comment on human life. It was the worst and most depressing period of my life. It was not a case of my ideas depressing me, there was a social maladjustment for which the ideas provided the excuse. At 13 I should have had friends, especially girlfriends. Instead, I spent 3 years in my bedroom, reading and writing. The sexual desires I knew at the time were mere physical urges, there was no need or desire for friendly human intercourse. My admiration went to a certain ideal of cold brutality of intellect, while I wondered with despair where the motivation for such an attitude could lie, if not in the realms of delusion and self-assertion that I despised. When I read some sage or philosopher proclaiming that human beings are hopelessly deluded, I wondered what reason he had for saying so, other than a deluded wish to be admired for his cynicism. Human life seemed a vicious circle, the desire for life a delusion. I asked myself, who made the delusion? And decided that, whatever inscrutable aim inspired the great delusion maker, it presupposed human futility and vanity. I was not ever certain that the great delusion maker himself might not be inspired by delusions. Added to this was the exhaustion of reading and thinking too much, also, of course, the sexual unfulfillment. Shaw comments in one of the later prefaces that most young men need sex several years before it is socially convenient for them to have it. This, I think, is especially true nowadays, and the consequence is a residue of sexual hunger that may take years of libertinism to assuage. At all events, I believe that sex played as important a part as my eschatological doubts in making me wretched in my early teens. I wrote as an antidote to misery or boredom. I became ashamed of the superiority essay, and wrote further essays in which I sought a more technical terminology. The central theme was always the same, that men are machines driven by emotions, that the desire for truth is always some less creditable urge disguised by the emotions, that truth would be as useless to human beings as bookcases are to cows. I find the 2 little notebooks of subjective essays filled with speculations on the nature of human impulses, and can see now that these speculations were an attempt to track down the element of free will in man. In the essay on fanaticism, I state that the fanatic is the luckiest of all living beings, for he is driven by the most intense delusions. Somewhere, in Wells's Outline of History, I think, I have seen those huge Egyptian statues of Amenhotep III that are called the Colossi of Memnon, and in them I saw my symbol of the real philosopher, the man who could say that his reason was not prejudiced by emotion, huge, eyeless, immobile. Only in the dead, I felt, was there no emotional prejudice, consequently, only the dead may be called sane. And somewhere in the essays, I acknowledge that free will may exist, but in such a small degree as to be hardly knowable. I found myself confronted by an urge to analyze my way to truth that concluded in a recognition that truth is of no use for survival. I had other pursuits that kept me from complete abdication of will. From the age of 11, physics and chemistry had been my major interests, and by the age of 12 I had made the spare room into a laboratory in which I spent most of my weekends and evenings. The pocket money I earned from a paper round was spent on chemicals. Then, in the August holiday of 1944, I conceived the idea of writing a book which would summarize, in formula and laws, all my knowledge of chemistry and physics. The scheme fascinated me so much that I soon made it more ambitious, and decided to write chapters on astronomy, geology, psychology, aeronautics, philosophy, and mathematics. I had bought, at some church bazaar, 6 volumes of a self-educator with courses on all these subjects. With the help of this and books from the local library, I began my attempt to summarize all the scientific knowledge of humanity. I wrote it in notebooks that held about 15,000 words each, and had filled 6 of these before it was time to go back to school. It was my first book, and I worked on it continuously and systematically, the best possible training for a writer. In those years of the subjective essays, the greatest impact on my mind was Bernard Shaw. I had seen Gabriel Pascal's film of Caesar and Cleopatra without being particularly impressed. It reminded me too much of Shakespeare, whom I had always found unreadable. But during the first week of the B.B.C's third program, I switched on the radio one evening to hear Mr. Esm Percy's voice declaiming, "Friends and fellow brigands, I have a proposal to make to this meeting. We have now spent 3 evenings in discussing the question, have anarchists or social democrats the most personal courage? We have gone into the principles of anarchism and social democracy at great length. The cause of anarchy has been ably represented by our one anarchist, who doesn't know what anarchism means. It was the beginning of the third act of Man and Superman. Even now, after more than 10 years, I find it impossible to read this act without a curious feeling of awe. It was a totally new experience. I will not pretend that I was enthralled. I was not. I was partly bored, and could not follow a lot of it. But I was astounded that another man had actually thought and written about the problems that preoccupied me. Up till then, I had had a little private game with myself in which I examined everyone I met and tried to decide how close they were to seeing the world as I saw it. There was always an element of self-congratulation in the fact that I felt certain no one ever had. I was already beginning to enjoy that first terror of feeling myself completely alone. It had become a commonplace of my thinking that no man asked himself what life was about, or if he did, answered with errant nonsense or wishful thinking. I once asked my grandfather, during an argument about the existence of God, if he understood the purpose of life, and he told me solemnly that he did, and that he would explain it to me when I was 14. Nothing I could say would draw him out. Unfortunately, he died when I was 11. Now I heard Shaw speaking quite plainly about the purpose of life, and answering that it was a will to self-understanding. It sounded plausible. It seemed paradoxical enough. And the devil expressed my central obsession with the idea of futility and purposeless repetition. Where you now see reform, progress, fulfillment of upward tendency, continual ascent by man on the stepping stones of his dead selves to higher things, you will see nothing but an infinite comedy of illusion. You will discover the profound truth of the saying of my friend Kahileth, that there is nothing new under the sun. Vanitas vanitatum. And Don Juan interrupts impatiently. Clever dolt that you are, is a man no better than a worm, or a dog than a wolf, because he gets tired of everything? Shall he give up eating because he destroys his appetite in the act of gratifying it? I went to bed that night with a sort of mental numbness. I felt that something of tremendous importance had happened to me, something which I could not yet fully grasp. During the night, I woke up and put out my hand to my brother. The bedclothes had slipped off him and he was as cold as tin. For a moment I believed him dead, and it seemed the natural and inevitable result of knowing too much and prying too deep. It was an immense relief when I covered him up and he grew warm again, and as much a surprise, in its way, as the morning I woke up and found I was still alive. I listened to the repeat of the play the following evening, all 6 hours of it, and borrowed it from the local library and read it through the day after that. I think that no other 48 hours of my life has given me such a sense of a mental earthquake. Subsequently I read through all the plays, although not, at that time, the prefaces. The English master at school told me that an admiration for Shaw was something that often happens in the teens, and disappears after 5 years or so. I find that, after 12 years, Shaw still seems to me the greatest figure in European literature since Dante. Shaw was less of a mental tonic than might be expected. At that time, a sense of exhaustion and grayness seemed to wash around on the edge of my mind. I made a habit of wandering into churches and engaging the priest in arguments about the existence of God and the purpose of life. Sometimes, if the argument went on too long, I left the church feeling a little dizzy, and with an underlying certainty that stupidity and futility were the inescapable warp and weft of living. These periods of depression sometimes lasted for days. One such priest, I remember, advised me to read nothing but newspapers for a year, telling me that I was suffering from mental indigestion from reading too much. I was delighted later when, in Fox's journal, I read about the priest of Manchester who advised him to take tobacco and sing psalms. I had passed beyond my period of militant atheism. The idea that there was no God no longer gave me a feeling of freedom. In my childhood I had been greatly given to praying mentally while I walked around. I was an incorrigible talker, and enjoyed keeping up a one-sided conversation when there was no one else to talk to, frequently apologizing to God when my attention was distracted and I lost the thread of the discussion. Now I would have been glad to pray, except for the gloomy certainty that it would be mere emotional dishonesty. I had begun to read T.S. Eliot's poetry at this time, stimulated by some remark of the French master about his obscurity. In the first few lines I read, I found the words, "And I pray that I may forget these matters that with myself I too much discuss, too much explain, and teach us to care and not to care, teach us to sit still." Immediately I felt I knew what he was talking about. After that, I tended to repeat Ash Wednesday as a form of mental prayer. It furnished a sort of antidote to depression and exhaustion that Shaw could not provide. When I was 16, I left school, having passed my school certificate. I had wanted to take some job where I could study for a bachelor's of science. My chief ambition was still to be a scientist. Unfortunately, I needed 5 credits to be exempt from matriculation. I only had 4, and had to take the maths exam again. In the meantime, I took a job in a warehouse. It involved weighing crates of wool when they came into the warehouse, keeping a number of girls and machines supplied with hanks of wool, and weighing out the wool when it had been wound onto spools. I was not particularly miserable, but the hours were longer than any I had known before, from 8 till 6, with a break for lunch, and the work was heavier. After a while, the job began to bore me, and I tried various remedies to counteract my growing detestation for it. I read a great deal of poetry, because I found it relaxed me and refreshed me. I planned short stories and a long play while I worked, and wrote them in the evenings. After 2 months, I passed my maths exam with the necessary credit, and left the warehouse without regrets. I hated hard work. In comparison, my job as a laboratory assistant at my old school seemed like a holiday. But I now found that I had lost all interest in science. I had written 3 acts of an immensely long play, designed as a sequel to Shaw's Man and Superman, and was convinced that I could make a living as a writer. I had my first short story published at about this time. It was in a factory magazine printed in Yorkshire. An uncle who worked in Durham had submitted the story for me, and the editor had written saying he thought I had talent, and would be glad to receive further contributions. The magazine collapsed about a month later, but by then I had conceived and begun to write another half-dozen short stories and some one-act plays. I wrote a long dialogue, set in the temple at Jerusalem, between Jesus, aged 16, and a member of the Sanhedrin, putting my own arguments into Jesus's mouth, and the views of the priests with whom I had talked into the old man's. I left this lengthy play on a bus shortly after I had finished it and never recovered it. I was causing an increasing dissatisfaction among the science masters at school. I spent most of my study time in the library, writing plays and short stories, and most of my physics and maths lectures reading the Pickwick papers under the desk. It is a sign of the patience and amiability of the headmaster that no one called me to account until the yearly exams made it impossible to ignore my complete loss of interest in science. Even then, I was exhorted to mend my ways, and told that I could stay on conditionally. I explained that I wanted to be a writer. They sympathetically paid me 2 months' wages and sacked me. It would be untrue if I gave the impression that my term as a laboratory assistant was a period of peace and relaxation. I found too much leisure more of a nuisance than too little, and suffered agonies of boredom. I had a standing feud with one of the masters, who was adept at inflicting petty indignities and irritated me intensely. I frequently took days off, alleging illness, and spent them cycling out to Warwick or Matlock or Nottingham to work off my surplus energies. The periods of depression came more frequently and lasted longer. I had begun to keep a journal, inspired by some BBC program about Marie Bashkirtsev. Now I filled page after page every evening with expressions of my boredom and frustration, analyses of the books I had read. I had begun to read Ibsen, Pirandello, and Joyce. I hated Ulysses, and diatribes against the people I disliked. Once, when an English master had been scathing about an essay I had written denouncing the concept of Shakespearean tragedy, I covered 20 pages of the journal before my indignation had subsided enough to allow me to sleep. I wrote the journal with the idea of ultimate publication, as I had no doubt that every word I had ever written would one day be of interest to students. I filled 10 large-sized notebooks in just over a year, and then one day destroyed them all in a fit of disgust. I also had innumerable short stories and plays rejected by publishers, and finally stopped sending them out, finding that the remote possibility that they might be accepted scarcely justified the depression which I underwent each time they were returned. The underlying feeling of futility was still my major problem. My one-act plays were comedies, and most of the short stories owed their style to the Pickwick Papers, and I disliked myself for writing such stuff. Occasional attempts to write like Poe made me feel worse. I wrote with a sense of obsession, hating the medium. I also knew most of T.S. Eliot's poetry by heart now, but it had no notable influence on my style. The worst insight came during the long Easter holiday of 1948. I had been reading far too much, out of boredom, and spent a whole day reading Janko Lavrin's little book on Russian literature. It is not very cheerful reading, with its descriptions of the stories of Chekhov, Saltykov's Golovlyov family, Goncharov's Oblomov. I went into the kitchen to switch on the stove to make tea, and had a blackout. It was a strange sensation. I stood there, fully conscious, clutching the stove to keep upright, and yet conscious of nothing but blackness. There was an electric sensation in my brain, so that I could readily have believed that I had been given an electric shock. It was as if something were flowing through me, and I had an insight of what lay on the other side of consciousness. It looked like an eternity of pain. When my vision cleared, I switched on the kettle and went into the other room. I could not be certain what I had seen, but I was afraid of it. It seemed as if I were the bed of a river, and the current was all pain. I thought I had seen the final truth that life does not lead to anything, it is an escape from something, and the something is a horror that lies on the other side of consciousness. I could understand what Kurtz had seen in Heart of Darkness. All the metaphysical doubts of years seemed to gather to a point, in one realization: what uses such truth? Later in the day, I went out cycling. There seemed to be a supreme irony in every manifestation of life that I saw. Eliot's lines from The Wasteland ran in my head. On Margate Sands. I can connect nothing with nothing. The broken fingernails of dirty hands. Later, I wrote about it in my journal, with the sense that the futility had now come its full circle, for until then, writing in my journal had been the one action that did not seem futile. Now I was recording my certainty of the futility of everything. And yet I recorded it with a compulsive sense that everything should be told. I think I recognized how far the source of these periods of exhaustion was physical. It seemed a further reason for nihilistic unbelief. All things depended upon mere physical energy. Therefore, there was no will. I had seen the word nihilism somewhere, and asked the English master at school what it meant. Belief in nothing, he told me, and at once I thought I had found a name for my own state of mind. It was not just lack of belief in anything, it was active belief in nothing. I cannot now understand the significance that that word nothing carried for me then. I remember, though, how I discovered the Tao Te Ching in a compilation called The Bible of the World, and read: "There is a thing inherent and natural, which existed before heaven and earth, motionless and fathomless. It stands alone and never changes. It pervades everywhere and never becomes exhausted. It may be regarded as the mother of the universe. I do not know its name. If I am forced to give it a name, I call it Tao, and I name it Supreme. Supreme means going on. Going on means going far. Going far means returning. Therefore Tao is supreme, heaven is supreme, earth is supreme, and man is also supreme. There are in the universe 4 things supreme, and man is one of them. I was certain that Tao was my positive principle of nothingness. The line going far means returning I took to mean a recognition that all thought chases its own tail, vanitas vanitatum. As to the last section, with its man is supreme, my already Swiftian views on the stupidity and futility of human beings led me to decide that man was a mistranslation for I, that, in fact, Lao Tzu was merely expressing his inability to escape complete solipsism. I could not, and still do not, accept the view that Taoism is a humanism. My solipsism I had arrived at by reading of Berkeley and Hume in some textbook of philosophy. I remember explaining to a group of friends in the playground at school why a bar of chocolate existed only in their own minds. Berkeley, added to Einstein and Eliot's hollow men, made a vertiginous mixture. Then, quite suddenly, my nihilism received a check. A day came when I seriously contemplated suicide. It was during the long, hot summer of 1947, when I was working as a laboratory assistant. I arrived home one evening in a state of nervous exhaustion, and tried to write away my tension in my journal. I found writing simply an aid to reflection, a crutch for my thoughts. And after about an hour of writing, I found my resistance slowly returning. I thought clearly, this must cease immediately, I will not go on living like this. I was all too familiar with these revivals of strength that was sucked away again the next day. Then I saw the answer, kill myself. It cheered me immensely. I cycled to my evening classes with a feeling of having at last learned to master my destiny. I arrived late, and listened to the professor's sarcasms without interest. It was our evening for analytical chemistry practice. A glass tray contained a mixture of powders which we had to separate. I took some in my watch glass, sniffed it, tested it in a Bunsen flame, and then went into the other room to the reagent shelves. Glass bottles contained cobalt chloride, silver nitrate, potassium iodide, and various acids. In the middle there was a bottle of hydrocyanic acid. As I took it down, my mind made a leap, and for an instant I was living in the future, with the burning in my throat and in the pit of my stomach. In that moment, I was suddenly supremely aware that what I wanted was not less life, but more. The sensation of drinking the acid was so clear that it was almost as if it had actually taken place. I stood there for a second with the bottle in my hand, but the experience was so vivid that it seemed to last for hours. Then, as someone stood beside me, I put it back, vaguely, as if I had taken it by mistake, and reached down for the methyl red. In 1 second, I had seen something that I have striven to see all my life since. My insight that evening did not last for long, perhaps because I was too anxious to cling to it. I remember the feeling of having been suddenly awakened to the possibilities of my own willpower, and the dreamlike quality of the rest of the evening. And when I got home, I did not try to write about it. For the first time, I had a sense of something too real to write about. Later, when I came to analyze the experience in my journal, I recognized it as one of many such experiences which I had had, differing only in degree. I did not discover Hermann Hesse until 6 years later. I am certain that if I had, Steppenwolf would have become the Bible of my teens. Hesse recognizes these fluctuations of insight as being the very stuff of the artist's life. At any time in my adolescence, asked what is the final goal of life, I would have replied without hesitation, insight. Later deliberations have made me less certain. My year as a civil servant was the dreariest I had yet known. In my journal, I wrote that the chief qualification for a tax collector is an ability to simulate work. I hated pretending to file Schedule A forms that did not need filing. I envied Shaw when I read in Hesketh Pearson's biography that he had been so efficient as an office boy that his employers had refused to accept his resignation. I was frankly incompetent and outspoken about my dislike of the job. I took half a dozen books to the office every day and read them when I had finished filing. In slack periods I slipped out to the local library and stayed there for hours at a time. I was an appallingly bad office boy. The head of the office was a pleasant, middle-aged Londoner. When he had nothing to do he asked me into his office, and talked philosophy, which meant that he told me long, rambling stories about his life to illustrate his own incorrigibly optimistic point of view. Whenever I had to be reprimanded for some oversight or piece of incompetence, which was pretty frequently, he delegated the job to his second-in-command, a good-tempered Scot, who also took a lenient view of my inefficiency. After 6 months in the Inland Revenue Office, I took the examination for establishment in the civil service. I can still remember my despair when I received the letter congratulating me on having passed. I celebrated my establishment by writing a long, pessimistic story about the end of the world. I produced it in a single 8-hour sitting one Saturday afternoon. No one ever liked the story, and I destroyed it later. It was distinctly indebted to Wells's The Star. The only occurrence of importance in my year as a civil servant was my definite abandonment of Dickens as a master of style. One day, in a state of boredom and disgust, I began a story in the stream of consciousness style and found that it expressed my emotions so well that from then on I experimented with it continually. I had always detested the idea of national service, but my period in the RAF came as a relief. The first 8 weeks of square bashing were so hectic that I had no time to think, and my mental faculties enjoyed the vacation. This was followed by a tedious month spent in a Birmingham training camp, where I had little to do except learn to be a clerk, general duties. I had not chosen it myself, the clerking job, and I resented it. Finally, I was posted to a station near Nottingham, and given a little office all to myself, where I was as bored as I had been in the tax office. One day, in a state of wild irritation, I was thoroughly rude to the adjutant, who, instead of sending for the guard, asked me sympathetically why I disliked office work so much. He hoped to get me transferred to some medical unit where I might exercise my incompetence among malingerers who were hoping to escape parades. He had been unlucky in having had a series of inefficient clerks whose oversights had brought unending complaints from GHQ, and hoped to exchange me for better or worse. Somehow, he overshot his mark, and a month later I found myself on my way home with my discharge papers. The whole story is unprintable. I left the RAF with a delighted recognition that one's salvation can lie in proceeding to extremes of indiscretion and ignoring the possible consequences. It was the first time I had had a chance of putting Mr. Polly's advice into practice, and it had worked. The sheer joy of walking out of the RAF gave me a great sense of emotional release. I determined that I would never go back into an office. I sent in my resignation to the civil service, and received a long letter pointing out the gravity of what I was doing, and asking me to reconsider it. I stayed at home for a month until my discharge pay ran out, and then left home with a haversack and hitchhiked north. I had intended to find work, but found myself so reluctant to begin that I delayed until the last of my money was spent. Then I hitchhiked home again. In my fortnight's wanderings I had approached a dozen or so theaters with the idea of training to act in repertory. Luckily, no one had any time for me. At home I worked for a fortnight on a building site, and then set out again, this time traveling southward. I wanted to spend a night at Stonehenge, for no particular reason, and then head for Southampton, where I hoped I might be able to get a boat to India. 2 RAF policemen saw me emerging from a haystack wearing a grubby RAF uniform, without shoulder flashes, and arrested me. I explained that I was not a deserter, but I had no discharge papers and they didn't believe me. I was sent home again. I took a number of jobs in quick succession. I worked on a fairground, selling tickets for a gambling machine. I met a girl with whom I carried on an affair for the rest of the year. It was my first sexual experience, and it contributed to the tremendously optimistic state of mind that I experienced all that year. I took a building job that involved wheeling 1,000-barrel loads of concrete a day up an inclined plank and along a trench to a half-finished building. After a week I handed in my notice and took a job in some government scheme for training farm laborers. For the rest of that summer, I worked on various farms in Leicestershire, learning to milk cows, electrically and by hand, make hay, shovel cow dung into barrows, harness and unharness horses, and dislike the English countryside intensely. Luckily, my dislike did not survive my period as a farm hand. I had ceased to read Eliot. I even gave away all his works, alleging that he was morbid and anti-life. Instead, I carried Synge around with me, and read Herrick, Rabelais, Boccaccio, Blake, and, of course, Shaw. I preferred Joyce's Buck Mulligan to Stephen Dedalus. My interest in comparative religion also developed, and I read Buddhist and Hindu texts for the first time. My first reading of the Bhagavad Gita was so important to me that I had my copy bound in leather and carried it around with me wherever I went. The idea of entering a monastery also became increasingly attractive. Not necessarily a Christian monastery. I did not count myself a Christian, in the sense of believing in redemption by Christ. Rather, the monastery symbolized serenity and time for meditation. Yeats's storm-beaten old watchtower would have done as well. My most acute problem, I felt, was to discover a means of escaping work, escaping the complications of having to find food and drink and a change of clothes. I started instruction in Catholicism, feeling that to become a Catholic would be the first step toward a monastery. But what I read of the strenuous life in monasteries discouraged me. My final disqualification, of course, was my failure to see any need for Christ. The need for God I could understand, and the need for a religion. I could even sympathize with devotees like Siso or Saint Francis, who wove fantasies around the cross, the nails, and all the other traditional symbols. But ultimately I could not accept the need for redemption by a savior. To pin down the idea of salvation to one point in space and time seemed a naive kind of anthropomorphism, like portraying Lao Tzu's unchanging with a beard and white hair. The solution seemed simpler. As an adolescent, I had been puzzled and made wretched by a feeling that sudden moods of vision and insight, what Wordsworth calls the glory and the freshness of a dream, could not be retained or recalled at will. The Buddhist and Hindu scriptures prescribed simple disciplines for retaining them. It was a short step from there to deciding that most men lead such dull and second-rate lives because the concept of a spiritual and intellectual discipline is so foreign to them. Even the men who talk about the need for discipline never practice it. At any rate, this was what I felt at the time. By the time I had been back in civilian life for 6 months, I had begun to see my personal problems more clearly. Previously, my chief enemy had been boredom. I thought I had found an answer when I left the RAF hitchhiking into London from Wendover one day, lines from Rupert Brooke running in my head. Thank God, that's done. And I'll take the road. Quit of my youth and you. The Roman Road to Wendover. By Tring and Lily Who. As a free man may do. It had suddenly seemed that the answer was to keep on the move, never to stay anywhere long enough to get bored. I felt that nothing counted except to achieve the intensity of a visionary, and that the only way to do this was to care more about it than anything else, to be willing to sacrifice everything to the ideal. It did not work out. Wandering entailed too much thought for the morrow. It made life a perpetual anxiety. In its way, it was as bad as being drained of one's vitality in an office job. I wanted to be allowed to meditate and write, but wandering gave me no time or freedom to meditate, while working at a regular job destroyed the inclination. The alternatives were equally poisonous. By the end of the summer, I had come to realize that the intolerable problem of subsistence was still unsolved. Of only one thing I was certain: it was no use staying at home and hoping. My will had to be constantly stimulated by new challenges. In September 1950 I decided to go to France. It was not that I wanted to write in a garret on the left bank, or seek mergers via de Boheme off the Rue du Bac. My desire to write had almost died out, and I felt that intellect was a disease keeping me away from life. I was not sure what I hoped to find in France, but any movement was better than sitting still in Leicester. I set off to hitchhike to Dover, working for a week near Canterbury picking hops, and then for a fortnight near Dover, picking potatoes. During this second job, the farmer allowed me to sleep in an old cottage that he used for storing the potatoes. I slept in an upstairs room, settling myself in the corner of the floor that looked soundest. Most of the floorboards were missing in the rest of the room. I always installed myself before dark, and then refrained from moving in case I fell through into the cellar. At the end of the fortnight, I crossed to France. Altogether, the 2 months I spent there confirmed my feeling that a life without security is dreary and demoralizing. In Paris I lived for a time in the academia of Raymond Duncan, brother of the dancer Isadora. He was a naively egotistic old American who printed his own Whitman-esque poems on a printing press that only had capital letters and issued a weekly newspaper called New Paris York, written entirely by himself in bad French. His long grey hair was fastened by a band around his forehead and he wore a toga and sandals. He preached a philosophy which he called actionalism, which was a blend of Rousseauism and the common-sense practical beliefs of a self-made man who had once been a millionaire. He supported himself, like some medieval craftsman, by making things with his hands, and taught his disciples, of whom I was enrolled as one, to do the same. He preached that a poet would be a better poet for being able to mend a lavatory cistern or dig a trench with a pick. For a few weeks I helped him to print his newspaper, and in exchange was given 3 vegetarian meals a day and a couch to sleep on. I had my own blankets. But he soon found me out, that the 3 meals a day meant more to me than the lectures which he delivered twice a week to selected audiences. He gave me a stiff dressing down, in which he told me that I was an adventurer and an impostor, and gave me 24 hours to find new lodgings. I was not resentful. It was true that my own approach had nothing in common with the deluded Platonism that he preached. When I had first come to the academia I had hoped to interest Duncan in my own attitude, but it was useless. He was good-natured and easygoing, but old, too old to be interested in me, too old even to talk to me for more than a few minutes at a time. So, after a while, his hospitality began to weigh on my conscience, and the summary dismissal brought an element of relief. I left for Strasbourg, where I had a pen friend with whom I had corresponded since I was 14. But my luck was no better there. Since I had last seen him, he had joined the Communist Party. In England, 3 years before, he had struck me as a fool. In 3 years, his Marxism had become an impregnable armor, and my own religious attitude had developed correspondingly. At first there was some talk of my staying in Strasbourg and working for his father, a rag merchant, but as our discussions became more heated and less friendly, this idea was dropped. Within a fortnight we could barely tolerate one another. One day, after a particularly sharp clash of our views, I went to the British consulate and borrowed enough money to return to England. Late the next day, I was back in Leicester. It was a few weeks before Christmas. My 3 months' wandering, considered in retrospect, had given me a pleasant sensation of liberty, but I realized that none of my problems had been solved, and that I would never discover freedom by becoming a tramp. During the previous summer, when I had worked on farms, I had thought of certain poems of Synge, or certain pages in Hemingway, the El Sordo episode, for instance, and had been possessed by an imaginative vision of freedom, a feeling that I could escape the prison of my own personality in the impersonality of other places, in the otherness of the world. It was a romantic vision. It owed something to those last pages of Ulysses, where Mrs. Bloom suddenly becomes the earth spinning around the sun, and speaks of the flowers on her breast crushed by her lovers. And it was hardly to be realized by crossing to France without money. But at least I had learnt that freedom could be discovered in retrospect, by recollecting in tranquility the episodes which had seemed so uninspiring at the time, such as reading the Phaedo while sitting at the roadside near Vitry-le-François, waiting for a lift. For a few weeks, I felt like a visitor in Leicester, and the place no longer oppressed me. But not for long. I needed a job, and my father gave me a long lecture about wasting my time on manual labor. In his eyes, my resignation from the civil service was the most foolish act of my life. In deference to him, I again took an office job, this time in a large engineering works in Leicester. The pay was miserable, and after a few days, I began to hate the job as I have always hated work. Being in Leicester, working in a regular job, made me feel aimless, and robbed me of my sense of purpose. I have no doubt that I would have drifted back into my affair with the girl I had known previously, but while I was abroad she had thrown me over, and I was disgusted to find how much it hurt. However, I began to flirt with the works nurse, a slim, shy girl, 10 years my senior, and I felt pleased at the way in which I appeared to have mastered my emotions. The job followed the familiar pattern. The first few days there, the days I dreaded most, passed unexpectedly easily. Everything was new, and the office staff were pleasant. Part of my job involved walking around the works, they covered an enormous area, and delivering invoices to various departments. I liked to watch the red-hot metal being pounded by the steam hammer, or see long bars of it being cut into chunks. I especially liked watching it after dusk, when the great doors of the shop stood open, and the red glow made the half-naked men seem beautiful. In the shop where the white-hot metal was poured into molds, it was necessary to stand near the doors, in case the splashes burnt holes in my clothes. At the time, I was reading a great deal of Blake. I had only discovered him 6 months before, through reading Joyce Cary's The Horse's Mouth, and the atmosphere of the prophetic books was well suited to that of the engineering works, for they were also full of talk of molten metal and hammers ringing on iron. I carried a copy of Blake with me all the time, and repeated it to myself as I walked around the works. For every space larger than a red globule of man's blood is visionary, and is created by the hammer of Los. And every space smaller than a globule of man's blood opens into eternity, of which this vegetable earth is but a shadow. It snowed a lot that December. Some evenings, walking around the works, picking my way over girders covered with powdered snow, moving towards the white glow that came from the welding shops, the world would suddenly seem altogether good, no longer alien, and my feeling of self-contempt would vanish. All the same, I began to hate the job. As soon as I grew used to it, I began to work automatically. I fought hard against this process. I would spend the evening reading poetry, or writing, and would determine that with sufficient mental effort I could stop myself from growing bored and indifferent at work the next day. But the moment I stepped through the office door in the morning, the familiar smell and appearance would switch on the automatic pilot which controlled my actions. The longer I stayed in the job, the more impossible it became. Moments of insight became less frequent than ever. Repetition makes one into a machine, and all responses become automatic. But the important part of man, the creative part, is the part that is spontaneous. To escape the feeling of being a machine, to try to jar my being out of its automatic responses, I tried all kinds of exercise, getting up an hour earlier in the morning, and going for long runs in running shorts and tennis shoes, sleeping on the floor rather than in bed, sitting up in my bedroom half the night, cross-legged, trying to concentrate until I had broken the feeling of being merely another social animal, staying out until 3 o'clock in the morning and running all the way home. But the longer I stayed in the job, the harder it became to escape the intolerable sense of being what society wished to make me, merely another human being in the human anthill. Yet this problem of automatism is the problem of life itself. In childhood we respond freshly to everything, and nothing is automatic, but as we get older, life becomes more complex, and a part of our activities has to be handed over to the automatic pilot. At first, new experiences stimulate us. After a while, no experience is new, it is intercepted by the automatic pilot. I am convinced that people die because they cease to want to live. What purpose is there in living when nothing challenges or stimulates us any longer, when everything is done by the automatic pilot? In my early teens, I had a terrible suspicion that wisdom meant becoming old and losing the desire to live, that the only way to live for a long time was to be so foolish that all sorts of trivial issues continued to excite one into old age, as an imbecile is excited by a child's playthings. It was not until I was 18, and read the Bhagavad Gita, that this suspicion finally loosened its hold on me, and I recognized that the visionary disciplines himself to see the world always as if he had only just seen it for the first time. At all events, the office job beat me. No amount of discipline could prevent me from feeling abysmally depressed within a minute of entering the office. Even my friendship with the nurse did not compensate for it, nor did the novel that I had begun to write, situated in Strasbourg and heavily indebted to Hemingway, nor the play inspired by Granville Barker's The Secret Life, nor the half-dozen other literary projects I had started work on at this time. I stuck the job until shortly after Christmas and then gave in my notice. I visited the Leicester Corporation offices and got myself another navying job, which involved traveling miles to work every morning, and then working knee-deep in mud, digging trenches. I had hoped the hardship would stimulate me, but within a day or two I disliked navying as much as I had disliked the office. It was free time that I wanted. One day I suddenly conceived the idea of asking the Leicester Corporation whether they would object if I worked for only 3 days a week. It seemed a brilliant idea to me. It would have meant foregoing pocket money, but the amount of free time I should create for myself would more than compensate. At first, the corporation agreed, then they changed their minds, pointing out that the other men would object. In fury and disgust, I gave the job up and took another in a chemical factory. I had got into the habit of reciting poetry as I worked. I liked the poetry of Synge, and that poem of Gauguin's that begins, "I will live in Ringsend with a red-headed whore." It expressed my new anti-intellectual attitude. I liked also to repeat the war poems of Wilfred Owen, especially Exposure and Futility. The active physical torment in the poems was a relief to my feeling of being stifled in trivialities. For the same reason, I looked at the painting of Van Gogh and read all I could find on his life, and read Nijinsky's diary continually. The concept of the outsider first began to form in my mind, and I started to use the word in my journals. I had to concentrate on the idea of torment and horror to obtain release from my sense of futility and pettiness. But soon fresh complications were to alter my life completely. It now becomes impossible to tell the story fully, for it ceases to be my own story alone, and becomes that of myself and my wife. I married in the June of that year. My marriage, to the nurse, brought no answer to the problems, in fact, only intensified them, since I was now forced to support a wife, and later a son, as well as myself. There would be no point in telling of this marriage in detail. For 18 months I worked in factories in London, and we moved from home to home with dismal regularity. The new feeling of security, of having a wife and a home, stimulated me to write, and I spent all my free time writing a novel about two outsiders, one based on Nietzsche, and the other on Jack the Ripper. At the end of 18 months, we separated temporarily while I looked for another home for us, but the separation lengthened, while I spent more time writing my novel and a play than looking for rooms. I was working at this time as a porter in a hospital in Fulham. Finally, I got sick of the portering job, which involved, mostly, wheeling live patients to the wards and dead ones to the mortuary, and went to Paris again. But the problem of working for a living was not solved until the following year, when I had returned to London. In a few months I went through a series of jobs rapidly, a laundry, 2 office jobs, both firms sacked me, a plastic factory and a Lyons Corner house. Then, one day, the idea came to me that I was earning far more money than I strictly needed to keep alive. I earned £5 or £6 a week. Of this, 30s was spent in rent, £2 or so on food, and the rest was sent to my wife, or spent on books and bus fares. I reasoned that of these, food is the only absolute necessity. One can buy a tent for 30s, and provide a roof over one's head. And a bicycle can make bus fares unnecessary. The tent idea excited me. It seemed a perfect solution, for summer, at all events. So I gave up my rooms, or rather, my landlady threw me out after a disagreement, and bought a tent. I did not give up work immediately. I was making a great deal of money by working overtime in a plastic factory in Whetstone. But I saved rent by setting up my tent at nights on a golf links opposite the factory. After a while, I realized that to put up a tent and take it down every day was an unnecessary labor. A waterproof sleeping bag would serve as well. So I bought one, together with an eiderdown sleeping bag, an immense army frame rucksack for my belongings, and a bicycle with a carrier on the back. In a few weeks, I had saved enough money to leave work with the certainty of not having to return for a few months provided my expenditure did not exceed £2 a week. I moved my quarters from the golf links to Hampstead Heath, and cycled down to the British Museum every day, to work from 9 till 5. I was making a determined effort to reduce some of the immense manuscript of my Jack the Ripper novel to publishable form. Mr. Angus Wilson, who at that time was an official in the reading room, noticed me writing furiously, and offered to read the manuscript when it was completed, and, if he liked it, to submit it to his publisher. But sleeping out was a nerve-wracking business. I did not dare to go onto the heath until after midnight. There were too many young lovers about. The police patrolled the heath, but they stuck to the paths and only occasionally flashed a powerful torch around. I sometimes slept till 10. The heath is a surprisingly quiet place on weekday mornings, and was often wakened by someone's dog sniffing at my face, or voices in the distance. Usually, I had breakfast at a busman's cafe at the bottom of Haverstock Hill. They did a remarkably cheap slice of bread and dripping and an enormous mug of tea for 2.5d. The day in the museum usually went by too quickly, but the evenings were the difficult time. After 8 o'clock all the libraries were closed. There was nowhere where one could spend a few hours in warmth and quiet until midnight. A girl whom I had met in Leicester the previous Christmas was also in London at the time. She kept all my books for me, and sometimes entertained me in the evening, but it was too much to expect her to have to put up with me every evening. Her help and sympathy were invaluable, but all the same, I always felt exhausted and ill at ease as I cycled around London with my sleeping bags rolled up on the back. It was a strange sensation, having nowhere to go, nowhere to retire to at nights, nowhere to spend the evening reading. Besides, the girl's landladies objected if I turned up too often. They left her little notes telling her not to let me use the bathroom, and that I had to be out by 10 o'clock. Occasionally during that summer I ran out of cash. Then I had to take a job for a few weeks, one in Lyons, one in a dairy at Chiswick. I continued writing the book well into the autumn. In early November the weather became so bad that I was finally driven indoors. I took a room at New Cross, and another job in Lyons. At this time I was seeing a great deal of another young writer, Stuart Holroyd, whom I had met the previous year. He talked vaguely of writing a critical book, and advised me to do the same, but I was too busy at the time, trying to finish the first part of my novel. It was to be in 3 short parts. I had heard a rumor that Angus Wilson intended leaving the museum, and I wanted to be able to hand him the typewritten manuscript before he left. At Christmas that year I worked at the post office in St. Martin's le Grand, sorting Christmas mail. By doing overtime, I made enough money to buy a second-hand typewriter. Over Christmas, alone in London, I finally completed the first part of the novel, and immediately settled down to typing it. A week later, lack of money made it necessary to find another job. There were long queues in the labor exchange, and only a few unskilled laboring jobs available. I accepted the first one they offered me, as I usually do, and the next day started to work in a laundry in Deptford. The job was so peculiarly detestable, and the conditions so appalling, that I overcame my usual laziness and cycled into London every day, trying to find evening work in a coffee bar. The laundry became completely intolerable to me when one day my journal was stolen out of my pocket. It had contained the entries of over a year past, and its loss enraged me. But the day after this happened, I found a job in a newly opened coffee bar in the Haymarket. I was the washer-up. Compared with the laundry, conditions there were delightful. The kitchen was new and shiny and chromium-plated, and the food was unlimited and very good. I worked every evening from 5:30 till midnight, and had the day free to write. I finished typing the first part of the novel in a burst of energy, and handed it to Angus Wilson on the day he left the museum. And then, suddenly, I felt a little lost. For many years, the novel had occupied my thoughts. Suddenly, it had gone out of my hands. If Angus found it bad, I would begin all over again. In the meantime, there was no point in going on with it. I began to wonder what I should do to occupy my days in the reading room. It was at this point that Stuart Holroyd showed me the opening chapters of his Emergence from Chaos. Suddenly, I made a decision. I too would write a critical book, a credo. I would dash it off quickly, and then get back to the novel. In half an hour, one morning, I sketched out the plan of a book, to be called The Outsider in Literature. It would be a study in various types of obsessed men. I immediately jotted down a list of the type of men who would interest me. Some immediately came to mind: Van Gogh, T.E. Lawrence, George Fox, Boma, Joyce, Nijinsky. I had written a long essay on Nijinsky several years before, which I had sent to Madame Nijinsky. She had replied kindly to a preliminary letter of mine, but never acknowledged the essay. There were obviously many different types of outsider. Some were men of action, some were the very reverse. So there would be a chapter on Oblomov and Hamlet and Hesse's Steppenwolf and The Great Gatsby. These would be classified together as weak outsiders. Then there would be a chapter on Goethe's Faust, Mann's Dr. Faustus, and Dostoevsky's Ivan Karamazov, from whom Mann drew in his own scene between Leverkusen and the devil. A great deal of the book would also be devoted to religious figures: Boma, Law, Fox, Newman, Luther, Wycliffe, all rebels against their time. The outsider shades off one way into the weakling, the Hamlet, and the other way into the rebel. Then there were the French existentialists, and Heidegger, and Jaspers, and of course, Kierkegaard, and these pointed to a tie-up with Nietzsche, while the study of pessimism would link up with Schopenhauer and Spengler. As I jotted down names, and pushed them around to try to find some logical order for them all, I realized with growing despair that there was no order that would embrace all of them, or at least, if there were, the book would be so vast that it would involve 10 years' work. There was no point in being overwhelmed by it and trying to see it as a whole before I began it. I had been doing that with the novel for years, and here, with over 500,000 words written, had only 100 pages in their final form. I decided to begin the book that afternoon in the museum. On my way down there, I remembered a volume which I had read about years before in the Everyman edition of L.E. Fou, Barbuse's L'Enfer. That would make a perfect starting point: the man who looks at life through a hole in his wall. In the museum, I got the book and settled down to read it. In 2 hours I had finished it. It was within half an hour of closing time. Hastily, I looked up a striking sentence which I had noticed and copied it onto a sheet of paper. In the air, on top of a tram, a girl is sitting. I copied on hastily until the bell rang for closing time. The next morning, I wrote on to the end of my analysis of Barbus, and without hesitation, plunged into H.G. Wells's mind at the end of its tether, of which I had had a copy since I was 16. Once I actually started, I wrote quickly. I had written as far as the Lawrence chapter before I stopped for breath. I then reread my manuscript, and decided that it began too abruptly and proceeded too fast. I wrote an introduction, which began by quoting T.E. Hume's prophecy of the decay of humanism, and stating that this book was to be an attack on humanism and an attempt to base the religious attitude on reasonable foundations. Hume had promised to write a defense of his religious attitude, but had been killed in the war. I stated my intention of attempting to write the book that Hume had never written. My method would not be philosophical, but psychological, not an attempt to prove the existence of God, but a search for meaning in human life. At about this time I was offered a daytime job that involved no more than sitting at a desk and answering a telephone if it rang. It seldom rang more than twice a day, and I sat there for 4 hours a day, writing furiously and being paid by the hour for writing. In this early stage, the book was called The Pain Threshold. One day, I installed my typewriter in the office and typed the 3 chapters that I had written. When I had typed the introduction, which did not appear in the published version, I sent it to a publisher. To my delight, he replied within 24 hours, expressing interest. I sent him the 3 chapters as soon as they were typed. This time, he took longer but finally wrote to say that he would definitely publish the book. I was delighted, but it was no time to give way to the pleasure of having been accepted. I suspected that I could not finish the book as well as I had begun it, and that the publisher would change his mind when he read it as a whole. Now I had started typing the book, I became too lazy to write it first and type later, and began to use a typewriter all the time. 3 months later it was finished. The advance which I received enabled me, for the first time in my life, to give up work and do nothing but write. By this time Angus Wilson had returned the novel, with the comment, "I like it. Go on and finish it." But I found creative work appallingly difficult after the easy writing of the critical book. The writing of the pain threshold had not made the novel any easier, every section seemed to need a dozen rewrites. I struggled on slowly, and managed to finish it in 6 months. But having finished it, I could hardly bear to reread it, and decided to start from the beginning again. The pain threshold was due out in a month, and I had tentatively suggested calling it The Outsider, tentatively, because I knew of 2 other books with the same title, Camus and Richard Wright's. Reading the proofs of The Outsider had made me terribly dissatisfied with it. I hadn't managed to put in half as many things as I wanted, or to pursue half as many lines of thought. It needed, I realized, the same care and patience as the novel. Besides, I had begun to read Arnold Toynbee's study of history and a great deal more of Whitehead, and I saw that the argument could be developed much further. The success of the book winded me, and made me more certain than ever that it should have been twice as long and far more carefully planned. I had believed passionately in the book, and had never doubted its importance as I wrote it. But it was intended as essentially a preliminary step towards a far bigger statement. After the delight of the first good reviews, and the knowledge that new impressions were being called for, I became aware of what had happened to the book itself. I was congratulated by critics on having started a craze, on inventing a new parlor game to replace Nancy Mitford's You and Non-You, called Outsider or Insider. The whirl and publicity went on for months, and soon I realized that I had become a stranger to my own book. The people in it, who for years had seemed to live with me, had suddenly become alien. A painting by Van Gogh no longer moved me, Nijinsky's diary stayed on my shelf unread. It was interesting to hear people discussing me, as when a child falls into a doze at a party, and hears the grown-ups talking about him, but only because it was like seeing myself in distorting mirrors. Besides, after a while, people began attacking the book, and declaring that it had all been a mistake, and that I was not a promising young writer after all. No doubt they were right. Although I have always used writing as a medium to clarify my thoughts, I have never thought of myself as primarily a writer. Writing is an instrument of my main purpose, and that purpose is my own business and no one else's. I am convinced, like my outsider, that all men who have ever lived have been failures. As a child, I thought of every adult I met, I shan't waste my life like that. This problem is the impetus that drives my living, and my writing is merely one discipline for solving it. The answer seems to lie in achieving a certain state of mind called vision, and above all other things I prefer to study the evidence that men have left of their moments of vision, Nietzsche's glimpse on the hilltop, Van Gogh's green cornfield, Pascal's memorial, Boehme's pewter dish, the moment of great insight in which the purpose of all life is seen. Ultimately, this is the only thing worth achieving. Yeats called life a vast preparation for something that never happens, and yet 1 minute of such vision could turn all preparation into achievement. These visions and the men who saw them occupy all my time and attention. To facilitate my own study of them, I wrote about them more or less consecutively in The Outsider, as I have been writing about them haphazardly for years in my journals. For myself, The Outsider and the present book are a sort of extension of my journals, a part of my working notes. I am grateful that their publication has made me enough money to allow me to continue to work on for a few more years, but their publication was not an essential part of my purpose. I am not necessarily a writer. The moment writing ceases to be a convenient discipline for subduing my stupidity and laziness, I shall give it up and turn to some more practical form. I wish this to be understood because I find that being regarded as a promising young writer, or attacked as a charlatan or a woolly-minded freak, tends to destroy my certainty of purpose. The prospect of spending my life trying to make myself worthy of a few pages in the Cambridge History of English Literature seems to me a particularly dreary kind of treadmill. I see now that I must try to escape the subtle falsifications of my aims that the success of The Outsider caused. I must retrace my steps to the period before it was published, and begin working again from there. In those days, I had a plan for drafting a vast critical credo that should define the area of my interest, to be followed by a series of novels and plays in which the outsider idea would be explored in all its existentialist implications. But the idea of writing books merely because I am now known as a writer is repellent to me. Temperamentally, my sympathy is still with novelists and Jean-Paul Sartre and other deniers of the daylight, and to know that anything is expected and demanded of me is enough to make me detest it. A few words should be said about the plan of this book. It has given me far more trouble to write than The Outsider, for the subject is far more complex. In the first chapter, I have tried to present the outline of The Outsider in a concentrated form, and to emphasize that what I mean by existentialism covers a broader field than what Kierkegaard or Heidegger or Sartre mean by it. My existentialism is closer to Goethe's idea of Bildung. I have tried to underline this by illustrating my thesis with analyses of Rilke, Rimbaud, and Scott Fitzgerald, the last because he is, in all essentials, a man of the 20th century. In the second chapter, the central theme of this book appears for the first time, the decline of Western civilization. The chapter is devoted to analyses of Spengler and Toynbee. The second part of the book swings back to the problem of the outsider, and his attempt to become an insider by accepting a religious solution. Boehme, Swedenborg, Pascal, Ferrer, Law, Newman, Kierkegaard, and Shaw are all examined and their solutions scrutinized. Shaw is deliberately included in the list of religious outsiders to emphasize that he is not quite the lone phenomenon that modern critics seem to believe, and to demonstrate his affinities with other anti-materialist thinkers since the 16th century. In the final chapter of this book, the two lines of thought, the religious and the historical, converge in a consideration of the thought of two major 20th century philosophers, Ludwig Wittgenstein and Alfred North Whitehead, and the paradox that Wittgenstein was an outsider in his life but not in his philosophy, while Whitehead led an insider's life and yet created the only uniquely English brand of outsider philosophy. This book is still not a final solution of the problems that preoccupy me. How could it be? Rather, it is the opening of a new line of thought that increases the problems I have already raised in The Outsider. But at least I have tried to answer the accusation that the outsider concept is just an intellectual fad, with no real relevance to the problems of the world in the 20th century. The conclusions are pessimistic, as far as Western civilization is concerned. And since the world is now a smaller place, where all civilizations are interwoven, it is difficult not to feel that this pessimism implicates the whole human race. Logically, this conclusion is difficult to avoid. Yet my own temperament has a vein of optimism that is not crushed by these reflections, although I am hard put to it to say why. Perhaps I have simply failed to grasp my own conclusions. In any case, my business is clear, to present my vision as capably as I can, and then to carry my sense of urgency back into my own personal life. There is a limit beyond which discursive thought cannot go, and for the moment, I have reached my own limit. Part 1. Chapter 1, The Anatomy of Imagination. There is a case in Taylor's medical jurisprudence of a man who committed suicide by burning himself to death. He lay on a straw mattress, and lit a candle underneath. Periodically, he got off the mattress, and noted down his sensations on a sheet of paper on the bedside table. In the morning, when his charred body was discovered on the completely burnt mattress, the note was found. He wanted, he explained, to prove once and for all that suicides are not necessarily cowards. He had chosen this method to demonstrate it. This is the image of the outsider, a man whose passion for observation and experiment does not stop, even when it is a question of experimenting with his own death. In Granville Barker's The Secret Life, Strode had quoted the words of Elijah, "O Lord, take away my life, for I am not better than my fathers." In that sentence is summarized what is, for the outsider, the whole tragedy of living. Men come and go, and society changes, civilizations rise and fall, but men always remain as stupid. In A Chorus of the Rock, Eliot asks, "Where is the life we have lost in living?" But for the outsider, all men lose their lives in living them. All men are failures. In The Outsider, I treated that consciousness of failure, of loss. 7 chapters of the book aimed at presenting and documenting, as fully as possible, the concept of the futility of human life, and also at trying to pinpoint the outsider's occasional sense of a way out of the futility. In the 2 final chapters of the book, I tried to give a sketch of certain positive attempts to solve the problems of the outsider. These attempts pointed to a religious solution, but one which was only outlined. In the present book, I hope to present such a solution more fully. The outsider, then, is a man who is haunted by a sense of the futility of life. Most of the modern outsiders I dealt with felt that there was no way out of this impasse. But to some degree, a closer examination showed that this attitude is due to the peculiar conditions of our civilization. Spiritual standards have almost ceased to exist, and Freud and Karl Marx have done a thorough job of convincing us that all men are much the same, subject to the same kind of psychological and economic pressures. If the modern outsider finds the world an unrelieved prospect of futility, it is because his training and conditioning make it difficult for him to see any meaning in the notion of increased intensity of mind. And this is the key to all religion. Like The Outsider, this book will be a case book. But most of the emphasis will no longer be on the sense of misery and futility. In The Outsider, a formula was arrived at: the outsider's salvation lies in extremes. One could rephrase that: the outsider only ceases to be an outsider when he becomes possessed, when he becomes fanatically obsessed by the need to escape. The outsider could be compared to a man who has been hypnotized, and lowered into a cage full of apes. The hypnosis prevents him from understanding why he finds the apes disgusting and stupid. He only knows that he detests them. He believes he is an ape too. His solution lies in deliberately fighting the hypnosis, in telling himself, "I am not an ape, I must be something more than an ape." A difficult matter if his hypnosis, his conditioning as an ape, inclines him to give up the struggle and become a member of the simian race and a good citizen of the ape community. The outsider's despair, in fact, comes from his vision of the vast sea of mediocrity that makes up humankind, and his rebellion at the idea of belonging to it. The perfect example of this attitude is in Swift, whose loathing of human beings has frequently been called pathological, insane, psychotic, although to any outsider, it looks reasonable and normal enough. W.B. Yeats, who had profound insight into Swift, as his play The Words Upon the Window Pane proves, has characterized him in 2 lines. Swift beating on his breast in Sibylline frenzy, blind because the heart in his blood-sodden breast has dragged him down into mankind. When the outsider is in his earliest stages, when he does not know himself or understand why he is out of harmony with the rest of humankind, his hatred for men and the world makes him an unbalanced misfit, a man full of spite and envy, neurotic, cowardly, shrinking and wincing. His salvation depends upon the achievement of self-understanding, self-knowledge. It is only when he begins to find himself that he realizes that his hatred is perfectly justified, a healthy reaction to a world of sick half-men. But now there is an important new development, which I barely touched on in The Outsider. It can best be explained, perhaps, by referring to Peter Keegan, the outsider priest in John Bull's Other Island. In this play, it will be remembered, Tom Broadbent, a typical bourgeois Englishman, goes to Roscommon, in the west of Ireland, to take over some property from a landlord who cannot pay off the mortgage. He goes into a country of early-stage outsiders, and Shaw's evocation of them is superb. Doyle, Broadbent's Irish partner, explains. Here in England, if the life is dull, you can be dull too, and no great harm done. Going off into a passionate dream, but your wits can't thicken in that soft moist air, on those white springy roads, in those misty rushes and brown bogs, on those hillsides of granite rocks and magenta heather. You've no such colors in the sky, no such lure in the distances, no such sadness in the evenings. Oh, the dreaming! The dreaming! The torturing, heart-scalding, never-satisfying dreaming, 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 dreaming. Savagely, no debauchery that ever coarsened and brutalist an Englishman can take the worth and the usefulness out of him like that dreaming. An Irishman's imagination never lets him alone, never convinces him, never satisfies him, but it makes him that he can't face reality nor deal with it nor handle it nor conquer it. He can only sneer at them that do. Ts all dreaming, all imagination. He can't be religious. The inspired churchman that teaches him the sanctity of life and the importance of conduct is sent away empty, while the poor village priest that gives him a miracle or a sentimental story of a saint, has cathedrals built for him out of the pennies of the poor. He can't be intelligently political, he dreams of what the Shan Van Vocht said in '98. It saves thinking. It saves working. It saves everything except imagination, 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 and imagination's such a torture that you can't bear it without whiskey. With fierce shivering self-contempt, at last you get that you can bear nothing real at all. You'd rather starve than cook a meal. You'd rather go shabby and dirty than set your mind to take care of your clothes and wash yourself. You nag and squabble at home because your wife isn't an angel, and she despises you because you're not a hero, and you hate the whole lot around you, because they're only poor slovenly useless devils like yourself. This, it will be seen at once, is a perfect characterization of the outsider as I described him in the early chapters of that book, the Barbus outsider, the Axel, the whole subject of Goncharov's Oblomov, the Russian Hamlet who just cannot bring himself to do anything, and of all the work of Samuel Beckett from Malone, Beckett's Oblomov, to an attendant Godot. There is also, perhaps, an element of hitting out at Yeats in this passage, Yeats of the Land of Heart's Desire and the dreamy fairyland of the early poems. Shaw wrote the play originally for the Abbey Theatre. In Roscommon, Broadbent meets Peter Keegan, the strange, mystical priest, who spends his evenings dreaming by the Round Tower, and the conflict between their characters becomes, perhaps, the center of the play. Keegan is generally supposed to be mad, the legend being that he once confessed a black heathen on his deathbed, and that when the devil came for the heathen's soul, he took off Keegan's head and turned it round 3 times before putting it on again, and that Keegan's head has been turned ever since. In the scene in which Keegan and Broadbent meet for the first time, Doyle asks Keegan the true version of this legend. Keegan tells him, "I heard that a black man was dying, and that the people were afraid to go near him. When I went to the place I found an elderly Hindu, who told me one of those tales of unmerited misfortune, of cruel ill luck, of relentless persecution by destiny, which sometimes wither the commonplaces of consolation on the lips of a priest. But this man did not complain of his misfortunes. They were brought upon him, he said, by sins committed in a former existence. Then, without a word of comfort from me, he died with a clear-eyed resignation that my most earnest exhortations have rarely produced in a Christian, and left me sitting there by his bedside with the mystery of this world suddenly revealed to me. Broadbent, that is a remarkable tribute to the liberty of conscience enjoyed by the subjects of our Indian Empire. Larry, no doubt, but may we venture to ask what is the mystery of this world? Keegan, this world, sir, is very clearly a place of torment and penance, a place where the fool flourishes and the good and wise are hated and persecuted, a place where men and women torture one another in the name of love, where children are scourged and enslaved in the name of parental duty and education, where the weak in body are poisoned and mutilated in the name of healing, and the weak in character are put to the horrible torture of imprisonment, not for hours but for years, in the name of justice. It is a place where the hardest toil is a welcome refuge from the horror and tedium of pleasure, and where charity and good works are done only for hire to ransom the souls of the spoiler and the sybarite. Now, sir, there is only one place of horror and torment known to my religion, and that place is hell. Therefore it is plain to me that this earth of ours must be hell, and that we are all here, as the Indian revealed to me, perhaps he was sent to reveal it to me, to expiate crimes committed by us in a former existence. Broadbent, your idea is a very clever one, Mr. Keegan, really most brilliant. But it seems to me that you are overlooking the fact that of the evils you describe, some are absolutely necessary for the preservation of society, and others are encouraged only when the Tories are in office. I find the world quite good enough for me, rather a jolly place, in fact. Keegan, looking at him with quiet wonder. You are satisfied? Broadbent, as a reasonable man, yes. I see no evils in the world, except, of course, natural evils, that cannot be remedied by freedom, self-government, and English institutions. I think so, not because I am an Englishman, but as a matter of common sense. Keegan, you feel at home in the world, then? Broadbent, of course. Don't you? Keegan, from the very depths of his nature, no. Broadbent, breezily. Try phosphorus pills. I always take them when my brain is overworked. This passage is supremely important in Shaw, because it so clearly defines the difference between the insider's and the outsider's positions. The outsider was Shaw's lifelong preoccupation, as I shall try to show in a later chapter. In fact, the first use of the word outsider that I know, in the sense in which I use it, occurs in Shaw's preface to Immaturity. But most important is Keegan's doctrine of hell. Keegan's speech, "This world is clearly a place of torment," might have been placed in the mouth of Ivan Karamazov at the end of that terrible chapter in which he describes the torture and ill treatment of children. In fact, the belief that this world is hell is perfectly consistent with the outsider's vision of it. This was touched upon in The Outsider, where it frequently became apparent that the outsider's vision of the world is a vision of torment, sordidness, misery, sudden death, and everlasting insecurity. See, for example, Hemingway's works, and La Nausée, Crime and Punishment. The outsider's hatred of men, his contempt for the life we have lost in living, does not become objective until he realizes that something is wrong with the way all men live. The ordinary businessman, the statesman, the professor, does not see man as a creature of possibilities. He sees other men as rather like himself, limited, narrow, but capable of minor achievements with more efficient business training, better social organization, improved education. The outsider, with his instinctive urge to become more than man, just as the hypnotized man wanted to become more than ape, feels the need to place man against some greater canvas than mere human beings, to see him in relation to his greatest spiritual possibilities. The outsider's instincts, once he has got them disentangled from his misery and frustration, are the instincts of the spiritual explorer, the spiritual reformer. Broadbent's vision is humanistic. He thinks in terms of education and liberalism, human progress through material prosperity. Keegan's is religious. He goes even further than the religious teachers who point out that it is a bad bargain to gain the world and lose your own soul. He claims that if you gained the world, you would only have gained hell. It is true that his idea of hell is more like that of the Buddhist than the Christian. In the Buddhist doctrine, the penalty for sin and worldliness is to be reborn in a lower form of life, as an ape, for instance, and in this, the Buddhist shows a profound grasp of the reality of mental torment. Spiritual hell is to place a man of high abilities and great talent in a position where he will be frustrated and bored, denied self-expression. It is, in short, the outsider's position in the world. The idea of hell is fundamental to the outsider's way of thinking. He lives in a world of apes, whom he detests. He is told that religion consists in loving your neighbor as yourself, and in practicing the virtues of patience and charity. The most the outsider can say is that he dislikes his neighbor just a little more than he dislikes himself. Most human beings strike him as being so stupid that they might as well be dead. Consequently, he has none of the respect for human life that most religions enjoin. His credo is a doctrine of self-expression, and if self-expression means war and murder, he unhesitatingly prefers it to the doctrine of peace and goodwill towards men. By conventional standards, he is a dangerous and antisocial man who should be quietly exterminated for the good of society. This gospel of hell is clearly expressed in William Blake's Marriage of Heaven and Hell, in such sayings as "Drive your cart and your plough over the bones of the dead, he who desires but acts not, breeds pestilence, sooner murder an infant in its cradle than nurse unacted desires." Or, in a slightly different aspect, it can be seen in a parable like this, from Nietzsche's Gay Science. A man holding a newly born child in his hands came to a saint. "What should I do with the child?" he asked. "It is wretched, deformed, and has not even enough of life to die." "Kill it," cried the saint with a dreadful voice. "Kill it, and then hold it in thy arms for 3 days and 3 nights to brand it on thy memory, thus wilt thou never again beget a child when it is not the time for thee to beget." When the man had heard this, he went away disappointed, and many found fault with the saint because he had advised cruelty. "But is it not more cruel to let it live?" asked the saint. At first sight, in fact, it looks as if the outsider's pessimistic vision leads direct to cruelty and anti-Christianity. Yet there is another aspect to this outsider vision of the universe, a profound awareness of misery and pain that is the very reverse of the ruthless concentration camp mentality. It can be seen in Dostoevsky all the time, from Poor Folk to the Brothers Karamazov. On a first reading of Blake's prophetic books, especially the finest and most lyrical of them, the Four Zoas, the main impression the reader gets is of an enormous number of descriptions of misery and torment. Passages like this are a commonplace. The spectre wept at his dire labors when from ladles huge he poured the molten iron round the limbs of Enitherman. His personages are continually howling and wailing, or writhing in torment. The prophetic books are full of visions of winds shrieking through space, and red flames and smoke. Now it is evident that the motive underlying Blake's emphasis on pain is not sadism, but an outsider's attempt to underline the concept of hell. He is simply striving for an intensification of consciousness through pain, the reaction of an outsider in rebellion against the second-rateness of his time. For a full understanding of the prophetic books, they should be turned to immediately after reading Blake's Island in the Moon, the fragment of a satirical novel about the fashionable drawing rooms of his day, with silly society women gushing, and detestable intellectual men trying to be brilliant. One can see why an outsider should turn with relief to the idea of pain. It represents an approach to reality. The outsider finds the concept of hell valuable, then, because pain is an antidote for human stupidity, it has the power of heightening consciousness, and the outsider's deepest realization is that his consciousness needs heightening. At the same time, the idea of ruthlessness is a relief when one has been overwhelmed by mediocrity. The prevalence of the idea of strain and suffering in modern art is undoubtedly due to this basic outsider consciousness. There is the gloomy atmosphere in the novels of Faulkner and Sartre, and the tension in the music of a composer like Alban Berg, or in much of the painting of such men as Picasso, Ernst, and Braque. But more than this, all outsider art and literature has a sort of bias towards insanity. Blake says, in The Marriage of Heaven and Hell, "As I was walking among the fires of hell, delighted with the enjoyments of genius, which to angels look like torment and insanity." This tendency could easily be labeled decadence, but the label is meaningless. The truth is that the Barbusse outsider, it will be recollected that Barbusse's hero spent his days looking through a hole in the wall at the life that comes and goes in the next room. The early stage outsider finds hell easier to comprehend than heaven. He finds insanity easier to comprehend than the supersanity of men of genius, which is the only sanity that ultimately he wants to understand. For him, the sanity of the bourgeois is not true sanity, any more than the stagnation of a swamp is true calm and serenity. But he knows no other kind. The concept of hell is only important insofar as it points to a concept of heaven. The concept of insanity only matters because it is a step towards supersanity. The second part of this book will be mainly concerned with defining these notions of heaven and supersanity. But before then, there are some important issues to be made clear. And the first of these is the question of the real meaning of existence philosophy, the meaning that the outsider attaches to it. And again, we must refer to this basic notion that all men have bungled their lives. Elijah's "Take away my life, O Lord, for I am not better than my fathers." The outsider cannot help feeling that men do not learn from experience, not the really important things. When adulthood is reached, most men seem to reach a level of maturity at which they remain until their faculties begin to decay. There are, of course, some men who seem to squeeze the subtle essence from their experience and learn by it, the great poets and artists. The last quartets of Beethoven represent the accumulated experience of 50 years, and there seems to be no reason why he should not have gone on indefinitely, writing still greater music as he got older. But Beethoven is a rarity, he is more than a rarity, he is almost unique. How many other artists can be said to have gone on developing to the day of their death? Yet this is the essence of existence philosophy. Philosophy means systematizing one's knowledge of the universe. Existence philosophy means systematizing one's knowledge of how to live by the most rigorous standards, by the outsider's standards. Very few men can serve as examples of this kind of development. It requires a peculiar sort of honesty. Among modern writers, W.B. Yeats, André Gide, Rainer Maria Rilke, possessed this honesty. Rilke especially deserves closer attention as the epitome of the existentialist poet. Rilke's life is especially interesting because he was, in many senses, a failure. Yeats and Gide were both reasonably fulfilled men, but Rilke seemed never to find his feet. He was lonely and dissatisfied to the end. The first sensation one is likely to have on reading Rilke is that he was far too sensitive. There was none of that tough-mindedness about him that one finds in Eliot or Hemingway. He is the sort of person that W.S. Gilbert might have satirized. What is one to feel about a description like this? Through the crowd on the Grabenpracht's main street a young man slowly makes his way, clad in an old-fashioned black frock coat, wearing a black cravat round his outmoded collar and a broad-brimmed black hat. This strange apparition holds a brightly colored flower in his hand, a long-stemmed iris. He bears it along solemnly, as though he were carrying a blessed candle in a procession. He seems to be looking for somebody that nobody has yet seen in these streets. A group of quite young people have collected at a street corner and gaze ecstatically at the man with the flower. That was Rainer Maria Rilke, one of them whispers, and all smile happily. This is an account of Rilke at 20, by Steiner Pragg, a contemporary observer. In the same way, when one reads Rilke's letters, so many of them passionate effusions to older women, one cannot help feeling that he was a mother's boy, and never grew out of it. When one learns that his mother brought him up as a girl, dressing him completely in girl's clothes until he went to school, and even then playing games with him in which he would be little Sophie, her sweet little daughter, one can only recoil, and turn hastily to Hemingway's stories of his early childhood in the Michigan backwoods. But in spite of this, Rilke has a kind of toughness that is quite peculiar to him, a Baudelaire-like capacity to accept his own pain and transmute it, to hammer it into creation. Rilke's father was a civil servant with some appointment on the railways, an Austrian whose family had strong military traditions, and whose own military career had been frustrated by ill health. He wanted his son to become an officer in the Austrian army. So at the age of 11 Rainer was torn from his mother's petticoats and sent to the military school at St. Polten. Until then, he had hardly mixed with other children, he had even been accompanied to and from school by a nurse. In the rough and noisy environment of the military academy he was thoroughly miserable, and may possibly have made himself more miserable by indulging in self-pity. He spent 5 years there. Later he described himself as leaving it in a state of exhaustion, misused in body and mind, and even went so far as to compare the academy with the prison camp of Dostoevsky's House of the Dead. It is, in any case, impossible to say whether the sudden harshness of his cadet experience did him more harm than good. Finally, at 16, he managed to get himself removed from the academy on grounds of weak health, or possibly the legend that he ran away may have some substance. He studied in the Commercial Academy at Linz for a short time, and seems to have been a good pupil, and then, at the suggestion of an uncle, began to study law, with a view to succeeding the uncle in his barrister's practice. Probably Rilke accepted his uncle's offer to finance his education simply as an escape from the need to earn his own living. He seems to have been happier at Prague University than he had been in the academy. It gave him the leisure he wanted in order to write. For by this time, he had decided that he wanted to be a poet. He had always scribbled and sketched, ever since he was a child, and his parents had encouraged him in his early years. Now, At the age of 17, he began writing a great deal of bad verse, and fell in love several times. To one lady, he wrote no less than 130 letters, which she later sold to the Prussian archive. Rilke was always a prodigious letter writer. His collected letters occupy many volumes, and each letter is as carefully written as a poem. The remarkable thing about the young Rilke is not the excellence of his poetry. If he had died at the age of 25, no one would have remembered him. It is the fact that he so thoroughly dramatized himself in the role of poet. The life of Rilke is an astounding case of self-creation. He has in common with his great contemporary Sibelius the fact that his early work showed no special talent, and it would have taken a person of extraordinary insight to distinguish young Rilke from the other young poets and writers he mixed with in Prague. His first volume of poems appeared when he was 19. It was published at his own expense, so was a curious little magazine called Wild Chicory, which he presented to hospitals and societies. There is a touching Shelleyan idealism about this last idea, writing songs for the people, and giving them away free. He published more volumes of poetry in the next few years, an average of a volume a year. When he was 22, he discovered the work of the Danish novelist J.P. Jacobsen, and was particularly influenced by Niels Line, which is a sort of 19th-century version of Joyce's portrait of the artist as a young man. Rilke hardly needed confirming in his vision of himself as a poet, but Jacobsen's novel provided him with a warning, too. Niels's mother is a Madame Bovary figure, who has always lived in a land of dreams, and found reality too hard and coarse for her. She brings up her son with the idea of making a poet of him. We can see why Rilke was so struck by the book. Niels has the temperament of a poet, but not the strength for loneliness, that strength that makes the work of the deaf Beethoven so great. He keeps turning to people and to shallow ideals to relieve the tension. Finally, he becomes something of a drifter, a dissatisfied wanderer, like Shelley's Alastor, and joins the army in a war because he needs some external support for his own existence. When he is shot, and dies, the reader feels that it is not a moment too soon. He was weak. Rilke took the lesson to heart. Niels Line became his Bible. The uncle who had paid for Rilke's education in law died when Rilke was 17. He stayed in Prague for another 3 years, then moved to Munich, and announced to his disapproving father that he intended to follow a literary career. The allowance of his uncle was still continued. One suspects that he went to study in Munich because he wanted to get away from his family. At all events, he found himself a small room, and spent a great deal of his time in cafes, talking philosophy. He had discovered the work of Nietzsche at about this time, and it is evident that Nietzsche made an immense impact on him. He adopted the idea of the Superman, the need to become greater than man, and even went further than Nietzsche in concocting a gospel of hate, which he embodies in a short story, The Apostle. In this story, a taciturn stranger excites the curiosity of the guests at a watering place. One day he is drawn out by a lady who asks him to contribute to a charity, and politely explains that he dislikes love and prefers hate. He then expounds the idea that the strong should build a new empire on the corpses of the weak and the unfit. It is evident that Rilke was in revolt against the feminine side of his nature, which his mother had helped to develop. His 3 years in Munich seem to have been spent mostly in talking and meeting people. He met there Lou Salome, the girl who had refused Nietzsche's proposal of marriage 15 years before. Nietzsche was still alive in 1897, but insane. Lou was in her mid-30s, and Rilke seems to have made a mother figure of her, and written her, as usual, an immense number of long, confiding letters. She was now a happily married woman. In 1899, when Rilke was 24, he went to Russia with Lou and her husband. This trip marks a turning point in his career. On his return, he spent several months studying Russian. He and Lou were the guests of a friend at Bieberstein. After this visit, Rilke dashed off in less than a month the 26 poems that make up his first really important volume of verse, the Book of Hours. Then, without pausing, he went on to write The Love and Death of Cornet Christopher Rilke, the first poem that was to bring him fame in German-speaking countries, and several short stories, including the haunting and grisly Anushka, about a half-imbecile country girl who is seduced, kills her baby, and then tries to compensate for its loss by buying a puppet theater. There followed a second trip to Russia, longer than the first, on which he met Tolstoy. Relations between himself and Lou became rather strained on this trip, when she left him stranded in St. Petersburg. It is not certain whether Rilke had ever been Lou's lover, but certainly, after the second trip to Russia, he threw off her domination. He accepted the invitation of a friend to the village of Werp, Sweden, where an artists' colony had been established, attracted, perhaps, by the austere beauty of the moors. There he became friendly with a group of young girls who were training themselves in painting and sculpture. One of them was Clara Westhoff, who not long afterwards became his wife. The young couple rented a farmhouse on the moors, and Rilke became a father. Finances were not easy. Until then, he had been receiving a small allowance from his father, but now his father wrote to say he could no longer afford it, and suggested that Rilke should come and take a job in a bank. The idea horrified him. He began to write frantically to all his friends, asking if they could suggest any literary work. Finally, someone commissioned him to do a series of monographs on the Werp Suite artists, and the horror of working for a living was temporarily staved off. But life in the farmhouse was not easy. The baby screamed, and Rilke tried to write. Finally, probably to his immense relief, his wife went off to stay with friends in Holland, and he was invited to be the guest of a prince in a castle in Holstein. Rilke was never thereafter to settle down for a long period with his wife. It was an experiment, which had not worked particularly well, but his wife was of an independent temperament, and there was no quarrel. In 1902, a year after his marriage, Rilke was commissioned to write a monograph on Rodin. He wrote, announcing his arrival, and then went to see the old sculptor in Paris. He detested the city, its misery and poverty appalled him. He wrote to Lou Salome of a great terrifying astonishment, and the horror at the prospect of all that, by some unspeakable confusion, is called life. He saw Paris as a wasteland, with hosts of invalids, armies of dying, nations of dead. The book that grew out of these experiences, Malty Lords Briggy, is one of the gloomiest books ever written. Like Neil's line, it is the story of a young poet who is just not strong enough. It is written in the form of a journal, and interspersed with fictionalized bits of autobiography. Its atmosphere of misery and desperation is equaled by very little in modern literature. On the other hand, Rodin was as salutary an experience as Russia had been. The powerful old man, he was then 62, was a living example of the virtues of sanity and hard work. Russia had given Rilke's work a strong element of mystical religion. Rodin brought it back to earth and made its outlines sharp and clean. In 1905, Rilke acted for a time as his secretary, but the job bored him, and did not give him enough time for his own work. Finally, relations between them became strained, and they separated, although a friendship persisted. Rodin probably thought of Rilke as weak and oversensitive. During the next 8 years Rilke traveled around Europe, spending a great deal of his time as the guest of various members of the nobility. There was an element of snobbishness in Rilke. He liked to believe that he was descended from Polish nobility, although his ancestors were actually German peasants. He finished Malty very slowly, and it was finally published in 1910. More volumes of poetry were published. Cornet Christopher Rilke had established his European reputation in 1906, some years after it was written. The Stundenbuch, the Buch der Bilder, Book of Images, and new poems contained poetry that would add Rilke's name to the list of great European poets. The most important friendship of these years was with Princess Marie von Thurn und Taxis Hohenlohe. They met in 1909, shortly after he had finished Malty. She was 20 years older than Rilke. Immediately, he cast her for the role of mother figure, and she found it delightful. For the remaining years of his life, she supplied him generously with the sympathy he needed, and also with moral and financial support. In 1912, staying at the home of the princess, he began the first of his duino elegies, his masterpiece. The war came, and Rilke was called up for military service. 3 weeks of barrack life was enough to give him a breakdown, and he was given a clerical job in the War Office. In 1916, a petition signed by numerous German writers secured his discharge, and he returned to Munich. But the experience had shattered him. It was too much like the military academy of his early years, and the senseless horror of the war robbed him of creative ability. As soon as the war was over, he escaped to Switzerland, where he stayed as a guest with various friends. Slowly, he began to recuperate. His publisher was supplying him with an allowance, as he had been for the past 12 years or so. Rilke moved to Paris for a while, then into a castle that had been lent him for 6 months, and finally, to the Château de Musot, in the Rhône Valley. There, in a sudden burst of power, he finished the 10 duino elegies, and produced the sonnets to Orpheus, generally acknowledged to be his other masterpiece. It was as if the tremendous effort had exhausted him. For the remaining 5 years of his life, he wrote very little, a few poems in French, a few translations. His health was broken, and he died in December 1926. From this brief account of Rilke's life, one might well ask, in what sense was he an outsider? There were certainly no strange, catastrophic events, as in the lives of Nietzsche, Van Gogh, T.E. Lawrence. If one wished to be unkind, one could say that he solved the problem of making a living by bringing the art of guesting to perfection, and seems to have spent his life staying in castles and chateaux borrowed from aristocratic friends. Yet a closer examination will show that, in a far deeper sense, he was even more of an outsider than Nietzsche or the others. For the simplest way to define an outsider would be to say that he is a man for whom the world as most men see it is a lie and a deception. Blake, in this sense, is the supreme outsider. The fact that men need one another, that they live in close contact, means that they all impose their way of seeing on one another. This means that while a man is a member of society, it is impossible for him to achieve any vision of the world radically different from that of his fellow men. But Blake, with the piercing insight of a visionary, wrote, "How do you know but every bird that cuts the airy way is an immense world of delight, closed by your senses 5? And penetrated to the deepest root of the outsider problem as only a man of genius can. No man can become a superman in a world of apes, it is impossible to be great among pygmies. And yet this is the problem that drives the outsider." In a passage in Make, which I have already quoted in The Outsider, Rilke asked, "Is it possible that nothing real or important has yet been seen or known or said?" Yes, it is possible. In this long question and answer passage, Malti asks himself many questions. Is it possible that, despite our discoveries and progress, we still remain on the surface of life? Is it possible that the whole history of the world has been misunderstood? And to each question, he answers himself, yes, it is possible. Complete isolation, that is what the outsider is driving at. He knows that, if he could only achieve it, there is a completely different way of seeing the world, a way so different that one might almost say that it would no longer be the same world. The outsider's final problem is to become a visionary. The first and most obvious step is to cut himself off from other people, so as not to be conditioned by their way of seeing. Malti's Catechism is the very essence of this attitude. Rilke might almost be said to have made himself a poet by an act of will. As I have already mentioned, his early poetry shows very little talent. Unlike a Rimbaud, a Hugo von Hofmannsthal, he did not create a great poetry at 16. He envisaged his ideal of the poet, and then quite deliberately acted the poet until he became one. He widened his receptive powers, and when the great experience of Russia came, he was ready for it. The broad rivers, the forests, the vast cathedrals and churches, the general feeling of a people untouched by Western materialism, produced a sudden heightening of his sensibilities, an ecstatic receptiveness. After the Russian experience, his work became saturated with religion. The first 2 parts of the Stunden Buch, Book of Hours, are called the Book of Monastic Life and the Book of Pilgrimage. They are the meditations of a Russian monk on God, nature, and human life. J.B. Leishman has said that everything Rilke saw or felt in Russia was a revelation of God. It is quite clear that for the young poet, for whom the world up till then had been a gloomy, hostile, difficult place, Russia seemed like a spiritual utopia. No doubt the Russia of 1900 was not quite the Russia that Rilke wanted to imagine. What matters is that the image of Holy Russia changed him from a mere poet to a visionary, and in doing so, made him into a far greater poet. The next major experience, apart from the idyll with the Junes and Fleurs in Warp Swede, and his marriage, was the other side of the penny, Paris, city of gloom, where ghosts in daylight clutch at passers-by. After the spiritual release, back to the cage, the wheel turns again, the original vision reappears. The last book of the Stunden Butch is called The Book of Poverty and Death. And the opening sentence of Make is, people come here, then, to live? I should rather have thought they came here to die. Make contains all that Rilke had learned in 2 decades about becoming a poet. It contains his denunciation of fame, the notoriety which can turn an outsider into an insider, and his warning against it. Fame, that public destruction of one in process of becoming, into whose building ground the mob breaks, displacing his stones. Young man anywhere, in whom something stirs that makes you tremble, profit by the fact that no one knows you. And if they contradict you, if they would destroy you, what is this obvious danger, which holds you concentrated within yourself, compared to the later, subtle enmity of fame which leaves you harmless by scattering your forces? Malti is a great book because it is such an extraordinary evocation of a man on his own in a foreign city, the conflict between his certainty of his own power as an outsider, and his feeling of being negated by the immense number of people who live their lives as if he did not exist. There are moments in it when Malti seems to achieve the power of insight that reconciled Hesse's Steppenwolf to his unfulfillment, the moment, for instance, when he passes the shop with the 2 masks hung outside the door, one of the drowned girl who was taken from the Seine, and smiles with such tranquility, the other of Beethoven, symbol of the will to conquer. That hard knot of senses drawn tense, that unrelenting concentration of a music continually seeking to escape, the countenance of one whose ear a god had closed that he might hear no tones but his own, so that he might not be led astray by what is transient. Who will now withhold you from lustful ears? Who will drive them from the concert halls, the venal company with sterile ears? 11. If Malti is a less perfect book than Niels Line, it is because Rilke lacked the staying power and detachment to shape the book as a novel. After all, in Joyce's portrait, Malti's closest relative, only the last few pages are in journal form, and these are the weakest of the book. Yet because it is not a novel, there is a power of concentrated thought about it that makes it as unique as Sartre's La Nausée. The fatigue and disillusionment that are visible in Malti were the next stages on the path from poet to visionary. Until then, the histrionic aspect of being a poet had kept Rilke too self-conscious to abandon himself to new stages of maturity. As in earlier days he had carried flowers through the street, so now he wore black silk waistcoats, and douched himself in eau de cologne. Now he was universally recognized as a poet, but he had not much time to spare for basking in his fame. It would have meant ceasing to develop. The first of the Duino elegies came 2 years after he had finished Make. The story of how the great first line was given to him is well known. He was alone in Princess Marie's castle Duino, near Trieste. One windy morning he received a business letter that worried him. With the oversensitivity of a poet, he allowed the problem to plunge him into an irritated despair, and went walking out along the battlements of the castle, with the sea roaring below. Suddenly, the line seemed to come to him out of the sky. Who, if I cried, would respond in the order of angels? It was the despair of a poet who felt that there must be some order of being more like himself than the apes who called themselves human beings. This higher order of beings he called angels, although he might as well have called them supermen, as Shaw or Nietzsche would, or gods, as the ancients would. He wrote the line down immediately in his notebook, hurriedly sent off the letter that worried him, and then completed the first elegy. The second was written almost immediately, and the others sketched out in the same burst of creative power. The last elegy was not to be completed until 10 years later. Since the elegies might well be called the greatest set of poems of modern times, it would not be fair to try to give an impression of them here. They have had as much influence in German-speaking countries as the wasteland has in England and America, although it would perhaps be more accurate to compare them to Eliot's 4 quartets. Their central theme is that of the angel, Rilke's certainty of the need for a higher order of existence. It is significant that the elegies were finally published at about the same time as Back to Methuselah. Certain lines have a power that comes over even in translation. For beauty's nothing but beginning of terror we're still just able to bear. The idea that dominates the elegies is the concept of human suffering, and the concept of a vision that makes human suffering seem unimportant. Yeats touched upon this many times in his later poetry. That some stream of lightning from the old man in the skies can burn out that suffering. No right-taught man denies. But most important is the fact that Rilke's religion in the elegies is the Nietzschean religion. In a letter to the Polish translator of the elegies, he makes this clear. Not, however, religion in the Christian sense, from which I more and more passionately withdraw, but in a purely mundane, deeply mundane, blissfully mundane consciousness. In fact, the affirmation of Nietzsche's vision on the hilltop, of Van Gogh's Starry Night, of Beethoven's Ninth Symphony. There is also an element of the Goethean mysticism of the last words of Faust. All things corruptible are only reflection. Earth's insufficiency here reaches perfection. In the ninth elegy, this mysticism of the earth appears in the question. Are we, perhaps, here just for the saying, house, bridge, fountain, gate, jug? And in earth, isn't this what you want, an invisible re-arising in us? Is it not your dream? To be one day invisible? Earth. Invisible. What is your urgent command, if not transformation? Erdi, du Hebe, ifh will. The last phrase must be left in German. The English earth, thou loved one, I will, hardly expresses its ecstasy of affirmation. The opening lines of the 10th elegy are perhaps the greatest in all the elegies. Someday, emerging at last from this terrifying vision, may I burst into jubilant praise to assenting angels. May not even one of the clear-struck keys of the heart fail to respond through alighting on slack or doubtful or rending strings. May a new-found splendor appear in my streaming face. May inconspicuous weeping flower. How dear will you be to me then, you nights of affliction? Oh, why did I not, inconsolable sisters, more bendingly kneel to receive you, more loosely surrender myself to your loosened hair? We wasters of sorrows. How we stare away into sad endurance beyond them, trying to foresee their end. Whereas they are nothing else than our winter foliage, our somber evergreen, one of the seasons of our interior year. The concept that now grips Rilke is in the idea of superconsciousness, and the actual using of his experience in a complete rebuilding of his being. The passage above is pure existence philosophy in the outsider's sense, for it shows Rilke reaching towards a new level of consciousness by the process of assimilating his most difficult experiences. Behind it there lies the feeling that men lose their experience because they turn away from it, shielding their heads with their hands, as if to ward off a blow. We wasters of sorrows, we wasters of our own lives. This is Rilke's own way of phrasing, and of answering, Eliot's question. Where is the life we have lost in living? When closely analyzed, it becomes evident that Rilke's final philosophy is a philosophy of the will. All experiences can be used as the building bricks of a visionary consciousness if there is a conscious effort at assimilation. It is not true merely of sorrows that we tend to stare into sad endurance beyond them, trying to foresee their end. It is true of by far the greater part of our experience. Not being supermen, our brains are not big enough to contain all the world at once. We have to select what is to be remembered, and we remember only those experiences that we allow to penetrate our indifference. Rilke's elegies are a plea for an effort of will to assimilate more, a plea for less indifference. The gloomy fourth elegy has the line "Wir sind nicht einig," we're never single-minded. The whole of William James's chapter on the divided self is only a commentary on this line. Rilke felt, as Hesse did, that human life is spent in continual perplexity, continual boredom, or misery or doubt. The moments of supreme detachment, when we stand above our own experience and somehow see a meaning in it, come too rarely. In those moments, we feel unified, and have a keener sense of being alive. The world no longer presses on us so that it seems to flatten us, it is withdrawn, at arm's length. Animals seem strangely at one with themselves. Higher consciousness imposes new strains, and the men who have the greatest sensibility often wish they could get rid of it, like Whitman wishing he was a cow, or T.E. Lawrence envying a soldier caressing a dog. They are half afraid of it. They are afraid of insanity. But the strain occurs only in the halfway stage. Rilke recognized that what is needed is an effort of affirmation. Of course there is strain for a man standing between two stools. He must make up his mind which one he wants to sit on. If he decides for the lower one, as Lawrence did, he should sit on it. If he decides for the higher one, he should make the effort of will to achieve the new state of consciousness, and make an attempt to bully his experience, instead of allowing it to bully him. This may be an unpoetic way of expressing the philosophy underlying the elegies, and an oversimplification, of course, but it is the language that precedes action, and Rilke's failure lies in the fact that he never tried to bridge the gap between words and action. Perhaps he loved words too much, and although this is fortunate for us, it made his life a tragedy. Yet there are moments in Rilke's life of near mystical experience. One of them he describes in a prose piece called Experience. He had been walking in the garden of Castle Duino, reading a book, and had leaned in the fork of a low tree, and suddenly felt completely received into nature, in an almost unconscious contemplation. Little by little his attention awoke to a feeling he had never known. It was as though almost imperceptible vibrations were passing into him from the interior of the tree. It seemed to him that he had never been filled with more gentle motions. His body was being somehow treated like a soul. He asked himself what was happening to him then, and almost at once found an expression that satisfied him, saying to himself that he had got to the other side of nature, zero. There had also been another time, which he mentioned in a letter to Princess Marie. A morning hour, early on the second day, in the little drawing room next to the billiard room. No one had yet come down. I was reading a hymn of some Poeta Ignoto, and was full of concentration and pure mental composure. Outside was the park. Everything was in tune with me, one of those hours that are not fashioned at all, but only, as it were, held in reserve, as though things had drawn together and left space, a space as undisturbed as the interior of a rose. A space in which one keeps quite still. This second experience is not a mystical experience in the accepted sense. Its essence is the phrase full of concentration and pure mental composure. It is the sort of state that Sri Ramakrishna strove to achieve by isolating himself and composing his mind, a state which is difficult to attain in this complex modern age. But it is the state in which mystical insight comes to birth. It will be necessary to say a great deal more of it in dealing with Swedenborg and Boehme in later chapters. What is important to realize is that mystical experiences are not experiences of another order of reality, but insights into this order seen with extraordinarily clear vision and greater concentration. More important than Rilke's mystical experiences are the conclusions that he drew from them. The essence of his philosophy is contained in the phrase "dennoch preisen," to praise in spite of. These two words contain the essence of Rilke's greatness. He admired Baudelaire's poem Carrion because it faced unpleasantness and made poetry out of it. The poem is about a dead animal which Baudelaire came across on a walk. When Rilke first used that phrase "to praise in spite of," James Joyce's Ulysses had not been published, and Hemingway had not even begun to write. Yet the phrase defines the greatness of Ulysses in A Farewell to Arms. In Ulysses, the trivial and disgusting is dwelt on in considerable detail, so that the first half of the book usually repels readers who come to it for the first time. Then, with the night town scene, a tremendous power begins to flow into it, and continues to rise as the Catechism chapter develops its God's eye view of Dublin. Finally, as Mrs. Bloom, dreaming of her past lovers, seems to change into the earth itself, spinning around the sun. The supreme transformation takes place, the great act of affirmation of all life, with yes I said yes I will yes, Erdi, do he be, ich will. Rilke, too, was capable of envisaging such an act of complete affirmation. His Orpheus of the sonnets to Orpheus makes it all the time. Praising, that's it. As a praiser and presser he came like the ore from the taciturn mine came with his heart, oh, transient presser, for men, of a never exhaustible wine. Voice never fails him for things lacking luster. But Rilke could never make this boast of himself. Voice often failed him for things lacking luster. Like the early Yeats, he had all his life hated ugliness and misery and turned away from it. That effeminate, Jamesian prose was not the instrument for taking the worst reality by the throat, and could one honestly expect lyrical poetry to do all that Joyce did in Ulysses? No, the truth is that, great as Rilke was, he reached his deepest insights in theory rather than in practice. Towards the end he saw quite clearly that the really great poet should be an Orpheus, living with such intensity that voice never fails him, not for anything. But he did not put this into practice throughout his life. In the sonnets, he strives to be Nietzschean in his refusal to shudder and turn away. In the 9th sonnet of the second part, he tells merciful judges not to boast of their humanity, and of the instruments of torture we no longer use, for men have not become greater by all this mercy and enlightenment. In the 11th sonnet, he speaks of killing, and says that it is only another form of our wandering sadness. At this point, his English translator breaks into indignation in his notes, and demands whether one could murmur that sentiment over a Nazi murder camp. This, of course, is pure Zarathustra, the man who has so far transcended his human all too human limitations that nothing horrifies him. But Rilke himself never achieved such greatness. He wandered from castle to castle, mansion to mansion, reading the bad poetry of rich women, and engaging in serious conversations with all kinds of imbecilic members of the nobility. In between times he was a chronic hypochondriac, and something of a figure of fun in the Bunthorne manner. In short, after reading too many of the letters, or one of the many biographies of him, one cannot help turning with relief to someone like Hemingway, who errs on the side of being thick-skinned rather than oversensitive. This is not intended as a literary criticism. The present chapter is not about literature, but about existentialism. Rilke's contribution lies in the fact that he did, actually, learn a great deal from his own life, and reached certain conclusions which, even if he didn't live up to them himself, are of inestimable importance in the search of the outsider. It is important to realize that one cannot speak of Rilke the man and Rilke the poet as if they were one and the same. The poet was triumphant, the man was miserable. The poet seems to have achieved a peculiar self-mastery, the man was always subject to nervous prostrations and fits of hypochondria, he wasted his vital powers in worries and irritations. Many outsiders might claim that this is quite inevitable. Hesse, for instance, who feels that the moments of ecstasy are paid for by ennui and suffering, or Yeats, who wrote, "The intellect of man is forced to choose perfection of the life, or of the work." But the whole conception of the outsider is a protest against this attitude. There was not this dichotomy in Chaucer or Villon or Rabelais, they were not haunted and miserable men because they were capable of creation. It is true that history may have deceived us, but they certainly give the impression of being men who knew how to live as well as to create. In the preface to his poems, John Millington Synge touches the question with finality. Many of the older poets, such as Villon and Herrick and Burns, used the whole of their personal life as their material, and the verse written in this way was read by strong men and thieves and deacons, not by little cliques only. In these days poetry is usually a flower of evil or good, but it is the timber of poetry that wears most surely, and there is no timber that has not strong roots among the clay and the worms. Before verse can be human again it must learn to be brutal. It can be said that Synge, although he was writing 20 years before A Farewell to Arms, had anticipated the kind of existentialism that Hemingway brought back into literature, or that Joyce, apparently unintentionally, created in Buck Mulligan. It is almost certainly true that the poetry of Rilke, the poetry of exaltation, is higher than that of Herrick and Villon. The sensible assumption, then, would seem to be that Villon found it easier to make his life and his poetry commensurate because the poetry was nearer the ground, and that a poet like Rilke would require a far greater effort to live on the level of his poetry. This immediately disposes of that nightmare of the barbooze outsider, that life is bound to be a miserable failure for the sensitive man who sees too deep and too much. The problem that is still left open is simply the question of how a poet like Rilke is to use the wisdom of the poetry to direct his own life. It is the moral question that becomes an existentialist question only by the depth of the attempt to answer it. What shall we do with our lives? The outsider's standards are unusually high. For him, success and failure have a completely new meaning. Ordinary success seems particularly poisonous to him, the success of a film star or businessman or the author of a bestseller. That is only a way of wading out into the world's stupidity and losing the possibility of vision. Yet this is no academic question, this question of purpose. The outsider is only the ordinary man raised to an unusual level of perception. His conception of purpose is more exclusive than most men's. He crystallizes it into a positive recognition of the need for an existence philosophy, a science of living. A science only means an attempt to bring order and unity into a subject. The scientist's method is classification and comparison and experiment. That is the outsider's method, too, except that his subject is the actual living stuff of experience, the raw material of the writer. This is why so much of the evidence examined in The Outsider came out of novels and plays and journals, especially journals. The art of The Outsider is essentially a movement towards a science of living. But only a move towards it. Human beings have not yet created such a science, but they may yet do so. It may be the peculiar achievement of Western civilization to have brought to consciousness the idea of an existence philosophy. Such a philosophy has nothing whatever to do with any science that exists at present, and certainly has no relation to literary criticism or to philosophy. The more vital the mind, the keener its sense of failure, of repetition, and futility. A caretaker or charlady is content to sweep out an office every day, with the certainty that the job will have to be repeated within 24 hours. The man of genius demands that the work into which he throws his energy lasts as long as possible. The most casual conversation of a Johnson or a Goethe has a permanent value for posterity. So it is that the most simple outsider predicament is a question of futility, of frustration of an internal purpose. Most of us are driven by material anxieties and the need to work for a living. When, through material success or good fortune, the outsider is freed from these casual obstructions, he is forced to scrutinize his sense of purpose more closely, to calculate how to use his opportunities to the best effect. He would like his life, seen in retrospect, to have the unity of a work of art, a meaning, so that he could point to it in answer to that question, where is the life we have lost in living? All the wisdom he gains through experience should be used as a tool to shape his life, not merely noted in a poem or novel. The reason for Rilke's failure would seem to be a lack of will to do anything except write poetry, that is, to note down his wisdom, and then forget it, or put it into cold storage until the next time he came to write. There was no will to shape his life by it. It was a failure to get his purpose consciously defined. Rilke synthesized his experience for the purpose of art, not for the purpose of wider and deeper experience. It may be interesting, in this connection, to examine a poet whose vision was as profound as Rilke's, but whose conception of living was far more positive, Arthur Rimbaud. Rimbaud was born in Charleville, in the north of France, in 1854, only 2 years before Shaw. His father and mother separated when he was 6. Madame Rimbaud, a hard-headed and determined woman, was left to bring up a family of 4 children on a minute income. She moved into one of the cheaper streets of the town, and kept aloof from her neighbors. She seems to have had something in common with D.H. Lawrence's mother, as described in Sons and Lovers. It would also seem that she was given to talking about religion and the conduct of life. Her son irreverently nicknamed her Bouche d'Ambre. But on the whole, Arthur was a well-behaved little boy, a good pupil at school, an obedient, except when he played with the scruffy boys in the street, whom his mother disliked. A photograph of him at the age of 11 shows a remarkably pretty, serious-faced boy with white eyes and round cheeks. He read avidly and widely, and his schoolmasters predicted that he would be a prodigy. On one occasion, he produced a digest of ancient history, including Egypt, Syria, and Babylon. When he was 15, a young master named Isambard came to Rimbaud's school. He was only 5 years Rimbaud's senior, and immediately made friends with the star pupil, lending him volumes of contemporary French poetry. And in his 15th year, Rimbaud began to write poetry which, for precocious mastery, can only be compared to the early music of Mozart. Isambard was the cause of this sudden creative activity, for when he lent Rimbaud volumes of Hugo, Rimbaud wrote poetry that echoed Hugo. When it was Bonneville or Verlaine, he echoed Bonneville or Verlaine. Even so, these early poems show a delicacy of ear, and an odd quality of self-examination. At 15, he wrote a poem that began, "At 17 one isn't serious. A lovely night, beer harvest, lemonade, the lighted cafes, dazzling, sumptuous. Strolls under lime trees on the promenade, and containing the lovely line, on your lips a kiss. Throbs pulsing, like a little animal." In the year he wrote his poem, he left school in a flurry of congratulations and prizes. Isambard went home for the summer holidays. Rimbaud was sad to see him go. And then, quite suddenly, the good pupil and obedient son started on a new course of conduct. Perhaps it was the unrest of the war that affected him. The Prussians were advancing on Charleville, and his elder brother had run away and joined the army. He ran away from home and went to Paris. He was arrested as he came off the train for having no money, or that was the version he gave, in a letter to Isambard. Isambard sent money, and a letter asking the prison governor to send Rimbaud to Charleville, or if that was impossible on account of the Prussians, to Douai. Douai is about 100 miles northwest of Charleville, and it was there that Rimbaud eventually turned up, delighted to see his schoolmaster again, and rather pleased with himself for his escapade. Madame Rimbaud was informed that her son was safe. She immediately wrote demanding that he be sent home, and ending her letter piously, "May God not punish his willfulness as it deserves." The war made communication difficult, and when Rimbaud eventually reached home, 3 weeks later, Madame Rimbaud seized him by the ear and threw him in through the door, and then turned furiously upon Isambard. He was glad to hurry off back towards the railway station. However, a few days later he received a frantic letter from Madame Rimbaud telling him that Arthur had disappeared again, and begging his help. After his last encounter with her, Isambard was not enthusiastic, but he swallowed his annoyance, and set out to look for his pupil. The trail took him to Brussels, and then stopped. Defeated, Isambard went back to Douai, and found Arthur sitting in the parlour, copying out his poems. The fortnight of wandering had been, on the whole, thoroughly enjoyable. His poem Ma Bohème tells the story. It begins, "Fists probing my torn pockets, off I'd wander, my overcoat more holes than cloth and I poetry's bond slave under the open sky." But he couldn't stay with Isambard. This time, he was handed over to the police, who took him home. Isambard was not risking another abusive reception from Madame Rimbaud. At home again, Rimbaud wrote, "I am dying and melting away in the dullness, the drabness, and the foulness around me." There was no school for the time being. Rimbaud spent his days reading books borrowed from the town library, writing, bored and unhappy. The Prussians occupied Charleville. The winter dragged by, and in February of the following year, school started again. But Rimbaud was determined not to return. Since he had left school the previous August, he had grown up a great deal. His mother found him unmanageable. His mind had suddenly matured. In Paris there were stirrings of revolution, and Rimbaud was impatient to enter the adult world and be done with the schoolboys forever. Once again, he ran away to Paris. This time, he had a far less pleasant experience than before. He wandered around Paris for a fortnight without money, sleeping under bridges, eating out of dustbins. He seems to have spent a night in the army barracks, with humiliating results. It is not certain what happened, but the poem that was the outcome of the adventure makes it clear that he underwent some unpleasant sexual experience at the hands of the soldiers. Le Curvol is an extraordinary poem, almost untranslatable, but too good not to quote, at least in part. Monday triest cur voilà pope, Monday cur couvert de caporal. Il s'y lancent des jets de soupe, Monday triest cur voilà pope. Sous les quillebets de la troupe qui pousse un rire général. Monday triest cur voilà pope, Monday cur couvert de caporal. Ithifalix et paisques, leurs quillebets lont deprave. Au gouverneur envoyé des fresques ithifalix et paisques. This poem was the cause of Rimbaud's break with Isambard. He sent it to his former master with a letter that indicated how important he felt it to be. Isambard was not equal to the occasion. He did not realize what new worlds his pupil had become acquainted with since they had last met. He wrote a satire on the poem, and sent it to Rimbaud with the comment, "You see, anyone can write nonsense." It is hardly surprising that, from that time forward, Rimbaud offered him no more confidences. Nothing is more disconcerting to genius than to find itself outgrowing its elders in insight and intuition. But there is some exhilaration in the process. The contempt is a stimulus, the stupidity a stepping stone. Once more Rimbaud was back in Charleville, and this time his mother did not seize him by the ear. It was less than 6 months since his last escapade, but in that time he had become uncontrollable. The things he had seen and felt had made him prematurely wise. He knew violence and death. In a green hollow where a river sings, circling the grasses with specks of silver white, from his proud steeps the sun ascendant flings splendor. The valley scintillates with light. Open-mouthed, capless, a young soldier lies, where the fresh blue cresses cool his bare head, pale in the light raining down from the skies. He sleeps, stretched at length on his green mossy bed. His feet bruise the iris where he takes his nap, smiling like a sick child on its mother's lap. He is cold. Earth, warm him. Cradle him to rest. He heeds not the scents that rise about his head. In the sun he dozes, head on quiet breast. In his right side 2 bullet holes have bled. And now Rimbaud began to live in a manner deliberately conceived to shock Charleville. He refused to cut his hair or wash. He wandered around the town, smoking a dirty pipe with the bowl upside down. He lounged around in cafes, paying for drinks with lewd stories, or blasphemous comments on the church and religion. He embarrassed the masters at his school by sitting on the wall where his former classmates could see him. All were shocked by the change that had come over the angelic-faced, well-behaved prize winner of the previous year. He still spent a great deal of time reading. Now it was mostly books on black magic and Satanism, or the poetry of Baudelaire and Verlaine. He was in violent reaction against the years when he had been well-behaved and well-spoken, and besides, he was sexually frustrated and bored. He wanted an affair, that is to say, he simply wanted a woman, but the very intensity of the desire helped to frustrate it. His attempts to get on to close terms with the girls of Charleville usually ended in failure and periods of self-hatred. He was too full of lust and unsatisfied longing to make an irresistible, casual Casanova. The days were past when he could write of women with the gaiety of a Keats, as he had only a few months earlier. 8 days I tramped, wearing my boots in holes on flinty roads. I came to Charleroi where, at the Cabaret Vert, I ordered buttered rolls and fresh cooked ham not cold yet. Sitting there contentedly, I stretched my legs out under the painted table, studying the bits of simple wallpaper. Then, heavenly wonder, a girl with roguish eyes and bouncing tits, not one to shy at kisses or such matter, laughingly brought me on a colored platter the buttered rolls and ham streaked white and pink, ham warm and garlic scented, from her jug. She filled with frothing beer a noble mug. It caught a sparkle from the sun's last blink, and the idea of devil worship and blasphemy began to obsess him. He thought of Baudelaire as a man who had submitted himself to a forcing house of sin in order to make himself a great poet. In reaction against the small-town boredom of Charleville, Rimbaud dreamed of a continued exacerbation of the senses through lust, drugs, alcohol, suffering. Anything to drive away the second-rateness, the feeling of stagnation, anything to make the blood circulate again through those areas of his soul that seemed to go dead in the ennui of Charleville. The idea of becoming a drug addict, a physical wreck, a syphilitic, a dipsomaniac, did not worry him. It seemed a good exchange for boredom. One should pause here to emphasize that it was what was now going on in Rimbaud's mind that was the major event of his life, not any mere physical happening. The real Rimbaud was born in those months of playing the roaring boy around Charleville. We are back again with the concepts I outlined in the Steppenwolf passage in The Outsider. The enemy was boredom and unfulfillment. The incentive was a feeling that there should be some way of living life to the full, and he didn't care what that involved. He thought he found a clue in Baudelaire, the alcoholic, the drug addict, perpetually tormented, like Dostoevsky, by his own weakness and vacillation. It was in this man that Rimbaud thought he perceived a tower of satanic strength. For a while, Rimbaud became obsessed by the criminal, by debauchery and suffering. Like all true poets, he was of the devil's party. Now, at the age of 16, he applied his mind to the problem of how to live life to the full. Charleville was as uneventful as a monk's cell. It was an ideal place for the hatching of great ideas. Like Mr. Polly, Rimbaud felt that men are imprisoned in paper walls, which they could knock down if only they had the courage. Like Novalis, he believed that the only thing that prevents men from being geniuses is laziness. He told Isambard, in a candidly brutal letter, "You will end in smug self-satisfaction, having achieved nothing because you will not have wanted to achieve anything." Meanwhile, he continued to shock Charleville. When someone tried to shame him for wearing his hair long by offering him threepence to go to the barber, he bowed mockingly, accepted the money, and went into the nearest shop to buy tobacco with it. In cafes, he took a delight in telling lewd stories in a loud voice, and was triumphant if people at the next table got up and moved further away. He attributed awful perversions to himself, claiming to have a predilection for dogs and cats. But when he was alone, he meditated on the outsider problem, the problem of how not to take life for granted, how to uncover the hidden powers of the human spirit of which the average man is not even aware. He formulated his doctrine that the poet must be a visionary, not realizing how close he was approaching to the thought of William Blake, who also paid full attention to the devil's side of the argument. Rimbaud felt, like Blake, that one can train oneself to see visions, a drawing room at the bottom of a lake, mosques instead of factories. The poet makes himself a visionary by a long, immense, and reasoned derangement of all the senses. This could be done by upsetting the physical and emotional constitution by deliberate exercise of asceticism or vice. Rimbaud must have recognized that there are certain times when the body is weak and fatigued, after a long illness, a hangover due to alcohol or drugs, or mere physical exhaustion, when a curious peace sweeps over the emotions. The mind becomes quite free in an altogether new manner. Instead of being so distracted that it can hardly stick to the same thought or feeling for more than a minute at a time, it is relaxed and easy to handle. Memory works with an amazing ease, and one's past is evoked, its actual smell and taste, by every chance thought or emotion. This is a sensation that every sick man, every debauched man, every despairing man, has known at some moment. When he was 17, Rimbaud produced his greatest poem, Le Bateau Ivre, The Drunken Boat. It is a long poem, in 25 four-line stanzas, a strange rhapsody, sung by a drifting ship after its crew has been murdered by Red Indians. The tense, beautiful language defies translation. Something in the subject and verbal mastery remind one inevitably of the Ancient Mariner, but no comparison can suggest its uniqueness. For a boy who had never been near the sea in his life, it is a miraculous feat of visionary imagination. It was through this poem that Rimbaud came to meet Paul Verlaine. He sent it, together with a letter, to Verlaine in Paris, and Verlaine replied with an enthusiastic letter, a railway ticket, and an invitation to come and stay with his family. At this time, Verlaine was 27 years old. He was already a well-known poet, having established his reputation with Saturnian poems, published when he was 22. He was a member of an influential group of French poets who called themselves Parnassians, and was highly thought of, in spite of his heavy drinking and sexual irregularities. He had been a member of the civil service, but lost his position, owing to a mixture of revolutionary sympathies and ordinary incompetence. He married a beautiful girl of 17, who came from a rich bourgeois family, and in the sheer physical ecstasy of the early married months, he became an excellent husband. He was weak, sensuous, good-natured, and a master of delicate and exquisite verse that possessed a dying fall, similar, in many ways, to the English poet Dowson. At the time Rimbaud arrived, Verlaine was growing restive. His wife was expecting a baby, and they were living with her parents. He had told his wife and mother-in-law of the astonishing poet of Charleville. He thought Rimbaud was about his own age, and they both looked forward to meeting the discovery. When a tall, gawky boy, with long, dirty hair, filthy clothes, and a red peasant's face turned up in their drawing room, they were disconcerted. Verlaine welcomed Rimbaud warmly, but Rimbaud sensed the disapproval of the others. As always when he felt himself disliked, he set out to be offensive, took no trouble to hide his contempt for the bourgeois, and refused to be sociable. He went out of his way to scandalize, and it is hardly surprising that the place soon became too hot to hold him. Then he disappeared. Verlaine had been divided between enthusiasm for a brother poet, and embarrassment on behalf of his relatives. Now that Rimbaud had disappeared, his solicitude predominated, and he sought everywhere for the missing poet. A fortnight later, he finally bumped into Rimbaud in the street, an exhausted, sunken-cheeked Rimbaud who had been living off dustbins again and sleeping in doorways. With tears of pity, Verlaine bought him a meal and found him lodgings. However, Rimbaud was incorrigible, and before long he was in the street again. His unsanitary habits made him unpopular wherever he stayed. It is said that Verlaine's wife went into the guest room to change the pillowcases, and was horrified to find the pillows swarming with lice. When told of this, Verlaine merely commented, "Yes, he cultivates them to throw at priests when he passes them in the street." But the famous friendship between Rimbaud and Verlaine had now begun. It is true that the relation between them was homosexual, but it would not be true to suppose that it was primarily on a sexual level. Rimbaud had, for the first time in his life, found a brother spirit, a poet. At last he thought he had found a partner to accompany him on his journey away from the world. It meant that he had seen a way out of his outsider problems, for the outsider's deepest source of discouragement is his feeling that the world is his enemy, and he must fight the battle alone. For a while, Rimbaud labored under the delusion that two outsiders, in double harness, would stand a better chance against the world. Then he began to understand that he was mistaken. His immediate reaction was to treat Verlaine rather badly, to jeer at him, to quarrel with him. On one occasion, in company with other poets, Rimbaud asked Verlaine to spread out his hands on the café table. When Verlaine did this, Rimbaud drew out a knife and began stabbing at the table between the outstretched fingers. Verlaine jumped up and left the café, at which Rimbaud followed him and began to slash at him with the knife. This kind of antic reveals that Rimbaud was bored with his own attempts at vice, and was turning mean. I cannot agree that he revealed hidden sadism. It seems more probable that the bursts of violence developed from an instinctive dislike of his own silliness and lack of discipline, for fundamentally, like all great men, Rimbaud was a Puritan. The scandal over the two men developed. Verlaine's wife was alarmed by the bad influence Rimbaud was exerting. One night, her husband tried to strangle her, and threw their baby against the wall. When he recovered from the hangover he sobbed with remorse, and promised to ask Rimbaud to return to Charleville. He did, and Rimbaud returned, cursing with rage. The few months at home were spent writing Les Illuminations, a slim work written in a mixture of prose and verse. It is significant that Rimbaud's finest work was written when he was away from Verlaine. The illuminations record the result of months of discipline of the senses, more attempts to make himself a visionary. The months of debauchery in Paris had only made him lazy, a drifter. Alone again, he made up for it. But soon Verlaine sent for him. He returned to Paris, and the round of vice and debauchery, absinthe and sodomy, began over again. Verlaine's unfortunate wife seems to have had a great deal to endure. Dostoevsky himself could not have invented a more pathetic tale. She had put up with beatings, drunken abuse, even attacks with a knife, and finally her husband left her for good and disappeared with his evil genius. Verlaine went to Brussels with Rimbaud, and his wife followed. When he met her, Verlaine was overcome with remorse. He made love to her and was reconciled, then, when she was dressed again, changed his mind. He accompanied her to the Belgian frontier, and hurried back to Rimbaud in Brussels. Rimbaud and he then crossed to England, and came to live in Soho. A sketch made by an artist friend at this period shows Verlaine, tall, skinny, helpless-looking with his drooping mustache and spindly legs, and Rimbaud, slouching behind him, looking like a teddy boy with his long jacket, long hair sticking out from under his hat, and the foul old pipe in one hand. They wandered all over London together, drinking away the little money that was sent to Verlaine from France, wandering around the East End and the docks, or sitting in cafes all day. Verlaine's lovely poem Il pleut dans mon cœur commemorates a brief separation from Rimbaud. Tears fall in my heart like the rain on the town. What is this dull smart that pierces my heart? O soft noise of rain on earth and on roofs for tired hearts in pain, the patter of rain. But still, the worst pain. Not to know why. Without love or hate. My heart has this pain. Later they went to Brussels again, and there the disaster happened. Rimbaud threatened to leave Verlaine, and Verlaine shot him through the wrist. Rimbaud made no complaint, but when, a little later, he set out for the station, Verlaine produced his revolver again, and Rimbaud took refuge behind the nearest policeman. Verlaine was arrested. Rimbaud was taken to hospital, where he spent a week in fever. When he finally got out, he was put on trial. The medical examination revealed recent practice of sodomy, and a thoroughly prejudiced judge sentenced Verlaine to 2 years in jail. The whole quarrel had been more Rimbaud's fault than Verlaine's, but it was Verlaine who paid the penalty. Meanwhile, Rimbaud went back to Charleville. He arrived exhausted, with one arm in a sling, and immediately burst into tears. His mother was unexpectedly sympathetic, and even agreed to pay for the publication of the book he wanted to finish. The book was A Season in Hell, again a mixture of prose and poetry, an examination of his past life, his relation with Verlaine, the pride that had urged him on to excesses. His sister records that, while he wrote it, he could be heard groaning and cursing in his locked room. Finally it was completed and printed in a slim booklet. He sent copies to friends in Paris, and went to Paris to see how it was received. But the story of his exploits with Verlaine had preceded him. Everyone thought of him as Verlaine's evil genius. He was universally snubbed. In a rage, he returned to Charleville and burned all his papers, all his unpublished poems, all the copies of the book he could lay his hands on. He then returned to Paris, came to London and tried to make a living as a teacher, and finally went to Stuttgart to study German. There, Verlaine joined him again, but their second meeting was without success. Verlaine had attempted a reconciliation with his wife. When that failed, he tried entering a monastery. When that also came to nothing, he contacted Rimbaud. As usual, there was something about Verlaine that seemed to irritate Rimbaud, the weakness perhaps. They staggered from café to café, drinking and smoking, and Rimbaud soon made Verlaine blaspheme against the religion he had embraced. One evening they had a quarrel by the river. Rimbaud knocked Verlaine unconscious and left him to lie there until the following morning. Finally, Verlaine returned to Paris. His road and Rimbaud's had separated for good. Verlaine now went quietly and gently downhill. For a while he taught in schools, then tried farming, then, with the death of his mother, simply allowed himself to drift. He drifted, on the whole, highly successfully for the next 20 years, in and out of hospital, always in poverty, always cheerful and gentle, until, by the time he died in 1896, he had a European reputation, and even England had received him with the respect due to a major poet. After A Season in Hell, Rimbaud wrote no more, at least, none of his subsequent work has yet been discovered. If A Season in Hell is really his last work, there is irony in the fact that the book is a recantation of his previous errors, and was intended to be a new beginning. It gives his poetic career a certain resemblance to that of Lautréamont, Isidore Ducasse, for Ducasse had also embraced a theory of Satanism, which he expressed in his long sadistic prose poem, Les Chants de Maldoror, but recanted in the preface to an unwritten volume of poems which he sketched shortly before his early death. Rimbaud lived for another 16 years, but there would be no point in tracing his wanderings in detail. He walked to Italy from Stuttgart, and worked as an unskilled laborer in the docks at Leghorn. He returned to Paris, and then enlisted in the Dutch army, to be sent abroad to the Sunda Islands. He deserted and went to Sumatra, and then to Java, where he lived for a while in the forest. Finally, he worked his way back to Cyprus, where he worked as a quarry hand for a while, and then moved on again, this time to Abyssinia. He set up there as a trader in coffee and perfumes, and later gold and ivory. For a long time he lived with the natives as one of them. His trading ventures were so successful that he was able to retire in 1888, at the age of 34, and had a palace at Harare. During the next 2 years, he would seem to have played some part in international intrigue, and been in close relation with the King of Shoa. But in March 1891, a cancer developed on his knee. He hurried to Europe for an operation, but got no further than Marseilles. There, his leg was amputated, and he died in hospital. Meanwhile, in 1886, Verlaine had published Rimbaud's poems. Rimbaud, in Abyssinia, did not know it, but he had become famous. The aura of mystery attached to his name helped to make his fame. No one knew what had become of him, but it was assumed that he was dead. Many young writers were powerfully influenced by his work. The most important of these was Paul Claudel. The mystery is by no means cleared up today. There is still some controversy about whether A Season in Hell was really intended by Rimbaud to be his last work. Miss Enid Starkey contends that it was not. If her supposition is correct, it is still possible that more works of Rimbaud may turn up out of the heart of Africa. Rimbaud reminds one inevitably of T.E. Lawrence. In both cases, there are the early, creative years, introspective, but full of willpower and high-pressure development. Then the crises, for Lawrence, the Desert War, for Rimbaud, the period with Verlaine, and after that, disillusionment and renunciation, the deliberate choice of oblivion, finally, accidental death, as if the fates had finally grown impatient about their failure to be creative. Both combine self-analysis with the mental makeup of the man of action. Well, the key to Lawrence, as we saw in The Outsider, was that he thought too much. He could not stop thinking. Thinking robbed him of all direct sense of the world and made him incapable of experiencing any other being but his own, a prisoner in his own rationality. The same was true of Rimbaud, except that Rimbaud made war on his rationality. His perception was Blakean. In an early poem, he had written, Notre pale raison nous cache l'infini. Reason for him, as for Blake, meant single vision and Newton's sleep. He was far more positive than Lawrence, more willful. He set about dominating his reason, with the sole aim of intensifying his intuitive experience. I accustomed myself to simple hallucination. I really saw a mosque in place of a factory, angels practicing on drums, coaches on the roads across the sky, a drawing room at the bottom of a lake, monsters, mysteries. But dominating the reason requires continual discipline, especially if one has the penetrating rational intelligence of a Rimbaud or a Lawrence. For a few years, Rimbaud was successful. Then, as practical questions began to demand his attention, his grip loosened. He restored the grip by wallowing in sensual practices, sex, absinthe, drugs, but it was not the same as in Charleville, when he had read treatises on magic. And finally, it would seem, he surrendered, although it might be as well to keep an open mind on this matter, in case Abyssinian poems should turn up. The early vision, the early certainty, disappeared. It has been said that Rimbaud was sustained by a satanic pride, but it was not mere pride. Ancient Egyptian noblemen boasted of being related to the gods. Rimbaud, too, began to create with this certainty, refusing to accept the common lot of mere humanity. It would seem to be a case of hard experience destroying the visions. He began by thinking of himself as a god, he ended by thinking of himself as human. That was his tragedy. His achievement remains, it can be summarized in his phrase, one makes oneself a visionary. At the age of 16, he had seen all the way, to the end of the road, the final answer. But it was a goal which he was never to reach. We have glanced at two visionaries, and tried to pinpoint their inadequacy. Unfortunately, neither of them could be called 20th century figures, in the sense that Lorca or James Joyce could be. This century has brought its own problems and complications, and above all, completely new conditions for the man of genius. The career of a typical 20th century outsider might repay brief consideration. On a less serious level than Rilke or Rimbaud, the life of F. Scott Fitzgerald draws attention to new aspects of the problem. Fitzgerald's life is the tragedy of a romantic outsider in a mechanist civilization. He was born talented, and with an incurably histrionic outlook on the world. Graceful language came to him as easily as to Oscar Wilde, and the power of evoking an atmosphere in a few words. One night, I sat in a swaying motorboat by the clubhouse pier, and while the moon beat out golden scales on the water, heard young Byron Kirby propose to Mary Cooper. The word power comes out in descriptions of school friends whom he admired, Hobie Baker, the football captain at Princeton, slim and defiant, the romantic Buzz Law, whom I had last seen one cold fall twilight in 1915, kicking from behind his goal line with a bloody bandage around his head, his boyhood rival, Reuben Warner, sitting with aloof exhaustion at the wheel of his Stutz Bearcat, and Fitzgerald's description of how he himself had slouched passionately over the wheel of their family car in an effort to imitate him. This is the interesting feature of Fitzgerald, the violent romanticism, straight out of Schiller or Hoffmann, the conviction that life had to offer him something fascinating. And it paid off. He canalised it into his first novel, This Side of Paradise, and the novel brought him fame at 24, and more than fame, the dubious position of being regarded as a spokesman of the younger generation. The novel had been written under difficult circumstances. He had given up his job at the age of 22, and retired, as he put it, not on my profits, but on my liabilities, which included debts, despair, and a broken engagement. To escape the pain of the broken engagement, he had stayed drunk for 3 weeks. Then he settled down to write. The girl had turned him down because he had no money or prospects. He was convinced he had genius. This Side of Paradise was written in 3 months and dispatched to a publisher. 2 weeks later, it was accepted. He was so excited that he ran along the streets, stopping cars to tell friends that he was going to be published. He had no doubt the book would make his name. It never occurred to him that it might be forgotten in a week, like most modern novels. He informed his publishers airily that he would be satisfied with a sale of 20,000 copies, apparently unaware that he would be lucky if, as a first novel, it sold a quarter that number. Duly, it was published, sold 40,000 copies in a few months, and rocketed Fitzgerald to fame. Fitzgerald was the representative of a new generation and a new approach to life, at least, that was what the critics said. Fitzgerald says of it, petting, in its more audacious manifestations, was confined to the wealthier classes. Among other young people, the old standard prevailed until after the war, and a kiss meant that a proposal was expected, as young officers in strange cities sometimes discovered to their dismay. Only in 1920 did the veil finally fall, the jazz age was in flower. And it so happened that Fitzgerald's manifesto, This Side of Paradise, was published in 1920, the year when fashionable Europe and America went on what Fitzgerald has called the greatest, gaudiest spree in history. A whole race going hedonistic, deciding on pleasure. The sequel was like a children's party taken over by the elders. By 1923 their elders, tired of watching the carnival with ill-concealed envy, had discovered that young liquor will take the place of young blood, and with a whoop the orgy began. Fitzgerald and his newly married wife, Zelda, were right in at the head of it. Both were physically beautiful, both had grace and charm. And Fitzgerald had $18,000 to spend. They rode on top of taxis, jumped into public fountains, tried to undress in restaurants, spun around in revolving doors for half an hour, drank phenomenal quantities of whiskey and champagne, and rushed from party to party or city to city in a shower of enthusiasm and popularity like confetti. They got through the $18,000. The cashier had not even scowled at me. I had walked in and said to him, "How much money have I got?" And he had looked in a big book and answered, "None." That was all. There were no harsh words, no blows. And I knew there was nothing to worry about. I was now a successful author, and when successful authors ran out of money, all they had to do was to sign checks. I wasn't poor, they couldn't fool me. In a burst of energy, Fitzgerald produced another novel, The Beautiful and Damned. Again, it was a considerable success. Again, Fitzgerald drew mainly on his own experience, this time his experiences since the publication of This Side of Paradise. It is hardly surprising that Fitzgerald later admitted to feeling nostalgic about the jazz age. It bore him up, flattered him and gave him more money than he had dreamed of, simply for telling people that he felt as they did. There was an extravagance about everything Fitzgerald did. In Paris, he announced to James Joyce that he intended jumping out of the window as a sign of his immense admiration for Joyce's genius. Ulysses had barely been published at the time. Joyce succeeded in restraining him, and afterwards commented mildly, "That young man must be mad, I'm afraid he'll do himself some injury." He played extraordinary practical jokes. One day he dumped a bin full of garbage over the hedge of a garden party to which he had not been invited by a society hostess. When he was approached by an old woman carrying a tray of imitation flowers, he gave it a sort of gay 90s kick and sent everything flying, but was immediately full of remorse and desire to make amends. He and Zelda planned to saw a waiter in two with a musical saw, to eliminate any sordidness. On another occasion, at a farewell dinner given for the film star Grace Moore in One Lay Pins, Zelda jumped up, saying, "What are words? Nobody has offered our departing heroes any gift to take with them." She stepped out of her black lace panties and threw them onto the table. Grace Moore's fiancé announced that he must perform a heroic act in return, and jumped into the sea in his dinner jacket. When the excitement died down, they became aware of Alexander Wolcott, completely naked except for a straw hat and a cigarette, walking slowly across the garden and into the hotel, where he took his key from the desk and marched up to his room. It is this age of fantastic parties that is conveyed in the books. There is an exotic, moneyed splendor about Fitzgerald's world. He gives the impression that the adults of the 1920s lived with the same exhilarated abandon as the teenagers of This Side of Paradise. There is a curious, dreamlike air about it all, like the party that occupies the third chapter of The Great Gatsby. A stout, middle-aged man, with enormous owl-eyed spectacles, was sitting somewhat drunk on the edge of a great table, staring with unsteady concentration at the shelves of books. Absolutely real, have pages and everything. I thought they'd be a nice durable cardboard. Pages and, here. Let me show you. Taking our skepticism for granted, he rushed to the bookcases, and returned with volume 1 of the Stoddard Lectures. "See," he cried triumphantly. "It's a bona fide piece of printed matter. What thoroughness! What realism! Knew when to stop, too, didn't cut the pages." It is a strange combination, the fairy tale effect of the garden party in The Man Who Was Thursday, and an underlying exhaustion and unreality, as in Camus' L'Étranger. Gatsby is a symbol of Fitzgerald himself. His immense parties are only an attempt to impress a girl who rejected him once, a pathetic substitute for heroism. And Fitzgerald's drinking was a substitute for vitality. Sometimes he was drunk for 10 days at a time, and woke up in a strange town, unable to remember anything that had happened since he began drinking. There was the attempt at the heroic gesture, the gargantuan hugeness, always, the sequel of headaches and hangovers, the sense of failure and the anxiety about money that was spent as fast as he received it from high-paying American magazines. Gertrude Stein coined the phrase "lost generation" about the jazz age, but Fitzgerald was never morally lost. Only an idealist could have lived as he did in the 20s. It was not boredom or despair that drove him on to dipsomania, that wrecked his wife's sanity. It was a lopsided idealism, a thirst for experience, that was derived from Rupert Brooke and the poetry of the 90s. In Brooke too there had been the hunger for all experience. It's the sort of day that brought back to me what I've had so rarely for the last 2 years, that tearing hunger to do things. I want to walk 1,000 miles, and write 1,000 plays, and sing 1,000 poems, and drink 1,000 pots of beer, and kiss 1,000 girls. The spring makes me almost ill with excitement. I go round corners on the roads shivering and nearly crying with suspense. It is the same kind of generalized appetite for all experience that turns up again in Thomas Wolfe in the late 1920s, Wolfe's hero of Look Homeward, angel who stands in the Library of Congress and yearns to read all the books, and know all the people who pass outside in the street. It was a poem of Brooke's that supplied the title of This Side of Paradise, a sensuous vision of heaven as a South Sea island. The same lust for experience and the intangible that drove Brooke from England to America, to the South Seas, leaving him always exhausted and disappointed, that fatigued and wrecked Thomas Wolfe in less than 10 years after he had achieved literary fame with a youthful bestseller, kept Fitzgerald and Zelda on the move. There is a startling similarity of temperament between Fitzgerald and Brooke. The letters of both are full of fooling and mock heroics. Please don't say you can't come the 25th but would like to come the 29th. We never receive people the 29th. It is the anniversary of the Second Council of Nicaea when our blessed Lord, our blessed Lord, our blessed Lord, our blessed Lord, it always gets stuck in that place. And Brooke, in his teens. I am busy with an enormous romance, of which I have written 5 chapters. It begins with my famous simile about the moon. The moon was like an enormous yellow scab on the flesh of some leper, but soon gets much more lewd. One of the chief characters is a dropsical leper whose limbs and features have been absorbed in one vast soft paunch. He looks like a great human slug, and he croaks infamous little songs from a round mouth with yellow lips. The others are less respectable. But there was an intellectual seriousness about Brooke, and a quality of perception, that could have saved him from alcoholism in the face of any disillusion. He could write in a letter to F.H. Keeling, speaking of his own form of mysticism. It consists in just looking at people and things as themselves, neither as useful nor moral nor ugly nor anything else, but just as being. I can watch a dirty middle-aged tradesman in a railway carriage for hours. I know their states of mind are bad. But I'm so much occupied with their being there at all, that I don't have time to think of that. I tell you that a Birmingham Gowdy tariff reform 5th-rate businessman is splendid and immortal and desirable. Italics mine. Fitzgerald lacked this kind of perception, and as the idealism leaked away, there was nothing to put in its place. Zelda had a nervous breakdown and went into a mental home for a while. He produced bad stories for commercial magazines, and drank. His finest novel, The Great Gatsby, had been highly praised, but had not sold as he had expected, and a few years after this, the demand for his stories from the big magazines began to lessen. Other young writers had arrived, Ernest Hemingway, Dos Passos, Woolf, and later, Faulkner. There was a period of self-pity, when he tended to put the blame for his failure on his wife, and he dramatized the situation in his next novel, Tender is the Night, in which a brilliant and promising young psychiatrist marries a beautiful rich girl who had been undergoing psychiatric treatment. He plunges into her world of parties and summers on the Riviera, and ends as a dipsomaniac and a failure. The rich girl goes off and marries somebody else. Fitzgerald was convinced that the novel would re-establish him as the foremost writer of the time. He never recovered from the blow of its complete failure. He was now 40. He and Zelda were separated. His most serious and carefully constructed novel sold less than a quarter the number of copies of the first, carelessly dashed off book. His nervous energy and self-confidence were badly sapped. And suddenly, he ran face-on into the basic experience of the outsider, the devastation, the crack-up. He describes it in an essay called The Crack-Up, how he had been told by a doctor that he was tubercular, and had gone away and rested. And then suddenly, surprisingly, I got better. And cracked like an old plate as soon as I heard the news. It was the moral exhaustion of the years of endless movement. Analyzing it, he recognized that in those 2 years, in order to preserve something, an inner hush maybe, maybe not, I had weaned myself from all the things I used to love, that every act of life, from the morning toothbrush to the friend at dinner had become an effort. I saw that for a long time I had not liked people and things, but only followed the rickety old pretense of liking. I saw that even my love for those closest to me was become only an attempt to love, that my casual relations, with an editor, a tobacco seller, the child of a friend, were only what I remembered I should do, from other days. All in the same month I became bitter about the sound of the radio, the advertisements in the magazines, the screech of tracks, the dead silence in the country, contemptuous at human softness, immediately, if secretively, quarrelsome towards hardness, hating the night when I couldn't sleep, and hating the day because it went towards night. I slept on the hard side now, because I knew that the sooner I could tire that out, even a little, the sooner would come that blessed hour of nightmare which, like a catharsis, would enable me the better to meet the new day. It is to be noted that this experience is the complete reverse of Brooks' description of his feelings about businessmen in a train. It is the other side of the coin, complete apathy and dislike instead of vital insight. Fitzgerald has swung from the Rupert Brooke romanticism to a Chekhovian preoccupation with failure and collapse. This, of course, although he never seemed to realize it, was what made Tender is the Night so unpopular, and what would probably have made his last novel equally unpopular if he had ever finished it. It was full of brilliant observation, but depressingly unconstructive. By that time, Fitzgerald had made a sort of philosophy of failure. He was able to look back on his early life, and say of it, "I believed life was something you dominated if you were any good. Life yielded easily to intelligence and effort. Life, 10 years ago, was largely a personal matter. I must hold in balance the sense of the futility of effort, and the sense of the necessity to struggle, the conviction of the inevitability of failure, and still the determination to succeed." This was written 4 years before his death. He had steadily lost control. It was a long way from the best-selling young writer of 1920, when a New York newspaper had run a headline, "Fitzgerald knocks policeman other side of paradise," to this tired, defeated alcoholic of 1936. His marriage had broken up, partly because of his wife's temperament, her need to be more than the wife of a successful writer, to be herself successful and the center of attention. His income was less than a third of what it had been in the years of his success. He felt he had sold out to commercial success. He had become nervous and bitter, often quarrelsome, frequently depressed. It seemed there was nothing left of the enthusiasm and vitality of the 20s. Like Václav Nijinsky, he began to see misery and tragedy wherever he looked. By this time, contemporaries of mine had begun to disappear into the dark maw of violence. A classmate killed himself and his wife on Long Island, another tumbled accidentally from a skyscraper in Philadelphia, another purposely from a skyscraper in New York. One was killed in a speakeasy in Chicago, another was beaten to death in a speakeasy in New York and crawled home to the Princeton Club to die. Still another had his skull crushed by a maniac's axe in an insane asylum where he was confined. These are not catastrophes that I went out of my way to look for, these were my friends. He was writing better than ever before, and he knew it. Hemingway told him in a letter about Tender is the Night, "You are twice as good now as you were at the time you thought you were so marvelous." Once, in exasperation at a young writer who praised this side of paradise. He said, "You mention that book again and I'll slug you." He was still making over $10,000 a year, but after what he had earned in the 20s, he felt poverty-stricken. He felt, like Axel, that the world is an old slave who promises us the keys to a palace of enchantment when he only clutches a handful of ashes in his fist. The fun had gone, Zelda had gone, Zelda, who had once flung herself down a steep flight of steps in jealousy when Isadora Duncan had indicated that she would like to go to bed with Scott, who had been the symbol of his youth and success. He drifted towards Hollywood, and did some work on second-rate films. Bud Schulberg has described how shocked he felt when he met Fitzgerald in Hollywood, the writer he had always admired, and found him generally disregarded, patching up bad scripts. In his novel The Disenchanted, Schulberg gives a fictional version of how he started Fitzgerald on his last drinking session, inadvertently. At the time, Fitzgerald had been on the wagon for several weeks, trying to finish his novel about Hollywood, The Last Typhoon. As a result of the session, Fitzgerald brought on a heart attack. He died in Hollywood in December 1940. At the time of his death, none of his work was in print. He was buried quietly, according to his own wish, in Rockville, Maryland. As usual, critical opinion of his work began to rise after his death. The publication of The Last Tycoon fragment was the signal for a chorus of appreciation, and declarations that he belonged among the major American writers. Now, 17 years after his death, his position is secure. The Great Gatsby is generally recognized as one of the great novels of modern times. Tender is the Night has received warm critical appreciation. Most of his books are obtainable in cheap reprints. Professor Meisner's biography, The Far Side of Paradise, on which I have drawn largely for the present account, is exhaustive and unbiased, and is unlikely to be supplanted as the standard life. Consideration of Fitzgerald's life takes us to the heart of the problem to be dealt with in this book. He is a product of our modern civilization, completely typical of it. His life was a mess. By material standards, he was a successful man. It seemed a romantic business to be a successful literary man. You were not ever going to be as famous as a movie star, but what note you had was probably longer lived. You were never going to have the power of a man of strong political or religious convictions, but you were certainly more independent. Yet, without the convictions, he wrecked. Literary success is a romantic thing. At least, it will always look that way to the average person, and no writer can deny that he wants an audience above all other things. But Fitzgerald was not ready for it. He was never sufficiently master of his own experience. He denied that life was something you dominated if you were good enough, and yet it was precisely this failure to dominate that Hemingway put his finger on in that passage of The Snows of Kilimanjaro. Poor Scott and his romantic awe of the rich. He thought they were a special glamorous race, and when he found out they weren't, it wrecked him just as much as anything had wrecked him. Hemingway had been contemptuous of those who wrecked. He could beat anything, because nothing could hurt him if he did not care. But perhaps diagnosing Fitzgerald's failure is not particularly instructive. After considering such men as Rilke and Rimbaud, it is too elementary. He was a romantic, and he had considerable integrity, which survived his success and period of literary prostitution unscathed. In the 19th century, he might not have come to a great deal of harm. The penalties and temptations of success were less great then. It is more interesting to wonder what would have become of Rimbaud if he had been a young American in the 20s, and had made his type of rebellion fashionable, as Fitzgerald made his in This Side of Paradise. Fitzgerald's significance is to point out that the modern outsider has a new problem that did not exist in previous ages. In the past, the outsider's chief enemy was the indifference of his time, his failure to communicate, failure to achieve self-expression. Ours is the first age in Western history in which the outsider has had to face the other danger, horrifying because it is so insidiously attractive, of arousing too much sympathy and interest, of being paid and flattered by the age for telling people you feel as they do. The ultimate significance of Fitzgerald's predicament will emerge in the following chapter. in which this question of 20th century civilization must be looked at more closely. For the moment, it can be observed that we have come a long way from the outsider problems with which this chapter opened, the Swiftian contempt for human beings, the man in the cage of apes. On the contrary, Fitzgerald was the dupe of his time, its appearance of riches and prosperity took him in. For all his talent, he was not big enough to be a representative figure of the 20th century. He did not understand his own age. I have stated that the outsider's problems point to the visionary way. That is only the answer for the individual. The avowed intention of this book is to say something about the need for a new religion in our time. And a religion is, by definition, a great deal more than a collection of religious individuals. It means a church, and a communal form of worship. It is true that the individual outsider arrives at a fundamentally religious solution when he recognizes the need for a visionary and anti-humanistic attitude, but such a recognition is still a long way from belonging to a church, especially in an age like ours, when the church would seem to have lost all contact with the problems which beset us. Ivan Karamazov argued that the state ought to be no more than a small corner of the church. This is a view which is naturally sympathetic to the outsider. If the church represents spiritual reality, and the outsider is interested in nothing if not in spiritual reality, even a man like Fitzgerald, with his continual juggling with emotions in his art, his refusal to be finally taken in by them, then certainly the state ought to be subordinate to it, for the state represents temporal expediency. But the moment the outsider has been as bold as Ivan Karamazov, and made some statement which has a practical application, he has committed himself to a new type of problem. It is no longer the simple outsider problem, the ultimate metaphysical problem of the unreality of life, but the practical problem of modern civilization. This is, and so it should be, the ground upon which the outsider must justify himself in our century. There will always be men who will say, the outsider is a stupid neurotic, his problems do not really exist, tell him to stop caterwauling and let us get on with solving the real problems of life. But this argument is short-sighted. The real problems cannot be solved on this practical basis, as the end of our Western civilization may prove. They can only be solved on an outsider basis. 2 centuries ago, Blake stormed against abstract philosophy and materialism, and his protests have even more relevance today. The outsider is the key to the decline of the West. This one-act play, which I have always considered to be Yeats's most powerful dramatic work, is about a séance in Dublin, in which the spirits of Stella, Vanessa, and the Dean himself speak through the medium's mouth. Vanessa pleads with Swift to marry her and produce children. Swift protests that he believes he has inherited insanity, and has no wish to pass it on to a child. When Vanessa denies it, Swift cries, "What do I care if it be healthy? Am I to add another to the healthy rascaldom and knavery of the world?" And his total world rejection is brought out by the last line of the play, Swift's, "Perish the day on which I was born." In fact, it has often struck me, in listening to the music of Berg, Schoenberg, and Webern, that a good case could be made for calling 12-tone music pure outsider music in its shunning of obvious tonal values, its preference for an intellectually contrived set of atonal values, like the reversal of algebraic propositions in Hamilton's quaternions. Literally, who, if I cried, would hear me among the angelic orders? Varieties of Religious Experience, Lecture 8. This, for me, was one of the most annoying misunderstandings of the outsider, the attempts to classify it, and attack it, as something which it certainly did not set out to be. It is interesting to remember that the great archaeologist J.F. Champollion had first revealed his own astonishing mental powers by doing precisely the same thing at the age of 12, producing a digest of world history from Adam to Champollion the Younger. The following is a literal translation: "My sad heart slobbers at the stern, my heart covered with shag tobacco, they spurt soup over it, my sad heart slobbers at the stern, under the jokes of the crew, who utter a general laugh, my sad heart slobbers at the stern, my heart covered with shag tobacco." Their ithephallic, barrack room jokes have corrupted it. On the tiller one sees ithephallic, barrack room drawings. This is a game that I have heard spoken of as being played among board officers in the occupation army in Germany, the skill consisting in stabbing between the fingers at a tremendous speed. Russian roulette is also played, twirling the chambers of a revolver containing only one bullet, pointing it at the head and firing. Both games are obviously designed to release nervous tension. Actually, it was revised and considerably lengthened from an earlier version called The Romantic Egotist. Chapter 2, The Outsider and History. Towards the end of 1918, an enormous volume appeared on the bookstalls of Germany, with the provocative title, The Decline of the West. For a few weeks, no one noticed it, it lay unbought in the shops. There were no reviews. Then, slowly, people began to feel curious about the immense tome whose first sentence declared, "In this book is attempted for the first time the venture of predetermining history, of following the still untraveled stages in the destiny of a culture." Perhaps this is the reason that the book began to sell in spite of the academic cold shoulder. Possibly its first audience consisted of the people who read what the stars say in the Sunday papers. It was vast and ponderous and metaphysical, and had many footnotes and references to historians and philosophers, but it also professed to be a vision of the doom of our civilization, a prophecy of the decline of the West. When the book became widely discussed, learned journals published attacks on it, and its sales rose steeply. It became something of a bestseller, and the surprised publisher, who had printed only 1,500 copies, had to print a second and third and fourth impression in quick succession. Within 10 years of publication, it had sold 100,000 copies. No one had ever heard of its author, Oswald Spengler. Subsequent publicity revealed that he was a former high school teacher, with no special academic qualifications. The immense reading that supported the argument of the decline of the West had apparently been done for his private pleasure. He was a frail, short-sighted man, with a tiny private income. Until 1910, he had been a teacher in Saarbrücken, Dusseldorf, and Hamburg, teaching mathematics, biology, and even German, geography and history for a period. Teaching bored him, he wanted time to write and study, like another young writer of genius who had just thrown over his job as a schoolteacher, D.H. Lawrence. He began a book about politics, called Conservative and Liberal, the first version of The Decline. The legend has it that he saw a copy of Gibbon's Decline and Fall in a bookshop in Munich, and had his first ideas on how to reshape his book on politics. Then the war came, and his modest income dropped below the level that means comfort even to an ascetic scholar. He was forced to take cheap rooms in a slum in Munich. He ate his meals in a workman's cafe. In his unheated room, he would pore short-sightedly over the manuscript of The Decline of the West. It is curious to remember that a quarter of a century earlier, Nietzsche had worked under exactly the same conditions, handicapped by myopia and headaches, the lower part of his body wrapped in blankets, occasionally laying down his pen to warm his hands at the oil lamp. By 1917, the manuscript of the first part was finished. Then began the long business of submitting it to publishers, and having it returned regularly. All the major German publishing houses refused it. Finally, a small Austrian publisher agreed to risk an edition of 1,500 copies, and the book appeared in 1918. There can be no doubt that it was successful for the same kind of reason that Eliot's Wasteland and Joyce's Ulysses were successful, because it expressed a new and pessimistic attitude towards life that had absolutely nothing in common with pre-war attitudes. It is interesting to realize that when Schopenhauer published his World as Will and Idea precisely a century before, his pessimism was so unfashionable that it took another 30 years for him to become known. Yet Schopenhauer's book and The Decline are so similar in attitude that they could almost be called literary brothers. Probably after The Decline had been ignored for a few weeks, Spengler began to wonder whether his fate would be the same as Schopenhauer's. In some ways, he might have been better off if it had been, for when he died, less than 20 years later, his name had sunk into disrepute. In Nazi Germany, Nietzschean prophets were not required. What is it that makes The Decline such fascinating reading, as fascinating now as the day it came out? First, because it is not in any sense an academic book. Spengler's intellect has a tremendous range. On one page he is quoting Goethe or Bernard Shaw, on the next, talking about Einstein and modern mathematics, on the next, about Chinese art or Greek sculpture or the influence of the Mongols on China. He is a poet who is fascinated by all kinds of subjects. Again, it is interesting to note that The Wasteland and Ulysses are remarkable for the breadth of their erudition. One's first feeling about The Decline is sheer admiration for the range of this man who seems to know as much about art and music as about biology and mathematics. Later, one is impressed less by the literary fireworks than by the depth of intuition, and the unified vision of history that Spengler possesses. Spengler himself states in one place that he has been the first to do for history what Newton did for mathematics, shaping previously disconnected data into a coherent body of knowledge. Before him, history had usually been regarded as a mass of odd facts about the past. But Spengler advanced a surprising contention. He claimed that civilizations are like human beings, they are born, grow to maturity, and finally die out. Human beings are made of biological cells. Civilizations are made of human beings, who die out and are replaced by new generations just as the cells of our bodies are completely changed every 8 years. Progress? There is no such thing. Just as every generation of human beings is as stupid as the last one, so it is with civilizations. The aim? There is no aim. It is just a biological process, like life itself. Here we enter on the outsider's ground. He is unwilling to accept that life is just meaningless repetition of human futilities. This is where the outsider parts way with Spengler. But before we insist upon this point, let us look more closely at Spengler's method of arguing. Spengler's basic method is to compare cultures. It must be emphasized that he considered that history could be made into a science, like biology or physics. There is a branch of natural history called homology, which compares similar members and organs of various animals, for instance, the arm of a man, and the wing of a bird and a bat. Spengler applies the same kind of technique to history. The whole opening chapter of The Decline is devoted to numbers. Spengler claims that every culture has had a different idea of mathematics. There is no such thing as mathematics in the way that there is astronomy or chemistry. There are different kinds of mathematics in different civilizations, just as there are different arts, Egyptian, Greek, Babylonian, Arabian. The Egyptians had a strong sense of eternity. As their tombs prove, their idea of number was of pure, eternal entities. The Greeks were passionately devoted to the here and now and never thought about eternity. Their mathematics was devoted to the measurement of things, and was connected with the visible world. They invented geometry. Western man has a sense of time and change. His peculiar additions to mathematics are calculus, the mathematics of change, and permutations, the mathematics of chance. This last paragraph can only give a vague idea of the way Spengler argues, the reason being that he does not really argue. He just states. Frequently, he does not bother to give a reason for some assertion. He admits this frankly, claiming that what makes the real historian, as distinguished from the academic dust grubber, is his intuitive sense of the meaning behind events. It is the same gift that makes a great statesman or a great soldier. You cannot become a great statesman merely by studying the lives of Cato, Masaryk, and Disraeli. You cannot become a great soldier by reading Clausewitz and Foch. The great statesman or soldier has a vital intuition which he combines with his practical capacity. So, Spengler contends, has the historian. This view, of course, derives from Goethe. There is the famous story of Goethe and Schiller leaving a scientific lecture in Jena. Goethe said restively, there is another way of apprehending nature, active and living, struggling from the whole into parts. Schiller replied mistrustfully, that's not practical, it's just an idea of yours. Yet Goethe had put his finger on the central problem of the decline of the West. Over 100 years were to elapse before Alfred North Whitehead settled down to defining that problem in his book Science and the Modern World. It is the question of the bifurcation of nature. Knowledge has come to mean something dry and static and logical, and the poet's intuition is attacked by professors for not being logically deduced from accepted premises. Yet, as Spengler knew, even the great mathematicians are usually artists and not logicians, Newton, Gauss, Riemann. We shall later reinforce this point in discussing Pascal and Swedenborg. The mark of greatness is always intuition, not logic. Our civilization has unfortunately made an imaginary distinction between the two, which is called philosophy. Existentialism is a revolt against it. It can be seen, then, that Spengler was actually a historical existentialist. This is his real importance. And although this is a very difficult point, the concept of existentialism is as difficult for our generation as relativity was for the physicists of 50 years ago. It must be underlined here, for it is of major importance in the problem of the outsider. Let me be as explicit about this as I can. The medieval church believed that all history moved towards the Last Judgment and the establishment of the kingdom of God. The monk Joachim of Flores, who divided history into 3 periods, the ages of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, won a large following. With 18th century rationalism, the idea of the goal of history disappeared. History simply meant a succession of events in the past. Men were no longer considered so important. If human history were to have a goal, there ought also to be a goal for dogs and cats and frogs and fishes. The scientific attitude replaced the religious attitude. This was all very fine in a way. Such an approach disposed of many superstitions. But it also implied, human life is a journey from nowhere to nowhere. Like Darwinism, it banished free will from the universe. Spengler's work is a rebirth of the idea of destiny and purpose. There is an excellent proverb which says, "Throw out your dirty water before you get your clean." The 18th century rationalists threw out the dirty water of medieval concepts of purpose and man's place in the universe. For nearly 200 years, the bucket has been empty, although the rationalists were too delighted with their new toy, and too deficient in the outsider's craving for purpose and meaning, to notice that they had no water. But with Nietzsche and Kierkegaard, there came a desire to get some clean water, a new concept of man's place in the universe, less naive than the medieval concept, based on man's knowledge of the powers of his own skepticism. Dostoevsky recognized the need in The Devils, where Kirillov states the problem: if man says there is no God, he must face the implication that he must be God himself. But Kirillov was a spiritual giant. Most men are spiritual pygmies, and cannot see the implications of their own argument. It is the same with modern philosophy. Medieval theology said, man's purpose is salvation. Men must strive to be worthy of Christ's atonement. If they succeed, they go to heaven when they die; if not, to hell or purgatory. The 18th century dismissed all this, and stated, man is plainly an animal, and his sins are not the result of free will, but of social pressure and conditioning. Once again, the result was to destroy a number of naive superstitions. But it also destroyed the concept of a moral purpose. It failed to recognize that the problems we call moral problems continue to exist, even when we have dismissed the idea that sinners go to hell, that moral problems are actually problems of vitality. A man is more alive than a cow, just as a cow is more alive than a tree. A man's temperament gives him the power to become more alive or less alive. He can drift, give way to every sensual urge, and become little better than a cow, or he can discipline himself, exercise his intelligence, and raise himself to a higher form of life, automatically recognized by other men as a leader. A cow's temperament gives it less room to alter itself, but still, as every dairyman knows, there are stupid cows and intelligent cows. The tree has no power to alter itself at all. Morality, then, is the power of higher forms of life to achieve yet more life. Sin is the drifting of higher forms of life towards an animal level. It is essentially the road of least resistance. These definitions are implied in the work of Kierkegaard, Nietzsche, Shaw, even Mr. Eliot. When the 18th century had thoroughly established the ideas of rationalism, the outsiders began the existentialist revolt. The old religion was too naive. But so was the new rationalism. They should never have become divorced in the first place. In the sages of ancient India and China, great intellect and great religious urges coexisted in the same men: Lao Tzu, Chuang-Tzu, Manu, Vyasa. The obvious necessity is that the great artists and philosophers of the age should also be its religious men and scientists. The scientist should be as capable of attaining religious insight as the monk is of understanding the quantum theory. The necessity today is obviously for a renaissance of the idea of purpose, of the meaning of life. This is the basis of the existentialist revolt. It is true, as Hume pointed out, that we can never return to the naive religion of the Church of the Middle Ages. Rationalism has increased man's stature, but it has also created certain problems that threaten to wreck our civilization. And now we have arrived at the point where the outsider and Spengler join hands. For the outsider's sense of urgency in approaching doom is precisely the same sense as Spengler's. The outsider only exists because our civilization has lost its religion. The outsider is the result of Whitehead's bifurcation of nature, and Spengler's decline is a study of civilization in which the outsider has become the representative figure. The bifurcation of nature is the cause of the decline of the West. Whitehead's philosophy will be more carefully examined in the last chapter of this book. For readers who have never studied Whitehead, it is not essential to understand the philosophy of organism at this point. All that matters now is to understand what is meant by the statement that Spengler is an existentialist historian. Existentialism is the revolt against mere logic and reason. It is a plea for intuition and vision. It is a plea for recognizing oneself as being involved in the problems of existence as a participant, not just as a spectator. All these things Spengler brought to the study of history. He was a man who loved poetry and music, who quoted Goethe and Nietzsche endlessly, who saw even mathematics and science as a part of the battle of the human spirit towards greater vision and deeper insight. Possibly his history lacks the precision and sobriety of the Cambridge medieval history, yet his contribution is far more important. Modern history moves towards the breakdown. We cannot treat it as if we were eternal onlookers, gifted with everlasting life, accumulating new bits of evidence like Browning's grammarian. Spengler's history has the nature of a medical diagnosis. Admittedly, he regards our decline as inevitable, just as any doctor regards death as inevitable. Yet, whether consciously or unconsciously, he has drawn attention to the problem of the outsider in civilization. His very categories of history show this existentialist approach. Instead of dividing history into ancient, medieval, and modern, as the Cambridge dons still do, he divides it into cultures: Apollonian, Magian, Faustian. Our modern age is the Faustian. It is significant that Spengler should choose the name of Goethe's arch-outsider to symbolize the West. Goethe's Faust summarizes the whole problem of the bifurcation of nature, the division of intellect into science and art. At the beginning of the poem, Faust stands precisely where the modern world stands. He has followed the scientific method to its limit, studied philosophy, medicine, law, and now, he admits, he stands no wiser than before. Recall Elijah's "Take away my life, O Lord." His knowledge is vanity and futility. It makes him cleverer, but no wiser. His only way to escape is to summon up the devil, and ally himself with him, although he knows the devil is stupider than he is. Here is modern man, for all his scientific knowledge, as stupid as his forefathers, and turning to all kinds of political charlatans for leadership, wanting only to be possessed by anything, by the latest politician or the latest crooner or film star, anything to escape his own futility and emptiness. It is impossible to give a summary of the decline of the West here. As many critics have pointed out, it is monstrously badly written, repetitious, obscure, confused. And yet the clarity of Spengler's mind emerges in spite of all these faults. Spengler the existentialist is always making his attitude clear. Knowledge, for Kant, is mathematical knowledge. He deals with the reason, but he never thinks of the wholly different mechanism by which historical impressions are apprehended. Newton, Gauss, and Riemann were artist natures, and we know with what suddenness their great conceptions came upon them. He announced with superb certainty, systematic philosophy is at an end, meaning by systematic philosophy what Blake meant by abstract philosophy. He is slashingly impatient with modern philosophers, and although his book appeared long before logical positivism or linguistic analysis, his criticisms might be aimed straight at Eyre and Carnap, not to mention Bertrand Russell. A doctrine that does not attack and affect the life of the period in its inmost depths is no doctrine and had better not be taught. Spengler was no escapist, no barbooze outsider who detested being forced to live. On the contrary, he embraced the complexity of modern civilization. To me, the depths and refinement of mathematical and physical theories are a joy. By comparison, the aesthete and the physiologist are fumblers. I would sooner have the fine mind-begotten forms of a fast steamer, a steel structure, a precision lathe, the subtlety and elegance of many chemical and optical processes, than all the present-day arts and crafts. I prefer one Roman aqueduct to all Roman temples and statues. This statement might have come from a Soviet realist philosopher. Spengler's message is fatalism. It is Nietzsche's doctrine of amor fati, love of one's own destiny. An irreligious time which coincides exactly with the idea of a world city is a time of decline. True. But we have not chosen this time. We cannot help it if we are born as men of the early winter of civilization. Everything depends on our seeing our own position, our destiny, clearly, on our realizing that though we may lie to ourselves about it we cannot evade it. And Spengler prophesies an age of complete skepticism, which will be the last stage of Western civilization. This he regards as the inevitable final stage of Western history, and, like H. G. Wells, believes that there is no way out or round or through. But let me repeat, the tremendous importance of the decline of the West does not lie in its pessimistic conclusions, but in the luminous, vital intelligence of Oswald Spengler, who again and again makes statements of great importance to the outsider. In a long footnote, for instance, he states that he owes the philosophy of the decline to Goethe, and emphasizes that Goethe is actually a philosopher of the first rank, although this is completely unrecognized today. He emphasizes Goethe's kinship with Plato as an anti-abstract philosopher. He never uses the term existentialist, but this is the nearest he comes to it. Here we have intuition opposed to analysis. Plato, like Goethe, is as much of a poet and a playwright, or novelist, as a philosopher. For Plato, it was as important to emphasize Socrates' greatness as a man as to show his brilliance as a thinker. This is existentialism, and in this sense, Shaw is the only other existentialist thinker of the same rank as Goethe and Plato. And this is the ultimate significance of the idea of the bifurcation of nature. If there are any readers who are still puzzled by the term, it is here that its meaning can be most clearly seen. The great man must be great in all things, not bifurcated, not great in intellect alone, like Nietzsche or Lawrence, not great in intuition alone, like Van Gogh, not great in body alone, like Nijinsky, but all three at once. Only a great man is capable of great thought. Most Western philosophers have been spiritual cripples. The West has exalted the reasoning power above all other faculties, and the scientists and doctors can get away with anything. And yet we know that a man can have an extraordinary reasoning power, and still be a fool. For instance, there are certain men who are calculating prodigies. One can ask them such questions as give the square root of 3,748,289, and the answer will be returned in a few minutes, sometimes a few seconds. Yet these calculating prodigies are often stupid youths, who grow up into completely untalented men. In the same way, some men show an unusual talent for languages, and can master dozens of languages in the time it would take a normal person to learn one, yet in other respects they seldom show any great intelligence. On the other hand, many men of acknowledged genius have confessed to having singularly slow brains. Shaw and H. G. Wells were both bad at languages. Thomas Mann protested that he had an unusually inefficient brain. Isaac Newton showed no sign of early mental development, and Beethoven never mastered the art of multiplying and dividing. What I wish to emphasize here is that a highly developed reasoning faculty has nothing whatever to do with genius. Nothing was ever discovered by logic. All things are discovered by intuition, as the lives of the great mathematicians and scientists prove again and again. Logic plods after intuition, and verifies discoveries in its own pedestrian way. Logic is a mere servant of the imagination. To exalt it, as modern thinkers tend to, is to invite spiritual anarchy. The importance of all this can hardly be exaggerated in an examination of the outsider. It is one of the basic causes of his rejection of modern civilization. Spengler realized this clearly. The outsider is a romantic and a mystic, and what is more, the essence of Western civilization, the Faustian culture, is mystical and romantic. Western culture is the culture of outsiders. Siegfried, Parsifal, Tristan, Hamlet, Faust are the loneliest heroes in all the cultures. 7. The West is an outsider culture, and an attempt to analyze the outsider's problems is an attempt to get to the very heart of the problems of our civilization. But even to touch the surface of the problem requires unusual penetration and intensity of mind. The outsider is not a crazy mixed-up kid. He is not a bored and inefficient bank clerk. The essence of the outsider problems lies in the need for self-transcendence. Spengler quotes Part 1 of Faust. A longing pure and not to be described drove me to wander over woods and fields, and in a mist of hot abundant tears I felt a world arise and live for me. It is an experience known to a Rilke, a Rimbaud, a Goethe, an Eliot, but hardly as common as some critics would have us believe. Spengler, then, stated the problem of the outsider in historical terms. Instead of comparing human beings, as I did in The Outsider, he compares cultures, but the result is the same, a revolt against abstract philosophy and materialism, an anti-liberal, anti-progress attitude, an emphasis on the importance of will. It is significant that his conclusions are so close to Nietzsche's, a sort of eternal recurrence, the idea of amor fati, the anti-rational vitalism. But Spengler, in many ways, was closer to Schopenhauer than Nietzsche. His pessimistic view of history was not based on reason and observation, it was a temperamental bias, the vision of a prophet. And like most prophets, he was in reaction against his time, and driven to extremes by its shortcomings, by its spiritual laziness. Most prophets of a completely new idea tend to be extremists who deny the element of free will, compare Darwin, Freud, Marx, Gurdjieff. As Spengler's views became more widely known, he founded a school, and his followers tended to be less extreme in their pessimism. Spengler's fame did not last long in his own country. He showed himself to be anti-Nazi in his politics in the 20s, and when the Nazis came to power in the 30s, a cultural boycott began. He never again produced a work of the same magnitude and importance as The Decline, and his smaller works were either violently attacked, or ignored. Spengler didn't care, he had the Nietzschean power of aloneness, and worked on quietly on some gigantic metaphysical work that was never destined to see the light of day. He would undoubtedly have been held in high regard if he had chosen to support the Nazis, but he had the same sort of prejudice as Yeats about the rabble, and preferred to hold it in scorn. His vogue with the general public had collapsed in the early 1920s, with the publication of a political tract, Prussianism and Socialism. Readers who rushed to buy it were disappointed, and declared that the author of The Decline was a mere journalist or crank. Later, as Hitler became more popular in Germany, Spengler made unflattering references to him. He commented that Hitler seemed less of a hero than a heroic tenor from a Wagnerian opera. When the Nazis talked of the difference between Aryan and Semitic blood as the basis for their anti-Semitism, Spengler pointed out that it was actually the clash between the old Magian culture, the Jews, and the new Faustian. A second work, Man and Technics, was received without enthusiasm by the learned world, and a political volume, The Hour of Decision, was condemned and suppressed by the Nazis. When he died in 1936, his influence and reputation had almost disappeared. He was regarded as a crank and a reactionary. Foreigners tended to regard him as a supporter, an inspirer, of the Nazis, just as they regarded Nietzsche at the same time. In retrospect, we cannot help feeling of him that he ought to have stuck to history and prophecy, and not meddled in politics. If he had done so, he might have lived many years longer. His political utterances now strike us as outdated or irrelevant. But The Decline of the West still remains one of the most significant books of the 20th century. Each culture has its own new possibilities of self-expression which arise, ripen, decay, and never return. There is not one sculpture, one painting, one mathematics, one physics, but many, each in its deepest essence different from the others, each limited in duration and self-contained, just as each species of plant has its own peculiar blossom or fruit, its special type of growth or decline. These cultures, sublimated life essences, grow with the same superb aimlessness as the flowers of the field. They belong, like the plants and the animals, to the living nature of Goethe, and not to the dead nature of Newton. It is his living vision of history that constitutes his greatness. It is an outsider's vision, for the outsider is in revolt against deadness and abstraction, which contradict the life he feels within himself. To summarize, then, from Spengler, we learn that our culture is in decay, and that a symptom of its decay is abstract philosophy which, as Blake knew, turns men into pygmies. Western culture is essentially outsider culture, Faustian. Our present-day materialism is a sign of its hardening arteries. But, according to Spengler, there is no escape. We are in the last stages of decay, and may as well take it for granted. There is no possibility of a new religion or a new philosophy. The soil of the West is metaphysically exhausted. Skepticism is the only resource open to us, and skepticism, Spengler thinks, ought to be based on his Decline of the West. But then, he also believed that mankind has no aim, no idea, no plan. Any more than the family of butterflies or orchids one tends to suspect that it is only Spengler's temperamental inability to conceive a purpose for all men which leads him to this complete pessimism and skepticism. At all events, the system of history that we are to examine, that of Arnold Toynbee, has all of Spengler's insight, without leading to the same pessimistic conclusions. It also treats the outsider far more openly. Spengler was not entirely without predecessors as a historian. For the sake of completeness, it may be well to outline, very briefly, the ideas of some of these previous thinkers. The first of importance is undoubtedly Giovanni Battista Vico, who was born in Naples in 1668. Vico's thought was directed very much along the same lines as the present book. He was equally interested in man as he might be, and man as he is, man as the outsider conceives him, and man as history sees him. His two favorite authors were Plato and Tacitus, because they represent these two viewpoints. In his New Science, Vico propounds the idea of cyclic history, later thought of by Nietzsche. James Joyce makes the idea the basis of Finnegan's Wake. Vico also recognized that civilizations begin with religious thought and progress to abstract thought. But, living in an age of progress, Vico did not recognize as clearly as Spengler that the age of abstract thought precedes the downfall of civilizations. Nevertheless, in his major work, Universal Law, he attempts to show how an evolutionary force in man makes and changes laws, and how society depends upon the thought of its men of genius. Nearly a century after Vico's birth, a great French thinker, Pierre Ballanque, was born in Lyons. Ballanque's way of thinking was even closer to Spengler's. His great unfinished book, The Palingenesis, has a tremendous sweep of ideas, ranging from man as he was before the rise of religion, to man as he might become in some ultimate state of perfection. The Palingenesis falls into three sections. The first, Orpheus, deals with man as he was in prehistoric times. The second, the Formula, covers the same ground as Spengler, although with far less power and insight. He tries to deduce laws of destiny from the known facts of history. The third part, unfinished, the City of Expiations, considers what man could become. Ballanque's viewpoint was essentially religious. Like T.E. Hume, he recognized the need for discipline and authority, and disliked the Rousseau notions of freedom and progress. The daring and breadth of Ballanque's vision has not been recognized in this country, or in the country of his birth. It is doubtful whether Spengler had ever read him. 20 years before Spengler began to write The Decline, two Boston brothers, Henry and Brooks Adams, were brooding on the laws of history. A young Frenchman, Alexis de Tocqueville, had visited America for 6 months, and as a result of his examination of the political scene, had written his famous Democracy in America, in which, with the natural hauteur and detachment of an aristocrat, he had castigated the notion of mob rule. De Tocqueville admired the energy and push of this new country, but he had seen too much of political unrest in Europe not to ask where it was all leading. Now, the Adams brothers, friends of the James family, cultured Bostonians with the same mistrust of democracy, announced that Western civilization was decaying, and nearing its end. This was a startling conclusion to be reached in the midst of the century of prosperity and progress, in a young and energetic country. The Adams brothers did not become well known or popular. Brooks wrote a book with the ominous title The Law of Civilization and Decay, which was mainly concerned with laws of trade and population. Brooks claimed that the decay always came about when surplus energy created an unbearable internal tension and pressure. This is as near to a social theory of the outsider as any 19th century historian approached. Materialism increases, Brooks claimed, and imagination decreases. The result is a failure of self-expression in society as a whole that is likely to burst it apart. Brother Henry tried to be more precise about the decay of the West, and tried to work out mathematical laws, which strike modern readers in much the same way as Newton's scriptural calculations of the age of the world, based on Archbishop Usher in the Book of Daniel. Henry had a temperament rather like T.S. Eliot's. Having rejected his own country in his own time, he made the pilgrimage to Europe, and found solace in its cathedrals. His finest and most beautiful book, Mont Saint-Michel and Chartres, is steeped in the atmosphere of the Middle Ages, and has the extraordinary serenity of a man who has at last found spiritual roots. He has remained best known for his autobiography, The Education of Henry Adams. But it is in his book The Tendency of History that he considers all the possibilities facing our civilization, and dismisses the idea that our materialistic progress could continue indefinitely, or that world communism could save us, and as to the idea of a new faith and a new religion, he states that this would be nothing less than committing suicide. The only hope might be for a science of history to bring into sight some new and hitherto unsuspected path for civilization to pursue. The words have a Nietzschean ring, but Adams had nothing to suggest. Two more thinkers of major importance should at least be mentioned in this brief account of Spengler's predecessors, Georges Sorel and Vilfredo Pareto. They are both curious anti-revolutionary revolutionaries. Pareto jeered at Marxist ideology and its withering away of the state. He caused Lenin some sleepless nights, and advanced his own thoroughly cynical view of history, in which the strong seized power because of their virtues of determination and ruthlessness, and then got lazy and guileful, to be eventually turned out by a new aristocracy of strong and ruthless men. This was a new version of Nietzsche's master and slave morality. Pareto had no political idealism at all. His approach was as realistic as Machiavelli's. Although, in his socialist systems, he dismissed all notions of a political heaven on earth, he had no positive religious ideals to advance in place of socialist systems. In his pessimism, he is very close to Spengler. Georges Sorel was, in some ways, a greater man than Pareto, although his major work, Reflections on Violence, is only a volume of essays that hardly compares with Pareto's vast work. Sorel was a convinced socialist revolutionary who detested Marxist materialism, and insisted that socialism should have a religious basis, with the recognition of original sin and the need for discipline and authority. He had no particular party allegiance, and moved freely in and out of various parties, looking for real revolutionaries who might combine to get something done. He was, in fact, a thoroughly practical man, whose beliefs were entirely mystical. We are reminded again of Shaw's undershaft, the millionaire arms king, who, when Barbara refers to him as a secularist, replies, on the contrary, my dear, a confirmed mystic. Unfortunately, he never found his aristocracy of revolutionaries. Other historians who should be mentioned in this connection are Jacob Burckhardt and Nicholas Danilevsky. Burckhardt was Nietzsche's friend at Ball University, but he became less and less friendly as Nietzsche elaborated his theory of the Superman. Burckhardt was as pessimistic about the future of the West as the Addams brothers. He is remarkable in having foreseen that the end would be preceded by an age of furors, and elaborated this idea in his political testament Force and Freedom. Danilevsky was a biologist and a botanist who wrote a polemic called Russia and Europe. The thesis of this book was that Europe was on its way out, and Russia on its way in. Danilevsky's decline of the West did not include the Slavic countries. But his analysis of the reasons for Europe's decline was reasonably thorough. His book was published half a century before Spengler's and stated that cultures were like living beings, each with a definite lifespan. Spengler had almost certainly never read him. One wonders what Danilevsky would have thought if he had foreseen the westernized modern Russia squabbling with America about a mere political ideology. Arnold Toynbee's A Study of History is a record of one of the most extraordinary spiritual journeys of our time. It is also the longest historical work of our time by a single author, its total length being a great deal over 5,000 pages. In spite of its length, and the impressiveness of its erudition, it is a far more personal work than the author is willing, at the outset, anyway, to concede. His first attempt to begin it, he admits, was cast in the form of a commentary on a certain chorus in Sophocles. Much is there passing strange, nothing surpassing mankind. He it is loves to range over the ocean hoar, thorough the surge's roar. South winds raging behind. One penetrating observer, Mr. Albert Harani, has commented that Toynbee's book is the product of a man of strange and powerful imagination, haunted by echoes and visions. In fact, the 10th and last volume of Toynbee's work is full of fascinating autobiographical comments which show how far Toynbee's intuition and imagination were the sources of his study. He describes, for instance, how the writer of the present study had an authentic minor personal experience, as he sat musing on the summit of the citadel of Mistra, with the sheer wall of Mount Taygetus bounding his horizon in the western quarter of the compass, towards which he was bound, and the open vale of Sparta stretching away in the opposite eastern quarter, from which he had made his way that morning. Though he had sat there, musing and gazing, and prosaically taking the edge off his hunger by consuming slabs of Pavlidis chocolate, through most of a long summer's day, till the gloom of evening constrained him reluctantly at last to move on in search of supper and a bed at Trippi, he cannot pretend he was inspired during his reverie on the summit by any strains from the throats of the nuns serving the church, for he had left this far below in his spiral ascent of the miniature purgatorial mount that the citadel crowned. The sensuous experience that activated his historical imagination was the sight of the ruins among which he had wound his way upwards to the peak. Mistra had continued to reign for 600 years as the queen of the broad landscape that could be surveyed from her topmost battlements, and then, one April morning, out of the blue, the avalanche of wild Highlanders had overwhelmed her, and her ruins had been left desolate from that day to this. And Toynbee confessed that his feeling was a horrifying sense of the sin manifest in the conduct of human affairs. It was this vision of the cruel riddle of mankind's crimes and follies that inspired a study of history. It is immediately observable that Toynbee is bringing a moral sense, a sense of meaning and purpose, to his study. In the first volume, he praises the ambitious scope of H. G. Wells's outline of history, and attacks the historical specialists who sneered at Wells's work, because it had achieved something which they themselves would hardly have dared to attempt. Toynbee's own work, he implies, will have something in common with Wells's. At once we recognize the similarity of aim to Spengler's book. There is no evidence that Toynbee was influenced by Spengler. His references to Spengler are, in fact, rather unfair, yet the same hostility to pedantry is apparent from the beginning. Toynbee's attitude, like Spengler's, was existentialist. He protested against those historians who write as if they are in some way standing outside history. This is precisely the same as the existentialists' dislike of philosophers who write as if they were standing outside life. One of the most important contentions of the study appears in the section called Challenge and Response. Toynbee points out that so far, he had been using the scientific method to examine the problems of civilization. But this method contains a fallacy, the opposite of Ruskin's pathetic fallacy. The pathetic fallacy means endowing a dead object with life, swearing at the bedstead on which you've stubbed your toe. The opposite of this is to pretend that a living thing is dead, to apply the scientific method to something that is alive, and refuses to submit to scientific categories. Here again, we have existentialism. And immediately, Toynbee hits on a simile which describes civilization, and also describes the outsider, a sleeper who has awakened on a ledge of a cliff, and has started to climb the cliff face. Until he wakes up and begins to strive for higher things, he is safe. As soon as he begins to climb, he is in danger of falling. This was also Gurdjieff's image for human beings. They are safe while they are asleep, but when they wake up, the danger begins. In the language of our simile, Faust is saying, I have made up my mind to leave this ledge and climb this precipice in search of the ledge above. In attempting this, I am aware that I am courting danger and deliberately leaving safety behind me. Yet, for the sake of the possible achievement, I am ready to take the inevitable risk. This is close to Nietzsche's simile, comparing man to a tightrope stretched between beast and Superman. And at this point, Toynbee propounds his doctrine of challenge and response. His theory is a denial of Darwin's natural selection. He does not believe that men flourish under the easiest conditions. On the contrary, they flourish most under the circumstances that challenge them most. The greater the challenge, the greater the men who meet it. Toynbee cites a number of examples to prove his point that the hardest conditions produce the greatest men: Rome and Capua, the Yellow River and the Yangtze, Attica and Boeotia, Byzantium and Chalcedon, and many more, all offering the same contrast: the people under easy conditions who are weak, the people under difficult conditions who are strong. To be spiritually and culturally great, a civilization needs the challenge of a difficult environment. Is it possible, then, to formulate a law: the greater the challenge, the greater the stimulus? No, not as simply as that. For after all, some civilizations respond successfully to certain challenges while others fail. The forests of northern Europe baffled primitive man, yet the Romans built flourishing communities among them. The same is true of the white settlers in the forests of North America, who responded to the challenge where the Indians had failed. What, then, makes the difference between a successful civilization and an unsuccessful one? And here Toynbee formulates one of his most valuable conceptions, that of creative minorities. In this, he was influenced by Bergson, who, in his two sources of morality and religion, states his belief that civilizations progress because of individuals, not because of subterranean currents of thought or the great unconscious soul of the race. It is the conception which Harry Haller, the Steppenwolf, expressed: the outsiders and men of genius are the spearheads of society. Without them, society would fall to pieces. Toynbee calls the outsider the creative minority, mentioning, at the same time, that it can be a minority of one. The creative minority is the few individuals who are capable of meeting the challenges that confront a society. How do they do this? Once again, the reason is of immense interest in a study of the outsider, by a process of withdrawal and return. These solitary creative individuals withdraw from society into solitude and there wrestle with the problems alone. There, in solitude, their vitality and insight increases, and when they emerge, it is with the power to stimulate the rest of society to overcome the challenges. And now an even more important problem arises. How does the man of genius persuade the uncreative majority to follow him? The direct kindling of creative energy from soul to soul is no doubt the ideal way, but it is not practical, for those reasons that the wise Grand Inquisitor pointed out. The other way is by drill, by laying down laws, and making sure that everyone follows them, by using all the powers of the leader and lawgiver. Bullying, persuading, cajoling, legislating. All of this Toynbee calls mimesis. Mimesis is the power used by the outsider to persuade other people to follow his advice. Toynbee has a long and fascinating section in his third volume, in which he analyzes various great men, ranging from the Buddha, St. Paul, and Mohammed to Dante, Kant and Hindenburg, to show this movement of withdrawal and return, a passage that might have been headed "The Outsiders." It should be added that a study of history is full of annexes on all kinds of subjects, ranging from ancient mythology to modern philosophy, and that these can be read almost like separate volumes of essays. But why, then, do civilizations decline? Because the creative minorities fail them. And here again, we skirt the views of Spengler and Pareto. The man of genius must have the qualities of a leader. It was Spengler who complained that the modern thinkers and artists have no leader qualities. It was Pareto who pointed out that the ruling classes decline as they allow themselves to relax and become decadent, effete. Toynbee uses the Greek word for this, and calls it hybris, which can be translated pride, conceit, swelled-headedness, egotism. The very fact that a civilization has met one challenge successfully means that it relaxes and gets out of condition, and probably fails to meet the next one. Hybris, in one form or another, is the cause of the breakdown of civilizations. For instance, a nation that develops an effective army to meet the challenge of barbarians at its frontiers is likely to become militaristic, and the military mentality is invariably stupid. This stupidity prevents it responding to challenges that require intelligence, and also means that it suppresses outsiders, and tries to drill them into a military mold. The appalling results can be seen in the case of Arilka. Having crippled its outsiders, it crashes. Modern Western civilization is in this position. It will be fairly apparent to most readers that this problem which Toynbee talks of in terms of civilizations is also the outsider's problem. We considered an aspect of it in a writer like Hemingway, for instance, whose early books state important problems, and who seems to become less and less important as he becomes more successful. Later Hemingway seems to repeat the elements that made the early books successful, the violence and emotional tension, all conveyed by understatement, but it is only the hardened form of the earlier technique, and no new advances are made. Contrast this with someone like Yeats or Beethoven, who succeeded in developing right up to the end. There is an element of humility and self-examination in both of them. What Toynbee has actually done is to make a major anti-materialistic statement. Not only do individuals depend upon moral vitality to create and evolve, civilizations need it too. It is pure anti-Marxism. Marxism states, civilizations develop according to economic pressures, there is no free will. Toynbee states, civilizations flourish or decline according to the moral vitality of the creative minority, and the words moral vitality would be meaningless if free will did not exist. It is illuminating to see how Toynbee's revolt against materialism follows the lines of the Lamarckian revolt against Darwin. Darwin's evolution was completely materialistic. If giraffes with the longest necks are common today, it is only because giraffes with short necks died out because they couldn't reach the highest trees, and the long-necked giraffes mated and produced more long necks. Darwin calls this the survival of the fittest, or accidental selection, meaning that it is quite accidental which giraffes happen to be born the fittest in the first place. Lamarck held that giraffes have long necks because they wanted to develop them, that, as the food became scarcer on the lower branches of trees, the giraffes strove to reach the higher branches, and willed their necks to grow longer. To any sensible person, Lamarck's plan is far more plausible. Obviously, one develops muscles, or any other faculty, when one's survival depends on it. Difficult circumstances don't simply kill one off, which is what Darwin implied happened to short-necked giraffes. They represent a challenge to which one responds. This is Lamarckian evolution. Toynbee is to Spengler what Lamarck is to Darwin. For him, there is a narrow possibility of the West surviving. But before we speak of this, it is necessary to examine more closely Toynbee's views of the disintegrating society. Growth, according to Toynbee, means simply progress towards self-determination. Self-determination means self-control and self-discipline, and mastery of one's own problems. It is, in other words, precisely what the outsider is striving for. But what does Toynbee regard as the central disintegrating force? The answer is mimesis, that very power of persuasion or authority by which the creative minority established their own will. All action that proceeds from mimesis is essentially precarious because it is not self-determined. This sounds rather obscure, and perhaps an example will help to clarify it. In his tract The Perfect Wagnerite, Shaw explains that Wagner's Ring of the Nibelung is actually a political allegory. Readers who know Wagner's music drama will remember the story of how Wotan, the leader of the gods, gives away one of his eyes in exchange for Fricka. Fricka brings him, as her dowry, all the forces of the law. Wotan is the pure force of creativeness. He is the poet, the visionary, the idealist, the man of genius through whose dreams and visions all civilization advances. He is a clear mirror in which the will of the life force is reflected. But as a visionary, he has no practical power, his visions stay in his own brain. That is why he needs the alliance with Fricka, who brings him the power of the law, the power to put his visions into practice. But in exchange for Fricka, he has to give away one of his eyes, that is to say, the man of pure genius has to compromise when he wants the power to put his ideals into action. When the philosopher is made king, he has to do all kinds of disagreeable things, like maintaining law and order by force, suppressing rebellion, although he may sympathize with the rebels, executing criminals. He has to make laws to suit the majority. He has to compromise, to consult expediency, instead of caring for nothing but his visions. In Wagner's opera, we see how Wotan, the visionary, is forced to do more and more underhand things, to trick Alberich the dwarf out of the Rheingold, to trick the stupid giants who build his Valhalla out of claiming Freya, the love goddess, to kill his son Siegmund, until his compromises lead to his downfall, and the nightfall on the gods. The moral of all this is clear. The moment the man of genius starts to put his visions into practice, he compromises his integrity, and a certain amount of dirty work becomes inevitable. The moment the outsider comes out of his cork-lined room and tries to realize his ideals, the compromise begins. Wagner's Ring is a parable about mimesis. Wotan is his creative minority. The sin and brutality and folly of history are the inevitable results of the urge towards higher forms of life. Toynbee has reached the same conclusions about civilization that the Steppenwolf reached about outsiders. All life, after all, is a compromise between spirit and nature, and consequently the compromise begins the moment life begins. Every created thing, even the simplest, is already guilty, already multiple. The way to innocence, to the uncreated and to God, leads on, not back to the wolf or the child, but ever further into guilt, ever deeper into human life. And the same applies to civilizations. The compromise, the creative minority putting their will into action, is all very well to begin with, for the minority are still fresh from their vision, full of integrity and determination. But sooner or later, their success leads them to sin, that is, either leads them to become lazy and relaxed, or harsh and tyrannical. In either case, the breakdown begins. Then, according to Toynbee, the creative minority becomes merely a dominant minority, holding power by privilege, no longer by genius. The outsiders then tend to withdraw into their own ivory tower, and become what Toynbee calls an internal proletariat, while the majority become the external proletariat, dissatisfied and rebellious underdogs. This, Toynbee says, is the state of our society today. These three groups, the dominant minority, the external and internal proletariats, dislike one another. The leaders try to hold on to their power with more force than ever. The external proletariat reacts by rebelling, while the internal proletariat becomes more internal and subjective than ever. But in these last stages of society, the three groups sometimes achieve superhuman acts of creation. The leaders strive to create a universal state, the outsiders strive to create a universal church, and the proletariat often produces barbaric art, epic poetry, heroism. In this stage, only the universal church may survive in the new civilization that replaces the old one, if a new civilization arises out of the chaos. In its last throes, the dying civilization produces saviors who try to lead it out of its impasse. But this only leads to a gigantic effort of recuperation which precedes complete collapse. This, then, is Toynbee's vision of history, a vision to which he brings a tremendous wealth of illustration and example. It is true that many modern historians doubt the validity of Toynbee's demonstrations. One hostile critic has even gone so far as to refer to Toynbee as a reader of tea leaves. In general, this would seem to be only another example of the hostility of mere academics to any work of creative imagination that trespasses on their domain of fact. But, as I have summarized it, his theory leaves a lot of questions unanswered. The ideal of a civilization is to become self-determined. But what then? It is like saying that the ideal aim of a man is to be perfectly self-controlled. But to what end? A man might strive for self-control in order to be a better soldier or thinker or artist or saint, but self-control is no end in itself. In the first volume, Toynbee states his idea of the purpose of all this march of civilization. It is the vitalist concept of the transformation of sub-man, through man into Superman. This idea underlies the whole work. But by volume 6, when the basic ideas are all enunciated, the underlying religious notions have come to the surface. In the last 4 volumes, published 20 years after the first 3, Toynbee's religious ideas are discussed openly and exhaustively. It is true, perhaps, that the last 4 volumes are less readable than the first 6, they are altogether heavier, more obscure. Yet from our point of view, they are the most fruitful volumes of the work. It should also be mentioned that the hostility to Toynbee in academic circles did not really begin until after the publication of these last volumes, and, of course, of the 1-volume condensation of the first 6 that appeared shortly after the war. The general feeling seemed to be that if you are going to talk about history, you should talk about history, not about religion. But it is in these last volumes that Toynbee completes his concept of history. Now he is more candid about his notion that all history is the manifestation of God in matter. The aim for the individual, at any time and in any place, is the vision of God. The only thing worth striving for is sainthood. And it is significant that Jung's theory of psychological types was one of the major influences on his religious thinking. Jung's psychological types correspond roughly to the 3 types of outsider that I have named: the physical, the emotional and the intellectual. The notion of hybris now becomes more precise. Hybris is enclosure in the personality, and permitting the personality to take the place of the vital impulses. Man is a telephone line between God and the world, and his business is to be as receptive as possible. This viewpoint is partly a contradiction of the views of the earlier volumes, where religion was regarded as simply a response to circumstances, a comfort in the face of death, a system of superstitions to explain the unknown destiny of man. Now, Toynbee's views have become wider and deeper. He sees the same essential truth in all religions, the same attempt to assert the reality of the spirit, the relative unimportance of the problems of our space and time world. The ultimate creative vision is a vision of love, of pure affirmation towards all existing things, and for this reason, Toynbee prefers Christianity to Buddhism. Toynbee's religious doctrine is ultimately, perhaps, the same as Aldous Huxley's in the Perennial Philosophy: all religions are different ways to the same truth. This, I believe, is undeniably true, but it still leaves the real problem unsolved. The real problem is this: the element in any religion that makes it a binding force in a civilization is an element of myth and dogma, not of universal truth. For Christianity to be fully satisfying, the Christian has to believe that Christ was the incarnation of God, and that all men are redeemed through him. If the churches proclaimed tomorrow that Christ was no better than Krishna or Mohammed, the result would be a general falling off from Christianity. It is a pity, but it is true, as the Grand Inquisitor knew. If it is to be as acceptable to the average navvy as to the saint and philosopher, religion must be more than the philosopher's perception of eternal truth. It must be myth, dogma, and ritual. But there is no point in attacking Toynbee for these shortcomings. What is most impressive is the positive achievement of his work. Everything that Toynbee has learned or read or experienced goes into it sooner or later. It is the record of a spiritual journey, the spiritual journey of a modern man, equipped with the same weapons as John Stuart Mill or T.H. Huxley, and yet aware of the inadequacy of mere rationalism, and striving for a faith. The result of Toynbee's vision of history is a realization that history is the attempt of spirit to conquer matter, and the question that it ends with is the same question that we arrived at in The Outsider: how does one become a visionary? Toynbee makes it clear that he feels that history leads towards vision. The historian's inspiration is preparing him for an experience that has been described as the beatific vision by souls to whom it has been vouchsafed. There can, unfortunately, be no doubt that it is the nature of Toynbee's beliefs that makes him so unpopular among academic historians today. A study of history begins and ends in moral concepts. A second reason is probably that there is so much of Toynbee himself in the book. The last volume, which no doubt most readers find the most interesting and readable section, explains at length how the book came to be written, and is also a sort of spiritual autobiography, Toynbee's Ecce Homo. The book's immense popularity, in America, for instance, is undoubtedly due to this strong personal element, and to the moral approach, the very reasons that lay Toynbee open to suspicion among his fellow historians. Before we speak of this autobiographical element, there is an important question to be answered, a question that takes us back to the root of the outsider problem. It will be remembered that Kierkegaard's detestation of Hegel was based on Hegel's attempt to tie up the whole universe in a system. Kierkegaard protested, in effect, "I will not be a mere element in your system, I am." Now Hegel's major attempt at system building is to be found in his two volumes, The Philosophy of History and The Philosophy of Religion, and in these two volumes, he does rather the same sort of thing as Toynbee, discovers a meaning in history, declaring that all history moves towards the manifestation of God. Why, then, if we cannot accept Hegel, can we accept Toynbee? There are two reasons. The first is that Kierkegaard had never read Hegel, he had only read interpretations of him. Hegel's thought is actually more subtle than Kierkegaard ever gives him credit for. In fact, it is likely that Hegel's final synthesis was based on some mystical experience. He is very far from being a mere philosopher. But the second reason is more important. Toynbee always puts religion first. Hegel always thought that religion and art were inferior to philosophy to express man's relation to the absolute. For all his religious insight, he was heavily tainted with naive rationalism. And now one can see more clearly why Toynbee's views are regarded with suspicion by other historians. The reaction against rationalism has not yet reached the academic world. The professors of England and America are mostly committed to 19th century scientific attitudes. The existentialist revolt has not yet affected them. On the continent, existentialism has been accepted since the early 30s, its time has yet to come in England and America. In the 10th volume, Toynbee speaks of the personal experiences that lie behind a study of history. What can be said of his approach? At the first glance, it would seem to be romantic and literary. Almost every page has some quotation from the Bible, or Greek drama, or poetry, or the Church Fathers, and it would hardly be untrue to say that, wherever he can, he prefers to express a thought in somebody else's words rather than his own. There is an air of anthologising about the study. For instance, in the 2 pages that I happen to have open at the moment, I can count 10 quotations from the Bible, 2 from Pascal, 1 from Plato, 1 from Rumi, 1 from Byron and 1 from Shirley. This literary element is apparent all the way through. The romantic element is less obvious until the last volume. There, he speaks of the inspiration of historians, and tries to show that almost every great work of history has been inspired by a sudden firing of the imagination. He tells how he himself had been impressed by hearing one of his schoolmasters at Winchester recount the life of Heinrich Schliemann, the father of modern archaeology and the discoverer of ancient Troy. Schliemann was the arch-romantic, who set out to find the ruins of legendary Troy on no better evidence than a passage in Homer, and a picture of Troy he once saw in some child's story book. The picture convinced him that walls so thick could never have been completely destroyed. Yet, as Toynbee shows, if this is Romanticism, it is the inspiration of almost every great work that has ever been undertaken. It should be called, rather, imaginative vision. In this form, it can immediately be listed among the answers to our question, how does one become a visionary? It is a deliberate discipline of the imagination to develop a sense of personal participation in history. It may take place in an obvious and simple way, as in the first example Toynbee gives. Mutilus, one of the proscribed leaders, succeeded, by muffling his countenance, in making his way undetected to the back of his wife Bastia's house, only to be refused admittance. She taxed him with having a price on his head. His retort was to plunge his blade into his breast and spatter his wife's door with his blood. As the student read this quickening passage, he was transported, in a flash, across the gulf of time and space. From Oxford in A.D.911 to Teenham in 80 BC to find himself in a backyard on a dark night witnessing a personal tragedy that was more bitter than the defeat of any public cause. It is interesting to note how Toynbee refers to himself in the third person as the student. This modesty, this refusal to speak of himself in the first person, is apparent throughout the study. Toynbee gives 5 more examples of the same land of experience in the pages that follow, reading Bernal Diaz on his first sight of the approaches to Tenochtitlan in Mexico, or Villehardouin describing his first sight of Constantinople during the Crusades, or a sudden vision of a battle scene on some battleground of the past, Pharsalus or Gettysburg. Once, in the theater at ancient Ephesus, the auditorium had seemed to become peopled with an angry crowd. On each of the 6 occasions just recorded, the writer had been wrapped into a momentary communion with the actors in a particular historic event through the effect upon his imagination of a sudden arresting view of the scene in which this long-past action had taken place. But there was another occasion on which he had been vouchsafed a larger and a stranger experience. In London, in the southern section of the Buckingham Palace Road, walking southward along the pavement skirting the west wall of Victoria Station, the writer, once, one afternoon not long after the end of the First World War, he has failed to record the exact date, had found himself in communion, not just with this or that episode in history, but with all that had been and was to come. In that instant, he was directly aware of the passage of history gently flowing through him in a mighty current, and of his own life welling like a wave in the flow of this vast tide. The experience lasted long enough for him to take visual note of the Edwardian red brick surface and white stone facings of the station wall gliding past him on his left, and to wonder, half amazed and half amused, why this incongruously prosaic scene should have been the physical setting of a mental illumination. Toynbee's approach to history has something in common with Einstein's revolution in science. Einstein destroyed the idea of absolute measurements of space or time, and insisted on the part of the observer in scientific calculation. Toynbee's vision of history begins from the historian and his imagination. It is a denial of the abstract, an insistence on the personal. He sees history, not as a science, but as a mode of spiritual discipline. He insists that, in our present age, the thinker should remain uncommitted as far as possible. He quotes Melville and Moby Dick to this effect: all deep, earnest thinking is but the intrepid effort of the soul to keep the open independence of her sea, and tells of a dream that he had once. In a time of physical sickness and spiritual travail, he dreamed, during a spell of sleep in a wakeful night, that he was clasping the foot of the crucifix hanging over the high altar of the Abbey of Ampleforth and was hearing a voice saying to him, amplexus expecta, cling and wait. Toynbee's answer to the question, can Western civilization be saved, is the answer that Shaw had propounded in Back to Methuselah, only by a return to a religious attitude. But what religion? Toynbee's answer is vague. It would seem to be a sort of compound of all religions, like Huxley's perennial philosophy. Yet he is not pessimistic about our chance of survival. In the second quarter of the 20th century, Western civilization was perhaps the only extant representative of its species that did not show indisputable signs of being already in disintegration. Western civilization was apparently in the singular position of being the only one whose present state and future prospects might still be open questions. While all the others were either certainly dead or almost certainly in articulo mortis, the Western society alone was possibly still in its growth phase. He asks the question, what were the Western civilization's expectations of life in A.D.950 or 1952, and considers various answers. The first is, pretty small. Western civilization is just one of about 30 civilizations that have smashed and disintegrated. Nature has made 30 or so attempts, and nature usually makes 1,000 or so attempts before succeeding. But that is to assume that a civilization and an individual species are subject to the same rules. A civilization is a far more complicated thing than a plant or an insect. 30 experiments may not be such a ridiculously low figure. At all events, we cannot condemn our civilization out of hand because it is only nature's 30th attempt, and nature usually takes several thousand tries to make a species worth perpetuating. The rules may be different. On the other hand, he quotes Gibbon and Paul Valery as two types of feeling about Western civilization, Gibbon's optimistic, Valery's pessimistic, and demonstrates that these feelings are just as unreliable as statistics based on biology. He examines the state of the world in 1952, the date of writing, speaks of the problems of atomic warfare, and raises the question of world government. It becomes evident by this time that he has taken the question as far as he is able, and this, throughout the 10 volumes, has been an immense distance. He has no definite prophecy to make about the future of the West, only a feeling that it is just possible that the West may survive where other civilizations have failed. He points out that it is inconceivable what will happen if the West doesn't survive. In previous ages, some new culture emerged to replace the old one, but nowadays the world is a smaller place, and it is difficult to see where a new culture could come from. All the world is westernized. He raises also the important question of leisure in a highly civilized society, pointing out that leisure is usually a corrupting influence. To this purpose, he quotes the anonymous Greek work on sublimity in style, written at some time between the 1st and 3rd century. The author's words could be applied to the 20th century. One of the cancers of the spiritual life in souls born into the present generation is the low spiritual tension in which all but a few chosen spirits among us pass their days. 1. This was also written in a disintegrating civilization in times of peace and prosperity. It enforces the point that all declining civilizations tend to divide into outsiders and insiders. Shaw, with his usual penetration, had summarized the whole of this problem in his preface to Misalliance. The secret of being miserable is to have leisure to bother about whether you are happy or not. The cure for it is occupation. A perpetual holiday is a good working definition of hell. Toynbee states it in his own way. Technology had inveigled her victims into putting themselves into her power by selling them new lamps for old. She had bribed them with the pictures and the wireless into selling her their souls, and the outcome of this ruinous cultural New Deal was the spiritual wilderness which Plato had dismissed as a commonwealth of swine, and Aldous Huxley had satirized as a brave new world. At the end of the study, Toynbee places his hope for the future of the West in a transfer of energy from economics to religion. He does not say how this transfer is to be brought about. But he is certain that under the aegis of religion, Western man might find himself able to handle with spiritual impunity the material power thrust into his hands by the mechanization of Western technology. It is Toynbee's own attempt to answer Evan Strode's question, how can the spirit of man gain power over his prosperity? Toynbee has expressed the historical aspect of the outsider problem so clearly that there is little more to say. Our society is spiritually rotten, and the outsider is the lone individual who instinctively rebels against it. All living creatures live mainly by instinct, and man is no exception. But when a civilization reaches its phase of disintegration, an instinct for health is not enough. Intuition needs a spearhead of conscious intellectual effort. The outsider was a study in many individuals who made that effort, and who, to a greater or lesser degree, recovered spiritual health. The outsider usually begins as a romantic and a skeptic, and usually, he ends with neoclassic and religious convictions. In the 20th century, this development is common to figures as diverse as Bernard Shaw and T.S. Eliot. Their similarity in this, and many other respects, is only just beginning to be observed. It is a pattern so common that one could venture a generalization and say it is true of all outsiders. The implication becomes obvious. A healthy culture takes its religion and classicism for granted, and there are no outsiders. Can the 17th century, for instance, produce any musical outsiders to compare with Wagner or Alban Berg? In an unhealthy, romantic culture, the outsider has to remake his own classicism and religious attitude, and thus regains a certain degree of health. If the whole civilization began to feel the need to fight for a new lease of life, it would have to follow the same path as the individual outsider. Immediately, the objections raised by the Grand Inquisitor bulk on the horizon. Society is not made up of outsiders, and never has been. When society has been most healthy, it has been in ages when the outsiders were the spiritual leaders, and the mass of the people accepted them in the way that a modern man accepts the word of Einstein or Planck for some scientific mystery he cannot understand. In our age, the outsider is no longer the intellectual leader, no matter how much society may admire the paintings of Van Gogh, or the novels of Dostoevsky. The intellectual leader of the 20th century is the scientist, the psychologist, the statistician, the positivist philosopher. Consider the immense influence of Dewey in America, or Russell in England, and these men are not outsiders. In former ages, the great churchmen were often outsiders. There are 100 examples from Augustine to Newman. In the 20th century, the religious man has neither authority nor credit, and the occasional outsider who accepts the authority of the church, Bertyaev, Shestov, Eliot, thereby isolates himself and decreases his sphere of influence. The most influential serious writers today stand outside the church, as Camus and Sartre stand outside. Their influence is largely due to the stoicism they preach, reminiscent of Toynbee's dream with its cling and wait. The Grand Inquisitor's logic blocks all hope of a return to religion. A new religion would mean the general acceptance of religious dogmas. Even if these dogmas were drawn up by an assembly of bishops, and this would be less difficult than it sounds, the problem would still be to get the half-educated modern man to swallow them. There can be no new religion. A religion is not made by throwing ingredients into a cooking pot. And what the outsider means by religion is as incomprehensible to the average man as the quantum theory. A religion depends primarily on a climate of opinion which demands it, and that climate has not yet appeared in our civilization. There are signs, it is true, that such a climate is beginning to appear. These signs are more apparent on the continent, where questions of theology and philosophy are habitually discussed, than in England or America. But, so far, there is no indication that anything as universal as a religion is emerging. The problem that confronts us is a problem of rebirth. Spengler declared that civilizations are never reborn. Toynbee is guardedly optimistic. His advice is summarized in his words cling and wait. If our civilization could survive, if any civilization could pass beyond its danger point without disintegrating, it would be by an effort of self-knowledge surpassing that of any previous civilization, a sort of historical introspection that could be compared to Pascal's spiritual self-analysis. Recreation by self-analysis is the most fundamental meaning of existentialism. Perhaps, as Toynbee suggests, the burden of recreation will lie with a minority of outsiders. The conclusions of this chapter can be briefly summarized. Civilizations wreck when they lose control over their own complexity. And they begin to lose control the moment they begin to think in materialist categories, for ultimately, all power is spiritual power. Western man, Faustian man, has always been inclined to lay too much emphasis on his intellect. This is the secret of his tremendous material progress, but it is also the cause of his downfall. He loses spiritual power, the vital sense that keeps species healthy. Without this vital sense, the word progress is a mockery. It is like having a streamlined car, but no petrol to run it on. This tradition of overemphasizing the intellect goes back to the Renaissance, when the humanist way of thinking first began to flourish. But it gained real power in the 17th century, with Galileo, Descartes, Newton, expanding through Locke and Hume, Kant and Hegel, until in the 20th century it has invaded every branch of thought from philosophy to sociology, from physics to psychology. The full significance of this will appear when I speak of Whitehead in the last chapter of this book. But there is another tradition of thought in the West, a tradition that has run parallel to abstract philosophy, although its influence has never been so great. It is a religious tradition and, as I shall try to show in the following pages, an existentialist tradition. It is this tradition which I propose to examine in the second part of this book. Make perfect your will. The Rock. Within a month of the publication of The Outsider, I received over 1,000 letters which began by claiming that the writer was an outsider. In many cases, this may have been so, but hardly in the sense that I have implied above. The relief with which he turned to medieval cathedrals may be criticized as escapism, like Mr. Eliot's acceptance of the Anglican Communion, but I think that no one can read Mont Saint-Michel and Chartres without coming as completely under the spell of the Christian Church in the Middle Ages as Henry Adams and Mr. Eliot. The most easily available introduction to Sorrel, for English readers, is the essay by T.E. Hume. It is impossible not to be reminded of Yeats's passage in The Trembling of the Veil contending that great men are produced by crisis, they the fates bring our souls to crisis. They contrived Dante's banishment, and thrust Villon into the arms of harlots, that Dante and Villon might become conjoined to their buried selves. And in language very close to that of Toynbee, they have but one purpose, to bring their chosen man to the greatest obstacle he may confront without despair. It is interesting to note how closely Yeats's cyclic theory of the individual, in A Vision, corresponds to Spengler's cyclic theory of civilization, and Vico's. Pareto, of course, made precisely the same observation in his Socialist Systems, published in 1902, the privileged classes become lazy, and are supplanted by tougher men who have been brought up under harder conditions. This will be dealt with more fully in speaking of Shaw. His most difficult book, The Phenomenology of Spirit, is an earlier stage of his system. He attended Schelling's anti-Hegelian lectures in Berlin in 1842. I am dismissing, of course, the religion preached by hot gospel evangelists which causes periodic revivals of religious emotion. Religion and religious emotion are not the same thing. Part 2. Introduction, The Making of a Religion. I have said that this book must be prepared to pursue two lines of argument at once. And the historical argument begins with this truism: society must be held together by a discipline. This may seem so obvious as to be hardly worth saying, until we ask, what discipline? Society is a complex thing, and any man who is clear-sighted enough to see where its good lies should obviously be given powers to put his insight into action. There are too few people with that kind of insight. But our knowledge of modern dictators is enough to make us recoil from the idea of political absolutism. It is true that a country, as a whole, is likely to work better under a political dictatorship. But the men of genius are never included in the country as a whole. They do not fit easily into a political straitjacket. And if a regime cramps its highest type of individuals, it may as well give up the ghost at once, for it cannot survive long. We can formulate this rule, then: the ideal social discipline is the one that takes fullest account of the men of genius. When society no longer has such discipline, the men of genius become outsiders, they feel lost, they no longer seem to fit into the social body. If this rule is true, no political totalitarianism can provide a lasting social discipline. It is only when a society is half dead that people are stupid enough to think that it can. But has there ever been a social discipline that fitted outsiders perfectly? Yes. Historical fact leaves no doubt that the Church of the Middle Ages provided such a discipline. It fitted everyone in society, from the highest intellectual types to the meanest artisan. And this has been true of every church in history: Hindu, Buddhist, Zarathustrian, Taoist, Mohammedan. When these churches were at the height of their health and strength, there were no outsiders. The men of genius were born into a thriving tradition, all of them, thinkers, painters, musicians, storytellers, created for the glory of the Church. It is not difficult for us, in the 20th century, to see what a desirable state of affairs this was. If we happen to have been brought up in some free-thinking or atheistic tradition, we may be inclined to sneer at the Church, whether in the 10th century or the 20th. But that is only through lack of knowledge. No serious person could possibly understand the achievement of the medieval Church and still feel inclined to sneer. The argument I am propounding is quite simple. Outsiders are a symptom of a dying culture. Without sense of purpose, there can be no life. Society always begins to die from the head downward. First, the men of genius lose their sense of purpose. When that happens, the decline has begun. This position is anti-humanist. Humanism can be summarized in Rousseau's sentence, "Man is born free, and yet is everywhere in chains." The whole object of the outsider was to prove that this is rubbish. Man is not born free, he is born in chains that are far more degrading and demoralizing than loss of social liberty, the chains of boredom and futility. Without a discipline to give him purpose and save him from his own aimlessness, man is nothing. But, it might be objected, man has a purpose that saves him from aimlessness, to feed and clothe himself and his family. Precisely, most men are saved from a sense of futility by mere physical demands. It is only the outsider who resents this easy way of solving the problem of meaning. Eliot's insider Sweeney states, "Birth and copulation and death. That's all the facts when you come to brass tacks, birth and copulation and death. I've been born, and once is enough." And this is true. On the physical plane, the plane of brass tacks, life has no meaning. But the outsider hates mere living on this primary level. He infinitely prefers the secondary plane of the imagination and the intellect. And you cannot live on that plane for more than a few hours before the problem of aim and purpose blocks the road. There is a certain type of person who likes to declare that life is meaningless, usually as a justification for some hedonistic philosophy or just sheer empty-headedness. I have tried to argue that there is a meaning, and that it can be discovered by rigorous analysis and a tremendous will to discovery. Without this latter, all the skepticism in the world is barren. What, then, is our position? Briefly summarized, it is this. Society dies from the head downward, the head being the outsiders. Once the head is dead, the rest of the body has a limited lifespan. And when I say that the head dies, I mean that the sense of aim and purpose is lost. But the head can recover its sense of meaning. So it might appear that in solving the outsider's problem of purpose we can solve the problem of his civilization as well. Unfortunately, this is not so. Before the head's sense of purpose can communicate itself to the rest of the body, it needs to be expressed in a form that the stupid body can absorb, I mean in a religion, in myths, and parables and ceremonies. The essence of religion is eternal, but it is only the men of genius who can grasp it. The religion of the majority has to be simplified and coated with sugar. And the forms which a religion takes can survive only for a certain length of time. You may remember that in H.G. Wells's The Invisible Man his hero remained invisible as long as he was naked. As soon as he put on a suit of clothes, people could see where he was. We might liken the outsider to a man who is so obsessed by the fact that he cannot see the invisible man that he develops a second sight, and can finally see him even though he remains naked. But for the common man, the invisible man must be persuaded to wear a suit of clothes if he is going to be seen. As long as the outsider is interested only in seeing the invisible man for himself, it does not matter if he remains naked. But if the outsider wants to convince the rest of society of the invisible man's existence, he has to persuade him to wear a suit of clothes. So it is that for the outsider who strives hard enough a sense of meaning becomes visible in life. But if he wishes to communicate that sense of meaning to 40 million of his countrymen, he must express it in ways that are easy to understand. He must simplify it, and even, where necessary, oversimplify it. Of Christianity, the outsider would state that every one of its doctrines has two meanings: the ideas of Christ the Redeemer, heaven and hell, original sin, can be understood in the obvious physical sense, the sense in which most Christians have always understood them, and a spiritual sense, which is as elusive to the ordinary person as the invisible man. The obvious physical sense appears to the outsider as no better than a fabrication of myths and fairy tales, but the spiritual sense remains true. Since 5 of the 6 great religious figures we are to consider in this book were professed Christians, it might be instructive to examine the question, can Christianity save our civilization? And if not, why not? It soon becomes apparent on reading the Gospels that Jesus was of the type of the demagogue artist. He had more in common with Hitler than with Ramakrishna, a man of action with a distinctly rough side to his tongue. There is no trace in the Gospels of gentle Jesus, meek and mild, although it would be a mistake to think of him as always bad-tempered and impolite. He was not, like many of the men we have examined, a mixture of mystic and poet. In fact, he was not a mystic at all. He preaches in the same manner as the Hebrew prophets. He threatens with hellfire, or at least, with Gehenna, a place equivalent to our destructor of rubbish. He adds to the demands of the 10 Commandments, strikes at sexual looseness, and emphasizes that the godly life must be a matter between a man and himself, not a concern of other people. He goes to great lengths to emphasize the demand for unworldliness, telling the people to think of nothing but God, and not to be anxious about the morrow. The Sermon on the Mount is a demand for asceticism and devotion to God. Jesus attacks hypocrites and worldly wise men, and demands a higher standard of conduct. Generally speaking, his attitude to the world is very like Nietzsche's, harshly critical, and based on a feeling that most men are only half men, and that they ought to spend all their time becoming whole men. On reading the Gospels, it becomes clear that Jesus' aim was the aim of every prophet and artist, to make men more alive, more conscious, a desire to get more life and more will out of a great sea of half-dead matter. He teaches that the body is the temple of the Holy Spirit, and the vehicle of the expression of the God force. Like Kafka and T.E. Lawrence, he advocates a recognition of the difficulty of salvation, and comes close to saying with Kafka, in the struggle between yourself and the world, always take the world's side. Such men as Jesus are always regarded as a nuisance by the average man, the worldly wise men who consider that they are quite good enough in their own fashion, and resent being asked to make themselves uncomfortable. And it is perfectly true that this assertion man is the temple of the Spirit, which is not religion but just common sense to the artist, is quite incomprehensible to the average man. For the average man, the body's demands are common sense. The recognition of a permanent principle in man, of an element which wars to impose its will on the body conditioned by space and time, is reserved for the few who are awake enough to be aware that time drags the body towards unconsciousness, that to be conscious is not to be in time, that the aim of all religion is increased consciousness. To devote the consciousness completely to the demands of the moment, or of future moments, is to waste it utterly. This, then, is the essence of Christ's teaching. It is the will of the life force that men should strive for more consciousness in life, or, as Jesus would have expressed it, it is God's will that men strive to become more like Him. All men must be made to realize that this is the single and sole aim. When they do so, they will cease to bother their heads about trivialities, they will cease to be petty and quarrelsome. Man will live in perfect fellowship with his neighbor, because in order to achieve his real aim, he must not waste time squabbling and bickering. Having ceased to be trivial and short-sighted, having established a society on principles of communism and mutual aid, and having outgrown such moral cancers as jealousy and possessiveness, man's feet are then at the foot of the stairway leading towards the primary aim of God: more life, more vitality, greater intensity of consciousness, for all life should aspire towards the godlike. This can hardly be claimed as an exclusively Christian ethic. It has been the message of every great prophet and religious teacher since the world began. In preaching it, Jesus had not made any great departure from the message of Isaiah or Ezekiel or Micah. He had told them that the kingdom of God was within them, and that men are gods, as the 82nd Psalm states, and must strive to have life more abundantly by accepting greater responsibility for carrying out God's purpose in the world. Now, as Dostoevsky's Grand Inquisitor was to point out, men do not want this kind of responsibility. The men who are willing to accept such a burden are rare. It is as if an art teacher were to tell every member of his class that their responsibility to God was to become Rembrandts and El Grecos, and that anyone failing to do so would be ostracized. Most people will claim that they know their own limitations, although what they really mean is that they have no intention of paying the tremendous price of willpower and sweat that makes a great artist. The moral teacher who tries to persuade men to stop looking for comfort and strive to become great is likely to find himself without an audience. It is highly probable that this would have happened to Jesus, and that 5 years after his death everyone would have completely forgotten him. Jesus' teachings alone would not have preserved his memory beyond the end of the year in which he died. But there were other factors. To begin with, there were the miracles. He had some sort of strange power of healing, a power which is by no means as rare as we might suppose. Jesus himself never tried to use their power to reinforce his preaching, for he realized that the reputation of a miracle worker would not make people take him any more seriously. Shaw makes this point brilliantly. Jesus' teaching has nothing to do with miracles. If his mission had been simply to demonstrate a new method of restoring lost eyesight, the miracle of curing the blind would have been entirely relevant. But to say you should love your enemies, and to convince you of this I will now proceed to cure this gentleman of a cataract would have been, to a man of Jesus' intelligence, the proposition of an idiot. But the miracles, irrelevant or not, helped to prevent Jesus being forgotten as 100 other prophets have been forgotten. This was partly due to another factor, the divine mission which his disciples began to claim for him after his death, and towards which they were able to adduce the miracles as evidence. Finally, when the legend of Jesus began to spread throughout the Near East, it was for reasons that had nothing whatever to do with his teachings. Dr. Sconfield has given a vivid account of the situation after the crucifixion, with the disciples discouraged and frightened, and the followers of Jesus breaking up and losing belief. Then the resurrection was reported. The body had disappeared from the tomb. People began to circulate stories about Jesus being seen in the flesh. Jesus had prophesied the Last Judgment, and had declared that it would take place within the lifetime of people then alive. He himself would be the judge of the living and the dead. These stories caught the imagination: the appalling death on the cross, the reappearance as a living man for a few days, the prophecy of the end of the world within the lifetime of people then alive, and the Last Judgment with Jesus himself as judge. But there was an even more important factor in this growing power of Christianity: the conversion of a former Jew and persecutor of the Christians, St. Paul. Paul, from all the evidence, was as different from Jesus as it is possible to imagine. Jesus was a man of action, completely free from a sense of sin or any other neuroses, a man like Isaiah and Micah, impetuous, occasionally quick-tempered, sensitive, strong-willed, driven by a need to impress his vitality on his age. Paul was far more the thinker. He might have been a Kierkegaard, misshapen, unhealthy, intellectual, morbidly preoccupied with death, violence, and pain, possessed by a sense of sin, perpetually tormented by self-criticism that could never stimulate his will to remake himself. In fact, Paul had practically nothing in common with Jesus, and neither had the religion that Paul invented and called Christianity anything in common with the teachings of its founder. To begin with, Paul emphasized the idea of the end of the world and the Last Judgment. This view suited his way of thinking. A modern example of Paul's type of temperament would be Mr. T.S. Eliot, for all the preoccupations of the wasteland and the hollow men are to be found in the Pauline epistles. For Paul, as for Mr. Eliot, the past became a way of compensating for the present, the violent death of Jesus, his prophecies of the Last Judgment. In saying this, I am not in any way trying to criticize Paul. To seek refuge in his own sense of inadequacy by viewing the world pessimistically is a perfectly valid way for an outsider to escape from his plight. Paul only did what Hemingway and T.E. Lawrence and Dostoevsky did, concentrated upon the idea of pain and death and futility, which Paul called sin, until he felt he had gained power over them. And it was in this act that Paul conceived his greatest idea, which was to make Christianity a world religion, his idea that Christ died as a universal scapegoat for the sins of all men. After all, if the idea of the crucifixion had helped Paul to gain power over himself, then it is obvious that, in a sense, Jesus had died to give Paul more intense life, a deeper consciousness of the meaning of life, a greater sense of purpose. And if Christ's death had saved Paul from his own futility, why should it not do the same for all men? This was the birth of the idea of the vicarious atonement, that Christ died to save men. With his Old Testament training, Paul was soon able to work this into an intellectually formidable doctrine. At the bottom of Paul's vision lay his feeling that all men are born futile and stupid. The Old Testament gave him a reason for this, the disobedience of Adam, although actually, the purpose of the legend in Genesis is only to explain why there is pain and misery in the world, not to explain why men themselves are imperfect. Paul declared, it is Adam's fault that men are born in sin, but by turning to Christ, they can throw off all their sins and again become perfect. This is all very well, but it has some obvious flaws. Paul felt that all men are futile and stupid, in sin. Before his conversion, he himself seems to have been a rather nasty little specimen, like Dostoevsky's beetle man, lacking self-respect and certainty of purpose. Christ's death and his teaching gave Paul a sense of purpose and, with it, his self-respect. Paul then ceased to be a beetle man, and entered the man of action stage, the Raskolnikov stage. Now for Paul, as for Jesus, the problem set by his vision of mankind was, why are men not more like God? His answer was, because of Adam's disobedience. But was it ever suggested that Adam was God-like? To the outsider, Adam's existence in the Garden of Eden sounds rather dull, eating fruit and being happy. The book of Genesis nowhere states that it was Adam's business to use his brain in the work of helping God to create more life. And, as I have already pointed out, the outsider's theology includes the belief that the fall was necessary, that man would be little more than a vegetable if he had not eaten of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. So the Pauline doctrine of the vicarious atonement begins to look rather thin as soon as one examines it closely. As an account of man's position in the world, it has the virtue of assuming that man is essentially imperfect, and that the ideal aim would be to become godlike, be ye perfect as your Father in heaven is perfect, but fails to recognize that, as Jesus saw, man can become far more godlike by his own efforts than he ever realizes. All the same, it is this doctrine of Paul's that has become the center of Christianity, and the backbone of the Church. It has also exposed Christianity to the complaint, voiced by Nietzsche, that it is a religion of lame dogs. Jesus' doctrine is essentially a demand for discipline and strength, but Paul turned it into the religion of refuge. The strong men who have gone into the Church, the St. Augustines, the George Foxes, have always done so for the opposite reason, because they are too strong and have nothing to do with their strength. They are like trees, overburdened with fruit. And this is the basis of the popularity of Christianity, the width of its appeal, to the weak and the strong, the underprivileged and the overprivileged, the poor in spirit and the rich in spirit. Nietzsche professed his respect for the founder of Christianity and his contempt for St. Paul, calling him the Jewish Pascal, and referring to him as superstitious and cunning, a man greatly tormented, greatly to be pitied. Nietzsche's version of the revelation on the road to Damascus is as follows. And at last a rescuing thought, together with a vision, as was natural with an epileptic like him, flashed upon him, to him, the fierce zealot of the law, who, at heart, was wearied to death by it. There appeared on a lonely path that Christ with the radiance of God on his face, and Paul heard the words, "Why pursuest thou me?" What really happened is this, his mind all at once had become enlightened. It is unreasonable, so he said to himself, to persecute this very Christ. Here is the way out, here perfect revenge, here, have I and hold I the destroyer of the law. The sufferer from the most anguished pride felt suddenly restored, his moral despair was blown away, for the morals were blown away, destroyed, that is, fulfilled, yonder on the cross. Nietzsche's account need not be taken merely as an attempt to debunk Paul. There is, at the bottom of it, a poet's perception of what went on in another poet's mind. It is not to Paul's discredit that he was mentally sick, and found an antidote in Christianity. If it were, the same objection could be applied to Nietzsche, who was sick when he was waylaid by the idea of Zarathustra. Nietzsche only objected to the idea of the vicarious atonement, objected to it passionately all his life. His own great savior prophet, Zarathustra, tells his disciples to forget him and think for themselves. He does not want disciples and followers, but equals. Nietzsche, himself a prophet of the first rank, felt a tremendous objection to carrying the burden of his disciples' weaknesses, for that is what being a leader amounts to. The same is true of Christ, who declined to become the new Judas Maccabeus, the leader figurehead, and instead told his followers to go away and strive to be perfect as God is perfect. But the Grand Inquisitor was right. Men do not want a religion on those terms. Tell them that they are morally free, and they will shrink from the burden. Not every man is capable of following the outsider's hard road to belief. Men do not want moral self-leadership, they want bread and circuses. The men who are capable of carrying the burden of their own freedom are very rare. This is the observation which led Nietzsche to the doctrine that has made him most hated, his master and slave morality, which teaches that the human race is divided into masters and slaves, the masters capable of immense willpower, immense suffering, immense self-discipline, the slaves too short-sighted to want anything except material necessities and a leader to obey. And yet Nietzsche's doctrine is no more than a flat statement of the moral hidden in Dostoevsky's fable of the Grand Inquisitor. The problem we face today is still the problem that the Grand Inquisitor stated, that Christ's teaching "be your own leader" will never suit the majority of men. Dostoevsky might equally well have substituted the Buddha for Christ in the parable, for the same objection applies. The Buddha also taught that men are answerable only to themselves for their moral well-being. He also warned men not to accept him as an oracle, but only to use him as a guide to find their own way. Yet Buddhism became a universal religion in precisely the same way as Christianity, by the formation of legends that changed the Buddha into a god, supplied his mother with a divine origin, and told of visions of angels, miracles, and a final chorus of the heavenly host to conduct him to heaven when he died. All this points to the truth of the Grand Inquisitor's argument, and to Nietzsche's master and slave doctrine. And this is the problem which now presents itself in our analysis of the outsider. Let us summarize briefly. Christ's teaching was the same as Nietzsche's and the Buddha's: be your own master, strive to be perfect. On the strength of this teaching alone, Christ would have been forgotten 19 centuries ago. But Christ died announcing the Last Judgment, to begin almost immediately, with himself as judge. St. Paul made this the center of his own version of Christianity, claiming that Christ had been sent by God to announce the end of the world, but that he had the power of remitting the sins of all who believed in him. In other words, Christ's teaching "be your own master" went overboard. In its place, St. Paul substituted a Christ who said, "Regard me as your master, and I will do some special pleading for you on Judgment Day, by virtue of a bargain I made with my Father, that I should submit to the unpleasantness of dying in order to become your judge and advocate." St. Paul's Christ had far more qualifications for popularity than Jesus himself ever had, and the consequence was a tremendous spread of Christianity. After Paul, Christianity ceased to be the gospel of "redeem yourself" and became the gospel of "let me redeem you." Shaw always referred to it as Christianity. For a long time after Christ's death, men waited patiently for the day of judgment. When it was delayed, they assumed this was due to God's mercy and patience, and regarded themselves as lucky. In any case, the Last Judgment soon ceased to be the center of the Christian doctrine. Instead, Paul's idea of Christ as universal scapegoat took its place. The Last Judgment might be deferred to the remote future. In the meantime, the people who had believed in Christ would wait for it in heaven. One believed in Christ in order to get to heaven. Undoubtedly, the Christian Church made for higher civilization and culture. First, and most important, it provided men with a sense of spiritual purpose and direction. It emphasized the reality of the Spirit. Its authority was entirely for the good, for it gave even the stupidest men a sense of being a part of a great universal scheme. Moreover, it provided a refuge for outsiders. The outsider, I have said, is the prophet in embryo. When a man felt a stirring of those same urges that inspired Jesus, the need to seek for a more abundant life, he entered the church, and was able to turn his spiritual energy to good purpose. The outsider is the anti-world man, and the church, which had always declared, "My kingdom is not of this world," was the perfect home for him. But naturally, things began to go wrong. As the church grew stronger, it also grew more arrogant, Toynbee's hybris, more authoritarian. The outsiders began to find it more and more intolerable. The outsider naturally begins as an anarchist. It is not until he has begun to understand his spiritual urges that he ceases to be destructive, and concentrates on creation. As the church became more and more certain of its own power, it ceased to be so tolerant of that early anarchist phase in the outsiders. In the 11th century, a sect called the Patrines had objected to simony and other abuses, and the Pope had been glad enough to make use of them in his battle to prevent priests from marrying. A mere century later, Peter Waldo was excommunicated when he objected to the abuses of the church. The church was no longer willing to absorb outsiders who would not knuckle under to its authority from the outset. Waldo is an interesting figure who really deserves a chapter to himself. He was a rich merchant of Lyons who suddenly sold all his goods and gave them to the poor. He then began to wander around, preaching. One of his first activities was to try to make the Bible accessible to ordinary working men. It was available only in a Latin version, and he paid for it to be translated. This immediately made him unpopular with the church, which felt that its authority would be undermined. So Waldo was forbidden to preach, and, when he refused, was excommunicated. This did not worry him. He retaliated by answering that the true church was carried in man's heart, and did not require priests to interpret it. The church had made a stupid move in attacking him, and not trying to assimilate him. The attacks drove him much further than he would have gone otherwise. He finished by declaring that the church was totally unnecessary. His followers increased, calling themselves the Waldenses, and a considerable anti-clerical movement began in France. Other sects sprang up, the Albigenses, the Cathars. All of them believed that oaths are forbidden, that capital punishment should not be allowed to the state, that any man is a priest if the Spirit moves him, and that the Roman Church was not the true church. The Cathari actually declared that the Roman Church was the whore of Babylon spoken of in Revelation. The Church attempted to stamp out the heresies by appointing inquisitors, who ruthlessly burned, tortured, and confiscated property. The Waldenses retreated into Swiss valleys, where they were less accessible, and established contact with Swiss and German reformers. The outsider had become the rebel, and the Reformation had begun. 3 more centuries were to elapse before the Church received its greatest blow, from the hand of Luther, but in the meantime, it continued the same policy of oppression. John Wycliffe, 1320–84, an Oxford scholar, came into conflict with the Church, and, like Waldo, refused to give way. As with Waldo, the Church drove him to greater and greater lengths of antagonism. He began by writing a pamphlet affirming that the Church ought to have no concern with temporal matters, and that the clergy ought not to hold property. But as the Church directed blow after blow at him, he went to greater lengths, and finished by denouncing the Pope as Antichrist, and declaring that transubstantiation, the changing of the bread and wine into Christ's body and blood, was nonsense. Like Waldo, he sent out lay preachers, and tried to make the Bible accessible to the average man. His various writings on theology had immense influence. He was lucky that the church of his day was divided by squabbles, and that many powerful Englishmen felt that patriotism was at issue in the arguments between Wycliffe and Rome, and lent him their protection. Wycliffe remained free and unmolested, and died of a stroke at the age of 64. John Huss, the Bohemian reformer, was less lucky. He also began by having no intention of attacking the church, he only called for its purification. He was an admirer of Wycliffe and a patriot, and taught at the University of Prague. The attacks of the church led him to take a more extreme position, and finally he was excommunicated. This did not make him any less popular with the common people. Finally, he was lured to Constance with a promise of safe conduct. There he was arrested, tried, and burned. His martyrdom caused tremendous anti-Catholic feeling in Bohemia. The Church was to pay dearly for these attempts to stamp out heresy. A century after the martyrdom of Huss, a young German monk named Luther attacked the corruption of the Church. To begin with, he attacked only the abuse of indulgences, accepting money for forgiving sins, and nailed up 95 theses against it on the door of his church. The Pope ordered him to retract. Luther refused, and wrote a pamphlet called Instruction to the People denouncing various abuses. The Pope issued a bull of condemnation, and again called upon him to retract. Luther was a stubborn and pugnacious man, and he now began to go much further than he had originally intended. He publicly burned the bull of condemnation. The Pope then used his last weapon, excommunication. He also called an assembly at Worms, at which Luther was asked again whether he would recant. Luther replied that he would not do so unless they could prove to him from the scriptures that he was in the wrong. The soldiers shouted, "To the fire with him," but Luther was under the protection of the Elector of Saxony, and was removed to his castle in Wartburg. The quarrel with Rome had gone on for 4 years, and a high proportion of Luther's fellow countrymen were behind him. He now translated the New Testament into German, and launched tracts and pamphlets from his castle. He later referred to the castle as his Patmos. A year later, he returned to his own church in Wittenberg, and began the work of Reformation there. The Emperor Charles had signed an edict at Worms, condemning Luther and all his followers. But popular feeling was by this time so strongly roused that it was impossible to enforce the edict. At last, after 3 centuries during which reformers had been suppressed or martyred, the Reformation became too strong for the Church. All over Europe, the authority of Rome began to fail. In Switzerland, Calvin established the Protestant Church in Geneva. In England, Henry VIII snapped his fingers at the Pope, and dissolved the monasteries. The tide had turned. It is noteworthy that the Reformation was not inspired by any dislike of Pauline Christianity. It was not a revolt in favor of Christ's exhortation to redeem yourself. On the contrary, Luther placed more emphasis on the idea of Christ as Redeemer than the Pope did. In his early days as a monk, Luther had been morbidly worried about his salvation, tormented by a fear that he was damned. His sexual urges were strong. He was, as history shows us, full of the faults of intolerance and pride, and he was self-critical enough to feel that he was extremely imperfect, which, in his terminology, meant damned. But one day the idea of justification by faith came to him, that is to say, he suddenly felt, "I am completely imperfect and sinful, but I believe in Christ and love him with all my heart. Is not this enough to save me?" He decided that it was, and justification by faith became the cornerstone of Luther's teaching. It is open, of course, to the objection that it throws even more emphasis on Christ than St. Paul did. Nietzsche showed considerable penetration in likening Luther to Paul, and even less on man's ability to redeem himself by self-discipline. Luther removed the emphasis from self-discipline and threw it back on Christ the Redeemer. This, perhaps, is the reason why Protestantism is ultimately even less satisfying than Catholicism. Nothing is quite so bad for a religion as a man with an exaggerated sense of sin and a tormented conscience. Calvin, another sick man, also emphasized the idea of Christ as Redeemer. So the result of the Protestant Reformation was not a restoration of Christianity, but of Pauline Christianity. But a new revolution was about to begin, a revolution of far greater consequence than the Protestant Reformation. Luther, in one of his moments of asperity, commented, "People give ear to an upstart astrologer who strove to show that the earth revolves, and not the heavens." The upstart astrologer was Copernicus, who, in a book called On the Revolutions of Heavenly Bodies, had advanced the theory that the earth revolves around the sun, and not vice versa. The great figures of the Reformation, Luther, Calvin, Melanchthon, joined with the Roman Church in condemning Copernicus. Giordano Bruno, a Dominican friar, was imprisoned for 7 years, and burned at the stake in 1600 for supporting the Copernican theory of astronomy. Both Protestant and Catholic appealed to the same source, the Bible, to prove that the earth was the center of the universe, and the sun, moon, and stars especially created to give it light. Galileo Galilei, 1564–1642, the greatest scientist and astronomer of his age, was forced to appear before the Inquisition to withdraw his heretical opinion that the earth revolved around the sun, and it was only by confessing that he had been in error that he escaped the fate of Bruno. Campanella, another Dominican, was imprisoned for 28 years for his scientific thinking. Lucilio Vanini was burned at the stake for the same reason. René Descartes, the founder of modern philosophy and mathematics, was about to publish a book called Le Monde, based on the Copernican system, when he heard about the condemnation of Galileo, and hastily suppressed it. After his death, the book was placed on the index. In spite of all this, the age of rational thinking had begun. It gathered its strength from the intolerance of the Church, Protestant and Catholic, and the Protestant Church could be as intolerant as the Catholic. Calvin had Michael Servetus burned for denying the Holy Trinity. Descartes was the founder of modern rationalism. The fundamental principle of his philosophy was total skepticism. Descartes himself was a good Catholic, and took great care to doubt his way back to Catholicism. But later thinkers had no such prejudice, and allowed their principle of doubting everything to mow down every sort of belief. By the age of Blake, a century later, scientific skepticism had become so popular that Blake reacted against it with horror in his poetry, claiming, "If the sun and moon should doubt, they'd immediately go out." Blake found the scientific way of thinking so abhorrent that he attacked Newton and all the scientists and philosophers of his own day. But scientific skepticism had become the predominant way of thinking, and has continued to be so ever since. Blake's revolt against Newton and Hume was followed by that of Kierkegaard against Hegel and Kant, and that of Dostoevsky against the whole school of European skepticism. In our own day, Whitehead, Heidegger, and Sartre have continued the revolt on different grounds. For better or worse, we are in a new age, an age of skepticism. What I have tried to show in the course of the last 10 pages is that Christianity was not built on the sound common sense of Christ's teaching, the teaching of an outsider prophet. It was built on a metaphysical doctrine invented by St. Paul. This became the basis of the Catholic Church and also the seed of its corruption, for it was only one step from saying that Christ could redeem men from their sins, to saying that the Church could do so, and accepting money for it. When Luther rebelled against the corruption, he promptly reinstated the idea of Christ as scapegoat at the foundation of his new church. But the scientific age was catching up on religion. In Blake's age, there was actually a movement among scientifically inclined people to declare that religion was scientific common sense, which they call natural religion. Blake attacked it throughout his life. Like Yeats, he considered it as the opposite of inspiration. A leveling, rancorous, rational sort of mind that never looked out of the eye of a saint, or out of drunkard's eye. And yet the natural religionists were not so far from the truth. They wanted a religion, but didn't want St. Paul's mystifications. This, then, is the situation with which we are faced today. On the one hand, the Church, still using the vicarious atonement as its cornerstone; on the other, the scientists and rational philosophers, very many of them men without imagination or inspiration. Between them stand the men who are painfully aware of not belonging to either great tradition, the outsiders. To the outsider, the Weltanschauung of the scientists is as absurd and oversimplified as the Weltanschauung of the Church. And now we arrive at a crucial question: is the outsider strong enough to create his own tradition, his own way of thought, and to make a whole civilization think the same way? The outsider's way of thinking is called existentialism. But it might as easily be called religion. It is a way of thought which, like the religious way, regards man as involved in the universe, not just as spectator and observer, a sort of naturalist looking at the universe through a magnifying glass and murmuring, Most interesting. Existentialism states that the most important fact about man is his ability to change himself. And it is just this fact that all the scientists and social reformers have failed to realize. They think that the only thing that needs to be changed is man's circumstances, his environment. This will lead to progress, and man ultimately becomes perfect. The whole argument of this book and of The Outsider is directed towards showing that this is a shallow error. The only way in which this can be done is by directing the searchlight into the minds of outsiders. It must attempt to show that the answer to the outsider's problems is not a simple one, such as getting himself psychoanalyzed, or joining the Communist Party. The outsider is a man who struggles for power over his own complexity, over the civilization which conditions him and tries to distort his identity. Hesse believed that the outsider is the highest form of life that civilization knows, next to the prophet. Nietzsche believed that the outsider is a halfway house to the Superman. In Toynbee, the outsiders are the men who solve the problems of a civilization, and keep it alive. But while the outsiders are a scattered and bewildered minority, without a tradition, without a philosophy, they are of no use whatever. It is impossible to say at this point what might be the ultimate result of a concerted effort of all outsiders. The problem is even more complex than I have been able to suggest here. If man can change himself, he must establish certain means to do so, he must work out a discipline. The moment we begin to consider the great outsiders, or the saints and mystics, we are forced to recognize that man does not know who he is. And our materialistic civilization, which seems so certain of itself and its aims, only helps to hide man from himself. The moment we consider men like Rimbaud or Rilke, we are aware of entering a deeper intensity of life, a level of life that is far more meaningful than the lives most of us lead. But Rilke and Rimbaud did not solve the problems that their deeper intensity implies, any more than Van Gogh or Nietzsche or Nijinsky or George Fox solved them. In the next 9 chapters, we must attempt to penetrate these problems. We must see if a fuller, more comprehensive answer cannot be given to the outsider's problem. It is the problem of vision and intensity, the problem of how to become a visionary. Only after considering this problem fully can we feel prepared to approach the other problem, the problem of the death of civilization. T.S. Eliot, Burnt Norton, Section 2. The Jew of Tarsus, A Life of St. Paul. It is interesting to compare this with the Jehovah's Witnesses, who have also gained a large following by prophesying a last judgment within the next few years. Their founder, Pastor Russell, prophesied the judgment day for some time early in the century. When the day passed by uneventfully, the date was hastily revised, and declared to be within the lifetime of people alive in 1914. Interested readers will find an excellent chapter on him in Rufus M. Jones's Studies in Mystical Religion. Chapter 1, Jacob Boehme. Jacob Boehme, the greatest Protestant mystic, was born in 1575, a mere decade after Shakespeare. His birthplace was a village near Gorlitz, in German Silesia. Unlike Luther, he was the son of poor parents who could barely afford to educate him. He certainly never had Luther's chance of a university and monastic training. For much of his life he had to earn his own living. Yet in spite of this, he was to become, by the time of his death, an important figure with a European reputation. This, as we shall see, is one of the surprising things about the great mystics. They seem to thrive in spite of the current of their time. Success never comes easily and quickly. They can never say, with Scott Fitzgerald, that they are paid for telling people that they feel like everyone else. A man such as Blake enjoyed scarcely any material success, yet he was indomitable. There is about these men some enormous strength that does not require the acknowledgement and recognition of the outside world. This is the sign of the true mystic. In this sense, few of the men with whom I dealt in The Outsider were true mystics. Success would almost certainly have saved the sanity of Nietzsche and Van Gogh. On the other hand, can one imagine Dostoevsky managing to keep sane if he had not been sustained by his first great success with Poor Folk? Nijinsky might have stayed sane if people had recognized his extraordinary spiritual qualities, and not thought of him simply as a superb dancing doll. Success ruined Scott Fitzgerald, but failure would have ruined him even more quickly and completely. Rimbaud's career might have been a very different affair if recognition had come to him when he returned to Paris after writing A Season in Hell. All these men, except Fitzgerald, had some of the qualities of mystics. Yet that final touch of strength was not given to them. Undoubtedly, it is a matter of strength. One recalls Marcel's friend in Du Côté de Chez Swann, who is unable to tell Marcel's father whether or not it is raining, being so absorbed in his interior world that his senses have ceased to inform him of what is happening outside. The mystic shares this attitude. It is the same as that of Axel in Villers de L'Isle Adams' play, a lack of concern with the external world. But this is only the negative aspect of the mystic. Before everything else, the mystic is a mental traveler, to use the title of Blake's poem. His researches are carried out in strange regions of the human spirit. This is the most fundamental distinction between insider and outsider. The outsider, as I have tried to show, is the man who strives to become a mystic. In turning to the study of the mystics, we are definitely abandoning the whole viewpoint of the insider. So far, I have kept touch with the insider's point of view, and periodically contrasted it with that of the outsider. But now the compromise is over. We plunge into the depths of the outsider's inner world. In many ways, Boehme is the insider's best approach to mysticism. He is not the type of mystic who completely abandons the material world, and speaks of a cloud of unknowing and a death of the will. We might make the distinction more apparent by referring to a modern writer with a strong tinge of Boehme's type of mysticism, D.H. Lawrence. After a long chapter dealing with the sexual intimacy between Constance Chatterley and her gamekeeper, Lawrence describes her hurrying away. As she ran home in the twilight, the world seemed a dream, the trees in the park seemed bulging and surging at anchor on a tide, and the heave of the slope to the house was alive. Lawrence does not mean that Lady Chatterley was suffering from delusions, and imagining the park bulging and surging at anchor. The sexual ecstasy had altered her vision of the world, but not falsified it. It had simply made her aware of a living depth of instinct in herself, an instinct capable of transforming her, and her vision of the world. In Boehme, we find this vision quite pure, unadulterated by the frustrated romanticism that made Mr. Eliot call Lawrence a heretic. He was singularly free from the confusions and blind spots which seemed to diminish the force of even the greatest 20th century writers. Most of our knowledge of Boehme's life is derived from the introduction to the first edition of his collected works by von Frankenberg, his close friend. But the information Frankenberg gives is so sparse that we finish by knowing almost as little of Boehme as we do of Shakespeare. Frankenberg records that Boehme was a dreamy type of lad, and that when he helped to herd the cattle, he was likely to go off into reveries. One of the legends has it that, on one occasion, he climbed to the top of a local hill called the Landskrona, and found a cave with a vaulted entrance composed of 4 red stones. Beyond the brushwood that blocked the cavern entrance, he saw a great vessel filled with money. He ran away in panic, but later, told other boys about it, and returned to the hilltop with them. The cave had vanished. And the money with it. Frankenberg interprets this episode as an omen of Boehme's spiritual entrance into the hidden treasury of divine wisdom. But this view seems a little far-fetched. The episode proves no more than that Boehme was an exceptionally imaginative child, with his head full of bandits and treasure trove. He may well have invented the cave, and then talked himself into believing in it as he repeated the story to his friends. Being too frail for agricultural labor, he was apprenticed by his parents to a shoemaker. Here again we have another of those equivocal legends about him. One day, when he was alone in the shop, a stranger came in and asked to buy a pair of shoes. Boehme did not want to sell the shoes in his master's absence, so he asked a price which he was certain would be too high. The stranger promptly paid it, and went out with the shoes. Then, from the street, he called Jacob, "Come out here." When Boehme obeyed, the stranger looked deep into his eyes, and said, "Jacob, you are small now, but a day will come when you will be great, and the world will marvel at you. So be pious, fear God, reverence His commands, and especially read the Holy Scriptures for comfort, for you will have to endure misery and poverty and persecution." Again, this may or may not be an actual occurrence. With so little evidence to go on, it would be unwise to read too much into it. Boma followed the stranger's advice, and read the scriptures. Luther had translated them into German 50 years before. The scriptures were, of course, almost the only reading available to a poor shoemaker's apprentice with a taste for books. No doubt Boma found his fellow apprentices as stupid and irritating as budding men of genius are likely to find their casual associates, and found their conversation and ideas of enjoyment tiresome and sordid. One recalls the young George Fox in the tavern at Atherstone, and when we had drunk a glass apiece, they began to drink healths and call for more drink, agreeing together that he who would not drink should pay all. I took out a groat, and laid it down on the table before them, and said, "If it be so, I'll leave you." His workmates and his master found him equally antipathetic, and he was finally dismissed on the grounds that they didn't want a prophet in the house. He was then about 17, and set out to wander around Germany as a traveling journeyman. It was a time of discord and suffering for the German people, with their church divided, and the princes quarreling. In his 3 years of wandering, Boma began to form the same kind of antipathy to the established church that George Fox had. He referred to it once as a spiritual whorehouse. Finally, he returned to Gorlitz, and married Katrina Kunstschmann, the daughter of a butcher, who seems to have made him as excellent a wife as Catherine Boucher made the English mystic Blake. She was to bear him 4 sons. When he was 25, he had his first great experience of mystical insight. His gaze was attracted by a dark metal dish, whose polished surface reflected the sunlight. The brilliance of the reflection sent him into an ecstasy, and a strange sensation overpowered him. It seemed that he was looking into the heart of all nature, and could suddenly understand the world and the whole meaning behind it. He went out into the fields, and the same vision remained with him. He felt as if he could see into the heart of the trees and the grass, as if they were made of glass and lit from within. Now he began to discipline himself deliberately to try to restore the same vision, and he actually succeeded in brief flashes. During the next 10 years, his thoughts never left the problem of that insight, the sudden view of nature as a whole, and the sensation of being able to affirm everything. Paracelsus had taught that the essence of things could be seen by the visionary. We may look into nature in the same way that the sun shines through a glass. It may have been during these 10 years after his vision that Boma first began to read Paracelsus. It is certain that the great physician and alchemist came to exercise considerable influence on Boma's thought. At the end of the 10 years, in 1610, came his second great vision, a sudden grasp of all his fragmentary insights, and a view of them as a whole. The gate was opened to me, that in 1/4 of an hour I saw and knew more than if I had been many years together at a university. The result of this vision was an impulse to write it all down, to try to express it all logically. He began to write in his spare time, and soon the manuscript started to swell to considerable proportions. He called it Morgan wrote, and it would be too much to say that it manages to state Boma's vision logically. Boma confesses, "Art has not wrote this, neither was there any time to consider how to set it punctually down, all was ordered according to the direction of the Spirit." Boma can be appallingly obscure. It is frequently impossible to follow his meaning either intellectually, or intuitively. Let me quote a typical passage, taken at random from the Signatura Rerum. "Thus the compunction willeth upwards, and whirls crossways, and yet cannot effect it, for the hardness, viz. the desire stays and detains it, and therefore it stands like a triangle, and transversed orb, which, seeing it cannot remove from the place, becomes wheeling, whence arises the mixture in the desire, viz. the essence, or multiplicity of the desire, for the turning makes a continual confusion and contrition, whence the anguish, viz. the pain, the third form, or sting of sense, arises." It might be pertinent to add here that the Signatura Rerum is perhaps the worst, the most discouraging, work through which to approach Boma. Yet, in this first book, later called Aurora, Boma's obscurity alternates with passages of penetrating insight expressed in clear and precise language. And before it was finished, the book was to bring its author trouble. While he was still writing it, the manuscript circulated among various friends and acquaintances. A nobleman, Karl von Endem, borrowed it and had several copies made. One of these copies fell into the hands of the Lutheran pastor of the town, Gregorius Richter. Richter was incensed. Boehme was stating his own opinions and interpretations of the scriptures without worrying in the least whom he might contradict or offend. Richter was enraged that this nobody, this shoemaker, should declare that he was entirely independent of tradition and authority. Though an angel from heaven would say otherwise, yet would I not believe it, much less understand it, for I would always doubt. But when the sun goes up in my spirit, then I am certain. This is pure existentialism, in the sense in which I defined it in The Outsider, a flat refusal to accept anything on trust, as I shall try to show. Boehme is full of existentialism. This is ironical, in a way, for historians of philosophy usually declare that Boehme was the father of German idealism, especially Hegel's variety. One Sunday morning, as he sat in church, Boehme was startled to hear himself attacked by name by the pastor. It was a sermon on false prophets, and Richter pointed at Boehme, and poured scorn on him. Boehme, being the mild and good-tempered man he was, approached the pastor afterwards and expressed his willingness to be corrected where he had gone wrong. But the pastor screamed at him, "Get thee behind me, Satan," and told him he had better leave the town as soon as possible. The next day, the magistrates summoned Boehme, and ordered him to leave the town immediately. He was refused permission to see his family and led outside the walls. No doubt he spent a gloomy night meditating on the persecution that can come to prophets of God. But the next morning, the council changed their minds, and let him come back. One commentator, Bartholomeus Scultetus, himself a pupil of Paracelsus and an alchemist, declares that Boehme spent the night in jail, but was released when the town council looked into the manuscript of his book and found nothing revolutionary in it. But Richter made it a condition of Boehme's return that he ceased writing in the future, and Boehme made the promise. It is often suggested that Richter was getting his own back on Boehme for a rebuke Boehme had leveled at him some time before. The affair was about a relative of Boehme's whom Richter had cheated in some commercial transaction. But it is hardly necessary to look for ulterior motives behind Richter's persecution. The book itself was sufficient provocation. In spite of its tremendous obscurity, Boehme had some pretty sharp things to say about the Lutheran Church that were quite unambiguous. And he ended it by saying that if his religious views seemed to differ from those of Peter and Paul, it was because people did not lay hold of the heart of God before they read the New Testament. Now this is the same sort of anarchic religion that made Peter Waldo and George Fox leave the established church, the religion of let each man be his own conscience in his own church, and it is not surprising that the guardians of the church should find it horrifying. For it is not, and never will be, a practical religion for every man. It can only work for unusually gifted men. If every man tried laying hold of the heart of God and doing what he thought God had told him to do, people with criminal inclinations would find God advising them to murder and rob, while people with strong sex instincts would discover that God ordered them to rape and fornicate. The thugs of India believed that God had told them to kill as much as possible, while there is an interesting case recorded of an American preacher who was ordered by God to cut off his brother's head in front of his congregation, and then perform the miracle of sticking it back on again. He was duly interned in an insane asylum, but his brother did not recover his head. It is understandable that the Church should tend to discourage individual revelation, and even more understandable in Boehme's day, when religion was universally accepted and prophets were springing up constantly. So Boehme had to refrain from writing for many years. He might have kept his promise and never written another line, if he had remained an unknown shoemaker, but fortunately, he had made many influential friends with his first book, and they never ceased to press him to break his word. Learned men, Paracelsian doctors, noblemen who dabbled in alchemy, liberal clergymen, all came to see Boehme and discuss his visions with him, and to urge upon him that he was committing a sin against God in refusing to employ his extraordinary gifts. Luckily for us, Boehme was eventually persuaded to take this view. It took 5 years for his friends to alter his mind, but as soon as Boehme decided to write again, he began to produce books like a machine. In the 6 years that remained for him to live, he produced a staggering number of works. By this time, various wealthy friends were helping to provide for him, and he frequently stayed at their houses. Argument with men of fine intellect refined Boehme's own powers. It also made him aware of his lack of education, and he made tremendous efforts to pick up a knowledge of ancient languages, and to translate his own insights into the fashionable scientific jargon of his day, which was largely derived from alchemy. The results of this were not altogether happy. If Boehme had intended writing scientifically, like Descartes, or theologically, like Melanchthon, he should have trained himself to it from an early age, preferably with a university education. As it is, his writing is least convincing where he is trying to write like a savant, and most convincing where he allows his own rough peasant voice to explain his meaning. Boehme's insight amazed his learned friends. They soon discovered that he had the natural gifts of a true poet. He would startle the botanists among them by being able to tell them the properties of a flower merely by looking at it, or divining the meaning of a foreign word from its sound alone. This gift of his is important in understanding his philosophy of signatures. By the signature of a thing he meant its form and color, through which the eye of the mystic could decipher its hidden properties. For Boehme, as for that great German thinker who has most in common with him, Nietzsche, the visible world is a deliberate deceit, hiding an internal reality which is so glorious that all men would be drunk with ecstasy if they could see into it. This internal reality is the purpose of the life force. Most of us are blinded by our moods and feelings, and have no sense whatever of inward reality. Our reaction to things and people, a gloomy day, our dislike of someone we have to work with, keeps us aware only of the surface of the world. But the great poet has moments in which people disappear as if they never had been, and his degrading membership of this club of squabbling, stupid schoolboys called the human race suddenly vanishes, leaving him aware of his own inward reality, and the reality of the force that drives all things. The life force has its own deep inscrutable aims and methods in this world of physical reality, but the mystic can discern its presence in the outward form of all things, just as an expert can find a criminal's fingerprint on every object from a glass vase to a human throat. This is what Boehme meant by signatures, and it is the very essence of Boehme as a mystic. It is not ordinary mysticism, the mysticism of the East, which keeps men sitting cross-legged and immobile for 20 years, it is nature mysticism, the typical mysticism of the West, which sees the world transformed. If the doors of perception were cleansed, everything would appear to man as it is, infinite. Boehme was to live and write for only 6 years more after 1618, and those last years were made comfortable and stimulating by the friendship of the learned and the nobility. Yet even so, Boehme managed to get into more hot water. Once again, though, it was hardly his own fault. A friend of his had a few of his tracts printed together in a volume called The Way to Christ. It was printed without Boehme's permission, and was generally well received. A copy came into Richter's hands, and once more he began to stir up trouble. He launched fresh attacks from his pulpit, and published a polemic full of abuse, containing the well-known jibe that Boehme's work stinks of shoemaker's pitch and filthy blacking. In the case of The Way to Christ, this is downright unfair, although it might be excusable if leveled at the Signatura Rerum, where there is an atmosphere of an alchemist's laboratory. As originally published, the book consisted of 3 tracts, of true repentance, of true resignation, and the beautiful supersensual life. It was barely 100 pages long, and was completely free from obscurities. But Richter made such a fuss that the authorities of Görlitz once again asked Boehme to leave the town. This time, Boehme was not destitute and friendless. He had good reason to be grateful to Richter, for the first persecution had made him famous and gained him many friends. Now the second resulted in an invitation to the Prince Elector's court at Dresden, where he was questioned by many eminent Lutheran theologians. With one accord, they declared that Boehme's doctrines were too deep for them, but that they seemed to be genuinely religious, and had no smell of heresy. His fame and reputation were now assured. 8 months later, he was dead. He died of gastric fever in Görlitz, in November 1624. Richter had died a few months earlier, but his successor disliked Boehme just as much. and feigned illness rather than preach a funeral sermon. Finally, a man was found who was bullied into doing it, but he began with a bad grace: "I'd rather have walked 20 miles than preach this sermon." After his death, Boehme's fame and influence spread all over Europe. He was translated into many languages. Societies of his admirers were formed. In due course, his hometown erected a statue to him, and began to celebrate the centenaries of his death. There have always been scholars and philosophers who have studied him and spoken his name with respect. In our own day, Nicholas Berdyaev, perhaps the greatest mystical philosopher of the 20th century, acknowledged Boehme as a vital source of his thinking, and was about to write a book on Boehme when he died in 1948. There is a question that we had better face squarely at this point, before going on to discuss Boehme's philosophy: the question of the obscurities. Is a great deal of Boehme's work simply too deep for everyone, and awaiting some giant brain to explain its meaning, or is it just badly written? I am afraid that the answer, in all probability, is the latter. By this I do not mean that a passage like the one I quoted a few pages ago is necessarily meaningless, but that I suspect Boehme of an element of willful obscurity. He was an uneducated shoemaker with the insight of a great poet, and the learned men of his day gasped with admiration at the quality of his intuitions. He had an agile brain, and he clearly enjoyed juggling with ideas put to him by his friends. He began to translate his own ideas into terms of the magic and alchemy which his friends discussed. The most obscure paragraphs in Boehme are those in which he talks in terms of ideas that are not really his own. If confusion resulted, Boehme let it stand, possibly because he felt that one confusion more or less would be put down to the depth of his thoughts, and remain unchallenged. In fact, I strongly suspect that in Jacob Boehme, the humble mystic of Gorlitz, there was an element of the urchin schoolboy getting quite a kick out of being the center of attention of so many eminent men. Let anyone who finds this view lacking in respect for Germany's great mystic turn to the Signatura Rerum and try interpreting its mixture of Lubitz and sulfurs and whirling centers and strange trinities. What, then, is the reason for all this obscurity in Boehme? Is he, as many writers have affirmed, just a crank? For a modern reader, the most plausible answer is that Boehme was one of the earliest psychologists. He was aware of a great deal going on inside himself, and he was also aware, to some extent, of how to travel from the ordinary, everyday state of mind into the mental state of the visionary. In other words, Boehme, as much as Rimbaud, set himself to discover how one becomes a visionary. He knew that, in certain moments, he achieved a state of mind completely different from his everyday state. He achieved this quite involuntarily, or perhaps I should say, by purely instinctive effort. He wanted to retrace his steps confusedly and to try to understand them, so that he could achieve the same state, and explain to other men how to achieve it, too, by conscious effort. But there was no science of psychology in his day, and he had to invent his own language to describe what he saw. It is as if a man in the heart of some jungle were to discover a tribe with their own highly developed music, but had no knowledge of musical notation to carry his discovery back to civilization. He might try to remember the music by ear, to learn to whistle it, for instance. But he would be more sensible if he invented a musical notation, and took down as much of it as possible. This, in a way, is what Boehme was doing. 3 centuries before Freud, he was inventing his own terminology. But there is one immense difference between Boehme's psychology and the psychology of Freud and his disciples, and it must be emphasized here. We could even go as far as Gurdjieff, and say that modern man does not know what psychology means. The mystic's notion of psychology begins from the question, how does one become a visionary? Psychology, in this sense, is the anatomy of the soul. Freud's psychology, with its heavy emphasis on neurosis and abnormality, is at the very opposite extreme from Boehme's, which is essentially the psychology of supernormal people, i.e. outsider psychology. Boehme's view, and that of the real psychology spoken of by Gurdjieff, considers that there are as many different states of mind latent in man as there are streets in a large town. To some extent, a man learns to make his way from one state of mind to another, if he has had a hard day at work, he can go to see a musical show, or a crime film, and escape from the state of mind in which he left work. But the poet is aware of the possibility of far greater releases than these crude ones. Sometimes, when his imagination is fired, he strays so far from his ordinary personality that he becomes a person he can hardly recognize. Now it will be remembered that this was 3/4 of the problem in The Outsider, the business of escaping oneself. T.E. Lawrence wrote, "I did not like the myself I could see and hear." Tolstoy, in his Memoirs of a Madman, makes his madman say, "It is myself I am weary of and find intolerable and a torment. I cannot get away from myself." And almost any poet or artist knows that struggle to escape one's fatigue and self-disgust. But it is not escape from something, it is escape to something, to greater power and ability to act, greater self-control and self-knowledge. If the mind is a town, the poet or mystic is the man who wants to map the town so that he can find his way around it easily. States of mind are subtle things that cannot be easily recreated. One thinks that one has remembered every essential about some past state of mind, and suddenly a piece of music, or the scent of a flower, brings it back in all the poignancy of its former reality, and one realizes that memory is not as accessible as all that. As the Steppenwolf sees in his moment of vision in bed with Maria, memory has enough accumulated material to make a man into a god, even the meanest and most degraded of men. This is what interests the visionary above all else, the immense area of his own soul, the thousands of realizations and visions that are latent in it. Having said this, we are now in a position to understand the obscurity of much of Boehme's work. In his day, there was no psychology, the only science was the rudimentary physical science of the period. He had not even read any of the other great mystics who are also psychologists. He felt that he was moving on to entirely new ground, almost without precedent, and indeed, he can hardly even be said to have had any successor until Nietzsche. As an example of what I mean by psychology, consider this passage from the opening of 6 Theosophic Points. 1. We see that every life is essential, and find moreover that it is based on will, for will is the driving of the essences. 2. It is thus, as if a hidden fire lay in the will, and the will continually uplifting itself towards the fire wished to awaken and kindle it. 3. For we understand that every will without the awakening of the fiery essences is an impotency, as it were dumb without life, wherein is no feeling, understanding, nor substantiality. 4. Thus an unessential will is a dumb existence, without comprehension, or life, and yet is a figure in the unfathomable eternal nothing, for it is attached to corporeal things. 6. Thus life is the essence's son, and will is the essence's father, for no essence can arise without will. Alter Boehme's terms a little, and this is comprehensible enough. What has been stated is this: life is a fundamental issue, which cannot be further broken down or analyzed, and life is based on willpower. But will cannot operate without purpose, and the concept of purpose belongs essentially to the material world. Without the material world to reflect it, will is nothing at all, unmanifest. So will requires a purpose to manifest itself. And life is the outcome of purpose, its son. So there is a sort of vicious circle: increased purpose requires increased confuseness. One cannot gain more purpose by becoming less conscious, but increased consciousness requires increased willpower. And increased willpower requires increased purpose, for without a purpose, the will is useless. Now readers of The Outsider may recollect this proposition in the discussion of Camus' L'Étranger. It is, in fact, a proposition of fundamental importance in existentialism. When the existentialist says, existence comes before essence, he means that, before one can make anything, i.e. bring it into existence, one must have a plan of it in one's mind. This plan is what Plato called the idea or essence of a thing. The idea of anything which one can make must precede its existence. But with man, this is not so. He is aware of himself as being, just being, before he is aware that he is being a man. If a magician changed him into a dog while he was asleep, he would have to open his eyes before he was aware he was a dog, but he would be aware that he existed before he opened his eyes. Yet human beings tend to take their existence for granted, just as they take the existence of tables and chairs for granted. They believe they are static, that they are what they are, like tables and chairs. But the whole point about man is that he is not static, he has willpower, and he can change himself, either for good or evil. In this form, the form that the French existentialists are inclined to emphasize, existentialism is a reaction against modern materialism. The typical figure of our day is the self-made businessman. But such a man, although he may believe that in evolving from a newspaper seller to a millionaire he has become a completely different person, has not really changed himself. He has only changed his environment. The environmental change may be necessary, we shall return to this point in speaking of Shaw, but it is not nearly so necessary as the spiritual alteration from a lower type of man to a higher. Existentialism throws the emphasis on this latter kind of change. It is essentially a philosophy of the will, and its central thesis is that the highest purpose of the will is self-transformation. And by this definition, Boehme is in every way an existentialist. If an architect wants to improve a town, the first thing he must do is to get a map of the town. If a man wants to change his own soul, the first thing he must do is to get a map of his soul. This science of the soul is called psychology. And how does a man learn about his soul? By self-observation and experiment, and by correlating what he learns scientifically. This is what Boehme attempts to do in all his books. As we read him, we discover that many of the things he says are not new to the student of existentialism. There is frequently a Nietzschean note. What could be more Nietzschean than this? If thou art not a spiritual self-surmounter, then let my book alone. Don't meddle with it, but stick to your usual affairs. In Zarathustra, Nietzsche had written, not the height, but the drop is terrible. That drop where the glance plunges down and the hand reaches up. And in Morgan wrote, Boehme writes, now I am climbed up and mounted so very high that I dare not look back for fear a giddiness should take me. When I go upward I have no giddiness at all, but when I look back and would return, then am I giddy and afraid to fall. And he states in his own words Blake's belief about the doors of perception. If man's eyes were but opened he should see God everywhere in his heaven, for heaven stands in the innermost moving everywhere. This term innermost moving is Boehme's term for the depths of the subconscious mind. In other places he refers to it as the mind's third moving. This third moving obviously has something in common with Captain Shotover's seventh degree of concentration in Heartbreak House. In common with Jesus and Shaw in the 82nd Psalm, Boehme recognizes the inner Godhead of all men. For man is made out of all the powers of God, out of all the seven spirits of God, as the angels also are. But now seeing he is corrupted, therefore the divine moving does not always unfold its powers and operate in him. And though it springs in him, and if indeed it shines, yet it is incomprehensible to the corrupted nature. This last comment is particularly interesting. It is the complaint of every poet and mystic who has been overwhelmed by vision. When it disappears, one's ordinary state of mind has no power to summon it back, or even to begin to understand it. And yet the point of the outsider's question, how does one become a visionary, is the belief that these moments are not beyond reconstruction and comprehension. What is the essence of that moment of vision? It would seem to be a sense of the multitudinousness of life, a release of energy into the brain. Nijinsky, God is fire in the head. Yeats, heaven blazing into the brain, which revitalizes all the areas of one's memory. All sorts of other places and other times are suddenly revived. The essence of boredom and exhaustion is the narrowing of the brain, confinement, a sense of being imprisoned in time. This is its opposite, a sense of the immense strangeness and greatness of life, of unknown modes of being. It is a tonic emotion that revitalizes and creates courage. In which case the man intent on becoming a visionary now has a definite aim, to learn enough about the structure of his own brain to be capable of flooding it with energy at will. Boehme undoubtedly mastered this process, and this is what constitutes him a visionary. It will be remembered that Ramakrishna's visions were of the same nature, ecstasy flooding the brain and producing a sense of total universal well-being, which was often so exhausting that it knocked him unconscious. It seems to have much in common with the moments that Dostoevsky used to experience before falling into an epileptic fit. Boehme's descriptions of how he first attained a visionary state have a close resemblance to Ramakrishna's. Ramakrishna had fallen into despair, and begun to doubt whether God existed at all. In a moment of despair he seized a sword to kill himself, and at that moment, was overwhelmed with ecstasy so that he sank unconscious. Boehme tells how when in this affliction and trouble I elevated my spirit, which then I understood very little or nothing at all what it was, I earnestly raised it up into God, as with a great storm or onset, wrapping up my whole heart and mind, as also all my thoughts and whole will and resolution, incessantly to wrestle with the love and mercy of God and not to give over unless He blessed me, that is, unless He enlightened me with His Holy Spirit, whereby I might understand His will and be rid of my sadness. And then the Spirit did break through. But when in my resolved zeal I gave so hard an assault, suddenly my spirit did break through the gates of hell, even into the innermost moving of the Deity, and there I was embraced in love as a bridegroom embraces his dearly beloved bride. This passage leads into an important question which had already begun to appear in The Outsider, that of the anti-Christian element in the visionary beliefs of Nietzsche, Rimbaud, and Shaw. How is it to be reconciled with the definitely Christian element in such visionaries as Boehme, Pascal, Law? Partly, I believe, the answer is that there is no true contradiction, only two widely differing approaches to the same problem. Christian mysticism lays great emphasis on the idea of submission and humility, love and pity. Nietzsche and Shaw revolted against these ideals. Nietzsche summarized his objections. What is good? Everything that heightens the feeling of power in man, the will to power, power itself. What is bad? Everything that is born of weakness. Pity stands opposed to the tonic emotions which heighten our vitality. But it was not God and Christianity that Nietzsche was attacking, it was the unreal shadows of these things that passed for reality in the church of his day, and still pass today. What Nietzsche was interested in, and Boehme, too, was ultimate reality. In the moment of vision, the Christian God, whom Nietzsche calls God of the sick, God the spider, is eclipsed by a vision of reality, and the whole world is seen as physical reality, an immense manifestation of life, where everything that lives is holy. In his normal state of mind, man lives in a mere corner of his being. It is self-knowledge that is obliterated. His brain narrows until his consciousness is like a dying candle. Having a vision is like being connected with a powerhouse, floods of energy and vitality sluice into the brain, and the brain lights up, like a mansion in which every light in every room has been turned on. This is the ecstasy of self-knowledge. Man suddenly understands that he is, as Boehme says, made of all the powers of God. It is not original sin that keeps man unaware of his own godhood, but his failure to connect himself with his own powerhouse, or rather, if original sin has a meaning, it is just this, that man is too lazy and unimaginative to strive for a continual state of insight. Life is a war, a continual spiritual warfare, as Father Lorenzo Schiopoli, a contemporary of Boehme's, realized when he called his great devotional treatise The Spiritual Combat. The monks of Mount Athos made this even clearer when they gave their translation of it the title Unseen Warfare. Boehme knew this, and knew that the real enemy is the stupidity of the flesh. The soul liveth in great danger in this world, and therefore this life is very well called the valley of misery, full of anguish, a perpetual hurly-burly, pulling and hauling, warring, fighting, struggling, and striving. But the fold and half-dead body does not always understand this fight of the soul. It doth not understand the fight of the spirit, how the same is sometimes down and sometimes uppermost. It is this cold and half-dead body which must be given consciousness of the wars of the spirit, must be made to react immediately to spiritual needs. It is a mere instrument of the spirit, and it is the spirit's business to make it into a delicate and sensitive instrument, not to be bullied by its laziness and sensuality. All this is very clear in Boehme's writing, just as it is clear in Nietzsche's and Shaw's. Shaw has made it quite plain, dotting all the I's and crossing all the T's, in Back to Methuselah. Yet it remains true that, in the moment of ecstasy, as one's mistaken vision of oneself is suddenly swept away by the flood of certainty, one's feeling is of complete humility, complete instrumentality, a strong desire not to allow any of one's stupidities, any of the corrupt, earthbound personality, to interfere with the cold wash of vitality. Prayer is the natural expression of the gratitude that rises, not prayer directed at anything in particular, at any personal God. It is simply that the sudden awareness is an awareness of one's own Godhead, and therefore of kinship with God, of a close relation with God. It is this awareness that makes prayer the spontaneous expression of the vision. The remote God the Father, whom Nietzsche railed at, quite rightly, suddenly becomes an immediately sensed God the Brother. The image of the bride and bridegroom also arises naturally, for the flood of energy is like an impregnation. It is distinctly a physical sensation, and may not only be likened to the sexual, it may actually contain a large element of the sexual. It is difficult to discuss these matters freely, for we are still handicapped by a lack of psychological terminology. But it is now obvious, I hope, that the need for such a terminology is as acute today as it was in Boehme's time. Psychology is still in as rudimentary a state. All the contributions of the psychoanalysts have not made it easier to discuss the mystics. In fact, modern psychology tends to regard mystics as a distinctly cranky branch of the human tree. Let me make my implications quite plain. In The Outsider I tried to show that the kind of person I call an outsider is a development of the ordinary man, for the truth is that there is no such thing as the ordinary man. It is like talking of the average healthy leper. If he is a leper, then he is not average or healthy. Neither is man average or healthy. The outsider is a man who has realized with horror that all men are lepers, spiritually and morally. All are corrupt. Now I have tried to make it apparent where the road from corruption leads. The outsider develops, by immense spiritual effort, into the mystic. He does this by turning his life into a state of warfare, and living with the mental alertness that is necessary to warfare. The mystic's view of the world is a view that sees everything as beauty. This beauty is already beginning to be present in the outsider's way of viewing the world. The world may torment him, and lead him to declare that it is a wasteland or city of dreadful night, Keegan's view, but the very fact that his vision has intensified it with revulsion means that he sees the world as more vital. Terror is the beginning of beauty, for all crises lead to beauty. Terror is not the opposite of beauty, both beauty and terror stand at the opposite pole from boredom and, ultimately, death. When a man begins his unseen warfare against the world, he becomes an outsider. If he fights long and hard enough, he develops into what men call a mystic. But this is not an end in itself. A mystic is only a man with a higher degree of perception and vitality. The difference between the Christian and the Nietzschean ideals, and their ultimate identity, can be seen by considering Kafka's aphorism, in the struggle between yourself and the world, always take the world's side. This is a completely Christian statement. It means, where men humiliate you, allow them to trample on you, where they strike you, allow them to beat you into unconsciousness, where they constrict you, allow them to crush you. But the you of whom Kafka is speaking is not that real self seen in visions, it is the superficial self, the worldly personality, the doors of perception that shut out the eternal world with their grime and stupidity and pig-headedness. Our psychological language knows nothing of the extent of man, and the number of layers of his being that stretch from the material surface, whose rule is expediency, to the ultimate depth of purposive Godhead. Nietzsche was naturally an ascetic, a man of tremendous self-discipline, who preferred to concentrate on the positive need to strengthen one's vitality rather than on the negative crushing of the personality by subjecting it to indignities. And yet he would have understood Kafka's viewpoint well enough. For Nietzsche, as for all great outsiders, the passion for truth was a discipline, the discipline by which he became a visionary. There is a revealing passage in the Antichrist in which he jeers at the free thinking of scientists and physiologists. They lack passion in these matters. They do not suffer free thinking as their passion and martyrdom. The outsider's greatest need is to find a way in which he can become a visionary. The outsider is a free thinker because the only kind of thought worth anything is free thought. This means that he can accept nothing until he has proved it by his own direct insight, and that he can never accept unprovable things, such as the vicarious atonement. But he approaches free thinking with the saint's passion to find salvation, and the fanaticism of a martyr. And the result of his free thought is a totally religious position, although not necessarily a Christian position. It is impossible here to examine Boehme's theology more closely. Even full-sized volumes on the subject are difficult reading, and it would be impossible to explore further in such a brief exposition as this. For readers beginning to study Boehme, W. Scott Palmer's slim compilation, The Confessions of Jacob Boehme, Methuen, 1954, is perhaps the best introduction. We need only emphasize, in retrospect, that Boehme was an existentialist in the profoundest sense. He never ceases to tell his readers that merely reading him will do them no good, they will have to go out and do. You must follow the flights of my soul, not of my pen. He hated abstraction and abstract philosophy as much as Blake did. Even to try to summarize his cosmogony would therefore be contrary to his own aims. He did not want to have the essence squeezed out of him and served up in university courses, any more than Gurdjieff did. Bishop Martinson observed that Boehme is one of the few great mystics who lay emphasis on the glory of God. But he is not alone in this, for it is something which he has in common with all the outsider mystics. In Dostoevsky, in Nietzsche, in Fox, in Blake, in Traherne, it is the poet's vision that is emphasized, not the philosopher's, and the poet's vision is of glory. Nietzsche asks, "What is happiness?" and answers, "The feeling that power is growing, that resistance is overcome." When the outsider momentarily begins to win his unseen warfare, and has that sensation of resistance overcome, his vision of the world becomes positive, and this positive vision is what Martinson calls the glory of God, a vision that finds its finest expression in the poetry of Blake, or the great 11th book of the Bhagavad Gita. This is the vision that is the beginning and the end of the outsider's struggle. One glimpse of it is enough to make a man into an outsider, perpetually dissatisfied with the ordinary world, like Yeats's man who dreamed of fairyland, who could never again tolerate the common light of day. This vision makes men into poets and romantics, but if it is strong enough, it pushes them into being metaphysicians and outsiders, and from there into the hard road of spiritual discipline. Paracelsus was the self-conferred name of Theophrastus von Hohenheim, probably intended to mean as great as Celsus. Celsus was an early Neoplatonist philosopher. In 1526, he had lectured on medicine at Ball University, but enemies pointed out that he had no degree, and his system aroused great antagonism. He died at the age of 51, after falling down a steep slope during a drunken debauch. His medical teaching is a curious mixture of nonsense and inspired insight. Although Frankenberg mentions a much earlier experience when Boehme was translated into the Holy Sabbath, and was enwrapped with the divine light for a space of 7 days. Morgan wrote, not to be confused with Nietzsche's book of the same title, has not been reprinted for many years, but there are many extracts from it in W. Scott Palmer's compendium, The Confessions of Jacob Boehme. This volume is one of the best introductions, for the modern reader, to Boehme's writings. In 1899, Canon Big wrote an introduction to the Methuen edition of William Law Serious Call in which Boehme is violently attacked. Big calls him a false, or bastard, mystic, and refers sneeringly to him as the Gorlitz cobbler. This introduction is still included in the Methuen edition of A Serious Call, which has been reissued as recently as 1950. St. Augustine is an outstanding example. Consider, for instance, the use Wittgenstein makes of him in the opening paragraph of Philosophical Investigations. Some readers may be puzzled by the use of this word theosophy, especially if they have had any dealings with the Theosophical Society, founded by Madame Blavatsky. But it should be pointed out that theosophy in this sense means the philosophy of the religious life. Earlier in this chapter, I should not have referred to Boehme's philosophy, which is an inaccurate term, but to theosophy. Berdyaev has an interesting chapter in Freedom and the Spirit dealing with the difference between modern theosophy and the ancient Christian and Jewish theosophy, and insisting on the superiority of this older type. Sartre's play Le Diable et Le Bon Dieu brings this theme out clearly. Its hero changes himself from a villain into a saint, then back into a villain again. It could be subtitled, A Study in Self-Transformation. Wells's History of Mr. Folly has exactly the same theme, and Mr. Polly's If You Don't Like Your Life You Can Change It is the essence of Sartre's existentialism. If one adds, if you don't like yourself, you can change yourself. The best accounts of Boma in English are to be found in Howard Brinton's Mystic Will, Allen and Unwin, 1931, Rufus Jones's Spiritual Reformers in the 16th and 17th centuries, Macmillan, 1914, and Bishop Martinson's Boma, recently reissued, 1949, by Rockcliffe. Alexander Coyer's biography, in French, is perhaps the best so far.